Chapter 2556. Ha ha ha, ignorant sword cultivator. Do you think that close combat is your world? Yun Guichong laughed without hesitation. He waved his hand and the dragon-repelling ring turned into a ring in front of him, generating a suction force to resist the sword light. The flame dragon celestial body raised its head and roared. The faint red color around Guyu suddenly deepened. Wisps of red fire appeared and surrounded Guyu along with the sword intent. Guyu's body flashed with a white brilliance. While resisting the red fire, the fluttering snowflakes also melted in the blazing red fire. Why is this cultivator's celestial body so powerful? Guyu was shocked. It's even more terrifying than the terrifying phoenix. Moreover, this cultivator has the flame physique. In this area, my ice snow sword intent is restrained everywhere. Guyu thought. Seeing that the snowflakes melted by the red fire had already entered the invisible sword, she did not dare to hesitate. She hurriedly waved her hand and the invisible sword quickly fell into her hand. A burning sensation was transmitted from the invisible sword to her hand. Hiss! Guyu could not help but gasp again. Humph! Kill! Yun Guichong waved his hand as if commanding the 3 Huanhua sect disciples who had trapped Zhong Haoren and the other 4. At the same time, his flame dragon celestial body raised its head and roared. The dragon-repelling ring danced again and turned into a dragon rushing towards Guyu. How could Guyu not know that the situation was critical? She hurriedly urged the sword origin in her body. The sword light around her body also flashed rapidly. The invisible sword suddenly turned into a rainbow, carrying Guyu to rush out of the red fire area. Guyu knew that as long as she rushed out of this area, she would immediately become invisible. Yun Guichong and the others would not be able to find her. However, Yun Guichong's face showed a hideous smile. The red in his eyes became more intense. The red fire area around Guyu increased again and the flame became brighter. When the disciples of the Huanhua sect received Yun Guichong's order, without saying a word, one of the disciples formed an incantation gesture and trapped Zhong Haoren and the others. Another disciple who held a fire bead pointed his finger. The fire bead that had been suspended in mid-air suddenly enlarged, emitting countless sparks that were about to fall. At such a critical moment, Xiaofan still hasn't arrived at the scene. He can ignore Guyu's life and death, but Zhong Haoren has an old relationship with Xiaofan. Xiaofan even made a move on his path of growth. How could Xiaofan just ignore it? A powerful divine sense swept down from the sky and locked onto everyone. Then, a cold snort was heard. How dare you? This voice seemed to come from very far away, but in everyone's ears, it was extremely shocking. It was as if the voice was whispering into their ears, and they even felt a tremor coming from the bottom of their hearts. The fire pearl couldn't help but stop in midair. Yun Guichong's fire dragon celestial body also stopped quietly. The ferocious dragon lifted its head slightly and stared at the sky in the distance. There seemed to be an aura that terrified it. Yun Guichong raised his red eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed across his handsome face. He was really looking in the same direction as the fire dragon celestial body. Kill! Yun Guichong had already sensed the strength of the divine sense and knew that the cultivation of the newcomer was extremely strong, but he still waved his hand and ordered. Yes. Yes. The disciple of the Huanhua sect hesitated for a moment and pointed his finger again. The fire bead flashed again and was about to be activated by the disciple's incantation. But at this moment, 2 green and red sword lights flashed from the sky thousands of feet away. These 2 sword lights interacted with each other and chased after each other. They were as fast as meteors, and the distance of thousands of feet was covered in the blink of an eye. Moreover, among the green and red, the dark red color was particularly enchanting. A kind of fear that made everyone's heart tremble shrouded the entire area. Roar! Yun Guichong's fire dragon celestial body was the first to realize that something was wrong. It raised its head and let out a long roar. The entire light red area was filled with brilliance, and the small fire light from before flashed again. Buzz! The two sword lights hummed together and suppressed the roar of the fire dragon celestial body. One sword light pierced toward the flashing fire bead, and the other toward the fire dragon celestial body. Boom! The green and red sword light in front of the head hit the fire bead first. The fire bead flashed with extremely bright brilliance, and then it was quickly annihilated. A hot and strong wave of air rushed out from the fire bead. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, a crack appeared on the fire bead. The crack spread rapidly and almost covered the entire surface of the fire bead. On the fire bead, a small flying sword flashed and appeared. Puff! The disciple who took out the fire bead spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was so weak that he was about to fall to the ground. Obviously, his primordial spirit was severely injured. Fortunately, the disciple next to him was quick enough to support him. As for the second green and red sword light, it fell directly in the light red area and pierced toward the fire dragon celestial body on top of Yun Guichong's head. In the light red area, the green sword light became brighter and brighter. It was like a bolt of lightning that split the light red area. Although the sword light was not as swift as before and seemed to have sunk into mud, the green light was still incomparably sharp and unstoppable. In a breath's time, it pierced through all obstacles and arrived in front of the fire dragon celestial body. Along the way, all the bright crimson flames were cut apart by the sharp sword intent, and all the flames were extinguished like candles in the wind. Roar! The green and red sword light pierced into the fire dragon celestial body. It seemed that the sword light went through it as if it was nothing, but the celestial body's shadow was wailing as if it had been seriously injured. Even Yun Guichong felt the throbbing deep in his heart. The fire dragon celestial body could not hold on any longer and slowly disappeared into his body. With the disappearance of the fire dragon celestial body, the light red area of more than 100 feet immediately disappeared. Guyu, who was trying her best to escape, became invisible in the light red area. Go! Yun Guichong did not hesitate. He pointed his finger at the dragon-repelling hoop that could not resist the sword light. The dragon circled around his body, and his body leaped into the air and flew toward one direction. The two uninjured Huanhua sect disciples were already frightened. When they heard Yun Guichong's order, they had already activated the flying technique to pull the seriously injured disciple. Like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow, they followed Yun Guichong's back and fled. As for their magic weapons, they had already retracted the green and red sword light that broke the fire pearl before Yun Guichong's order could attack. It seemed that they were already prepared to escape. They knew that their magic weapons were no match for the green and red sword light. Of the two sword lights, one circled above the heads of Zhong Haoren and the others, protecting the five of them. The other sword light chased after them like a poisonous snake. However, it only chased for a few hundred feet before it flew back and quietly floated in the air. 1,000 feet away from the green and red sword light, Guyu revealed her figure. Her eyes were vigilant and puzzled as she looked at the small sword in the air. That invisible sword was still in her hand, and she did not relax at all. However, Guyu's divine sense had already swept out in the direction where the two sword lights came from. However, after such a long time, she still did not see any figure coming. She was frightened and at the same time, there was a trace of expectation. A moment later, she saw a figure dressed in camouflage flying over from the distant sky. She could not see clearly whether it was a swordsman or a cultivator. However, Guyu had already distinguished from the divine sense that shrouded this place. This person who came from afar was definitely not a swordsman. Guyu hesitated for a moment and looked at the flying sword that was still in the air. At this time, there was no longer any evil spirit. The green and red sword light was restrained, like a small grass that grew there. Guyu's heart was slightly calmed. She put the invisible sword into her sleeve and quietly hid it. She stood in the air with her hands folded. As for Zhong Haoran and the others, they climbed up from the ground. They tidied up their robes and stood there respectfully, quietly waiting. The cultivator dressed in camouflage seemed to be flying very slowly. However, it seemed slow but was actually very fast. The distance of a few li was quickly covered. When the cultivator landed in the air, the two green and red flying swords flew in front of the cultivator. The cultivator stretched out his hand and entered the swords. Many thanks to Senior for saving our lives. Zhong Haoran and the others could not distinguish the cultivator's face. However, they knew that he was at least a Jindan senior. How could they dare to be negligent? They hurriedly bowed and saluted. They also reported their names. In addition to Zhong Haoran, the other 4 10th level Qi refining disciples were also from Zhongling Mountain Village. The cultivator dressed in camouflage was naturally Xiao Hua. You all get up. Xiao Hua's voice was somewhat ethereal. It was impossible to tell whose voice it was. What is going on? Why did the Huanhua sect disciple kill you all just now? Seeing that the camouflage cultivator did not ask the distant Guyu, but instead asked him first, Zhong Haoran hurriedly took a few steps forward and explained the sequence of events. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, Junior naturally did not know that the Ganoderma horse had been injured by the Huanhua sect disciple. I only thought that it was Junior's doing. If the Huanhua sect disciple had examined the Ganoderma horse with me, I would have definitely returned the Ganoderma horse to them. However, I did not expect that they would use a magic weapon to kill me. If it were not for that girl, I would have already died. Moreover, they knew that I was a disciple of the Dao sect, yet they still wanted to accuse me of a crime and kill me. Nothing more than taking a fancy to this Ganoderma horse. Xiao Hua glanced at the Ganoderma horse imprisoned by the confinement talisman and said coldly, this Ganoderma horse is at least a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma. Moreover, because of the special spiritual energy in the place, it can form a weak spiritual intelligence. It is beneficial to the cultivation of swordsmen and cultivators. How could they not be jealous? Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua slanted his eyes at Zhong Haoran and said, this Ganoderma horse is already in your hands, can you still return it to them? Not to mention the Huanhua sect disciple, even this old man, doesn't believe it. Zhong Haoran's expression was calm as he said with a smile, there are countless strange objects in the world, and the ones that can help this junior's cultivation are even more numerous. However, these strange objects are born from heaven and earth, and are nurtured by heaven and earth. They are not this junior's personal belongings. If this junior is fated to obtain them, then it is this junior's fortune. If this junior is not fated to obtain them, then it is also this junior's fortune. This junior only takes what belongs to this junior, and is not willing to sully this junior's cultivation with other people's belongings. Chapter 2557. Hehe, who doesn't know how to say beautiful words? Xiao Hua praised in his heart, but then he sneered, you go and see if that Ganoderma horse is injured. If it is, then it belongs to Huanhua sect and not you. Yes, this junior understands. Zhong Haoran's expression was very indifferent. He waved his hand and the Ganoderma horse fell into his hand. After he scanned it with his divine sense, he smiled and said, Senior, this Ganoderma horse really has a wound from a fire-type magic weapon. I'm afraid it was done by Huanhua sect disciples just now. This thing was not made by this junior alone. Senior, please deal with it. Seeing Zhong Haoran respectfully hand it over, Xiao Hua rolled up his sleeve and the Zoisha horse disappeared without a trace. As for the 4 aura refining disciples behind Zhong Haoran, their eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance, but they immediately disappeared without a trace. What are you looking at? Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at Guyu, who was 100 feet away, and said coldly, now is the time of the war between Dao cultivators. As a cultivator, it's normal for me to kill you. If Senior wanted to kill this junior, why wait until now? Guyu was not afraid. He raised his head and replied, moreover, Senior is at least a middle gold core stage cultivator. Can you kill this junior without caring about your face? Xiaofan quietly stood in the air, seemingly thinking about something, but after a moment, he laughed again. Ha ha ha, you're right. Why didn't this senior take advantage of the situation to kill you just now? Now that you ask these questions again, who wouldn't answer? Until he heard this sentence, Guyu's heart fell to the ground. Senior, thank you for saving my life. At this time, Guyu also bowed and thanked him. No need to thank me. Xiaofan waved his hand. This senior was just doing it casually. However, this senior is also a bit strange. You, a swordsman, why did you suddenly help these Zhongling Mountain Village disciples? Could it be that you have a relationship with Zhongling Mountain Village? Senior. Guyu whispered, this junior doesn't know about Zhongling Mountain Village, nor do I know these cultivators. I was just passing by and saw Huanhua sect disciples attacking them. I felt it was unfair, so I helped. That's strange. Xiaofan felt a little strange, but he immediately thought of the inexplicable words that Guyu had said in the 7 Extremes mountain range. Thus, he asked, this old man saw that you were using the formless sword. Are you the formless sword Guyu that was widely rumored in the great battle? When Guyu heard this, her face changed greatly. Biting her lips, she nodded and said, Junior is indeed Guyu. Junior didn't think that Senior would actually know Junior's name. You don't have to be afraid. Xiaofan said, even though this old man hates sword cultivators, I also know that some sword cultivators are of noble character. This old man will definitely not bully the weak. Thank you, Senior. However, according to what I know, the invisible sword has killed many Foundation establishment cultivators with the invisible sword. She seems to be a vicious and merciless swordswoman. How come you actually saved several qi refining cultivators today? Xiaofan asked very strangely. This. Guyu hesitated for a moment and said with some embarrassment, it's not that Junior is unwilling to tell Senior the reason, but it involves Junior's privacy, so forgive Junior for not being able to explain in detail. Say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Xiaofan nodded. I'll let Senior know. Guyu thought for a moment and said, Junior participated in the Dao Cultivator War, and just like Senior said, I was ruthless. Whenever I encountered a cultivator, I wouldn't let them go. Junior even led a group of my Void Heaven Sword School's Bright Sword disciples to ambush and kill all the cultivators I encountered. However, not long ago, when Junior was killing a cultivator, he actually saw through my weakness and cut off Junior's right arm in one fell swoop, taking Junior's invisible sword away. However, when Junior was disheartened and was waiting for that cultivator to kill Junior, that cultivator actually did something that Junior couldn't even dream of. He actually returned Junior's arm and invisible sword to Junior. Not only that, but he also put a rare immortal pill into Junior's mouth. If it weren't for that immortal pill, Junior's arm wouldn't have recovered so quickly and so well. Since then, Junior realized that cultivators are far from the rumors of my sword domain swordsmen. They are all shameless people who love to kill. Junior even thought about it carefully and felt that this Dao cultivator war was really boring. Whether it is a swordsman or a cultivator, they are all cultivators and should focus on cultivation. These killings can only affect one's sword heart and Dao heart, and can only be obstacles on our path of cultivation. All the cultivators and swordsmen who participated in the war were chess pieces in the hands of nascent soul cultivators and sword transformation cultivators. They are all innocent and should not die. Therefore, Junior made an oath to never kill a cultivator in the war. Unless that cultivator wants to take Junior's life. Guyu said without concealing anything. It seemed that this thing that others thought was inconceivable was very common in her eyes. What? There is actually such a strange thing? Even Xiao Hua, the instigator, was shocked when he heard Gu Yu's words. That day when he returned the invisible sword to Gu Yu, it was purely a kind of instinct. To put it bluntly, that was the true nature of a man. Seeing a woman who met his eyes, that kind of care from the bottom of his heart, a kind of unbearable disturbance. Moreover, at that time Xiao Hua ruthlessly chopped off Gu Yu's arm. It was simply a kind of blasphemy to Gu Yu's beauty. Xiao Hua naturally gave Gu Yu a Wuxia pill, hoping that it could compensate him for destroying a kind of beauty. However, Xiao Hua never thought that his Wuxia pill was different from the rest. In the eyes of sword cultivators who lacked medicinal pills, to say that it was an immortal pill, it was absolutely not inferior. Gu Yu had already raised Xiao Hua's seemingly casual action to a certain height. Even to the extent that she obtained the principle of compassion for the world. It couldn't be said that Gu Yu's thinking was right. However, in this dangerous battle, even Qin Jian was killed by Xiao Hua. Gu Yu was just a little drawing swordsman, how much certainty did she have to protect herself? Such a delicate and pretty girl with such noble and pure thoughts in her heart, in the battlefield where hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators and Dao cultivators were fighting, I'm afraid, only death awaits her? Little girl. Xiao Hua sighed, that cultivator may not be as kind as you think. Perhaps, he is drooling over your beauty. Gu Yu's face blushed as she lowered her head and said, that cultivator is our swordsman's great enemy. The bounty offered by the sword transformation masters is extremely heavy. How could he possibly covet this junior? Xiao Hua, who was under the bewilderment, was extremely embarrassed. He merely spoke casually and even wanted to change some of Gu Yu's meaningless good thoughts. However, Gu Yu actually asked and didn't answer. What great enemy? No matter how he listened, it didn't seem to be an answer to Xiao Hua's question. In this way, Xiao Hua had some suspicions of ambiguity. If it was before, he could still lift the bewilderment, but now it was absolutely impossible. Cough cough. Xiao Hua coughed twice and didn't know what to say. After thinking hard for a while, he said, Gu Yu, your good heart is also what we swordsmen think. But since it was sword cultivators who started the war, we cultivators can't not fight. This old man is very gratified to be able to see such a righteous swordsman like you. Moreover, this old man also hopes that there will be more and more swordsmen like you. This way, this kind of meaningless war won't continue. Not only swordsmen, even us cultivators won't have to die here for no reason. It's difficult. Gu Yu sighed and didn't say much. According to what this old man knows, that female sword cultivator called Zhang Yutong has already returned to Huan country. Moreover, she wasn't captured by our Dao sect cultivators. If there are no accidents, she will have some influence on this war, right? Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and said. Is that so? Gu Yu was startled. A trace of surprise flashed through her lively eyes as she said curiously, this junior has never heard of such a thing. Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. It had been a long time since he met Zhang Qingxiao. How could Zhang Yutong not have arrived at the Clear Sword sect? Moreover, with Zhang Qingxiao's ability, how could there be any accidents on the way? Perhaps. Zhang Yutong has returned to my sword domain, but there is still no news of Zhang Yuha. The Clear Sword sect won't let this matter go? Gu Yu hesitated for a moment and almost blurted it out. But after saying that, she was shocked. Even if it was her fellow disciple, she couldn't casually say such words. How could she easily believe the other party now? Although the other party had just saved her, he was after all a Dao sect cultivator. Senior, thank you for saving my life. If Senior doesn't have any other instructions, this junior will take her leave. Gu Yu didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly bowed. It's nothing. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said with a smile, however, this old man still wants to ask, what are your plans now? Why did you suddenly fly here? Guyu really wanted to fly away, but after hearing Xiaohua's question, she had to stop and say with an apologetic smile, this junior fought in the 7 Extremes mountain range. I didn't even use my sword, but my sword cultivator was defeated. A swordsman blamed this junior, but my fellow disciple couldn't protect this junior, so I had to, and this old man understands. Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Guyu's independence had been rejected by the sword cultivators, so he couldn't help but feel pity for her. This junior wants to come to the sword tomb to see the gorgeous purple jasmine flowers. Then, I will return to the Void Heaven Sword School and concentrate on cultivation. I will no longer pay attention to this meaningless battle. Guyu said, sighed, and flew away again. Little girl, wait a moment. Xiaohua hurriedly called out when he heard that Guyu wanted to go to the sword tomb. Senior, do you have any other instructions? Guyu had no choice but to stop again. Where is the sword tomb? If Xiaohua wasn't embarrassed before, he really wanted to go with Guyu. At least he wouldn't get lost, but how could he invite a beauty to go with him? Senior wants to go to the sword tomb? Guyu was somewhat curious, but seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, she pointed to the north. There was indeed a lot of deviation from the direction Xiaohua was flying in. In fact, the sword tomb is not the name of a place, but a large area. Senior only needs to fly straight to the north. You don't need a specific location. Alas, there, within 1,000 miles, the blood of cultivators and swordsmen is everywhere. Who knows how many lives have been lost? Chapter 2558. At this point, Guyu hesitated a little and reminded, however, the sword tomb is not suitable for cultivators to go. If Senior goes there, you have to be careful. And this old man knows. Xiaohua nodded. Then this junior will take her leave. Guyu urged the flying sword again. Wait. Xiaohua's mind moved and said urgently. Guyu frowned, but she didn't dare to flare up. She only asked, does Senior have any other instructions? This old man wants to ask, you blocked Huanhua Sect's magic weapon, do you have other thoughts? Xiaohua asked with a smile. This. Guyu didn't understand. Xiaohua was wearing a camouflage robe, so Guyu didn't know where he was looking. This junior really doesn't have other thoughts. Guyu shook her head. Then the Ganoderma horse? Xiaohua pointed his hand and asked, you don't have any thoughts? Hehe, thank you Senior for reminding me. Guyu smiled sweetly and innocently, Junior indeed didn't think so much at that time. But if Senior wants to bestow a reward, it would be impolite for this junior to refuse. This item is also beneficial to my sword cultivation. Yes, now the Ganoderma horse was in Xiaohua's hands. Xiaohua mentioned it at this time, of course he has the intention to reward her. Can the Ganoderma horse be eaten directly? Xiaohua asked, or does your sword cultivation have a special secret technique? Guyu pursed her lips and smiled, Senior's idea is wrong. This junior needs this Ganoderma horse to refine pills or make medicine. Eating it alone is not good. It's even a waste of natural resources. Oh. Xiaohua hesitated. There were many spiritual herbs in his space. Not to mention 10,000 years old, 100,000 years old, 200,000 years old, but these spiritual herbs didn't have any spiritual wisdom. He was somewhat reluctant to destroy this Ganoderma horse. Seeing Xiaohua hesitate, Guyu immediately understood and smiled apologetically, Senior only needs to bestow some juice, there's no need to take the Ganoderma horse's life. Good. Xiaohua also understood and was about to take out the Ganoderma horse, but his heart was moved again. He turned his head and asked Zhong Haoran, when you use the Ganoderma horse, is it also the same? Alright, I'll let Senior know. Zhong Haoran listened for a long time. When he heard Xiao Hua suddenly ask him this question, he immediately bowed and said, "That is indeed the case." One of Junior's senior apprentice sisters, previously, due to a lucky coincidence, she obtained a heaven-mend pill. Relying on this spirit pill, she reached foundation establishment in one fell swoop, and her cultivation base was extremely fast. Junior and the others obtained a pill formula that can be used to refine a different type of spirit pill. Although this spirit pill can't compare to the heaven-mend pill, for us. No need to say any more. Xiao Hua nodded and looked at Guyu. What Zhong Haoran said, do you know? Yes, this junior understands. Guyu's eyes lit up as if she understood something from Xiao Hua's words. She hurriedly nodded and said, although the Dao sect's heaven-mending pill is used to mend meridians, it is also extremely beneficial to the physique of us sword cultivators. Even if this junior took the juice of the Ganoderma horse, the medicinal pill refined would still be inferior to the heaven-mending pill. If senior has a medicinal pill similar to the heavenly mending pill, junior can refuse the Ganoderma horse as a reward. Ha ha ha, what a smart lass. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade bottle and threw it to Guyu. This old man had just thought of it and you could already sense it. You are indeed a dragon among sword cultivators. Many, many thanks, senior. Guyu received the jade bottle and was extremely excited. She hurriedly thanked him, but when she opened the jade bottle, she frowned again. This ugly pill was a far cry from the heavenly mending pill that she knew of. However, the runes on the medicinal pill had a faint brilliance and its essence was so restrained. It made her intuition tell her that this medicinal pill was not ordinary. Little lass, if you don't want it, then this old man will not give it to you. Xiao Hua laughed heartily when he saw the situation. This old man saw your benevolent heart and also saved the Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciple. That's why I gave this item to you. Guyu was enlightened and no longer hesitated. She hurriedly kept the jade bottle and bowed. This junior thanks senior for the generous gift. This junior has obtained this medicinal pill. In the future, when my cultivation is successful, I will definitely remember today's matter and also remember this junior's oath. Good. Xiao Hua said with a smile, the heavenly Tao is in the human heart. Whatever you say, the heavenly Tao is listening. You have a kind heart and the heavenly Tao is kind. This is the will of the heavens. You don't have to thank me. Yes, this junior understands. This junior will take her leave. Guyu said goodbye again. Right. Xiao Hua patted his forehead again. Guyu did not frown this time. She was very happy and laughed. Senior, do you have any other instructions? It turned out that when Guyu said goodbye, her figure did not move. She seemed to know that Xiao Hua would speak again. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed again. He patted his storage bag and took out a jade bottle. Little lass and this old man are fated. This item is for you. However, do not mention it to others. What is this? Guyu took the jade bottle. It was another ugly medicinal pill. She really did not understand. Face-retaining pill. Xiao Hua knew that Guyu might not know about the auction in Sky Patrol City. He could only transmit his voice. What? This is a face-retaining pill? As calm as Guyu, when she heard that she had a face-retaining pill in her hand, she also exclaimed. She had long lost her usual calmness. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He transmitted his voice to her. Wasn't it to let her keep quiet? Even if there were only Zhong Haoran and the other 4 people around, this face-retaining pill was very likely to be related to the rejuvenation pill. Xiao Hua did not want to leave any clues behind. And this is the item. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this old man was in Tongmu City more than 10 years ago. I competed with the people and bid for this item. However, this old man has no use for it. Today, I will give it to you. Alas, youth is fleeting, brilliance is hard to stay. I hope this little lass can stay pure forever. Many, many thanks, Senior. Guyu's face was slightly red. However, the shyness in her eyes could not suppress the surprise in her eyes. If Xiao Hua and the others were not here, she was afraid that she would have swallowed it in one gulp. All right, little lass, you can go now. Xiao Hua saw that Guyu actually stopped in midair and still did not leave. He said with a smile, "This old man does not have any more good things here. Yes, this junior is truly grateful to Senior. Only, I do not know." Guyu summoned up her courage and said, "Only, I do not know if Senior can bestow a name." Obviously, Guyu was truly grateful. "No need." Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said, not transmitting his voice, "You and I have met by chance. Moreover, there is a difference between Dao and sword. I am afraid that we will not meet again in the future. Whether or not I know your name has nothing to do with it." Guyu's face was full of disappointment. Biting her lips, Xiao Hua's unusually young face inexplicably appeared in her mind. It seemed that from the moment she saw his battle, the trajectory of her life had already changed. These words, even if it was said by Xiao Hua, it was also extremely appropriate. "This junior is leaving." Guyu hesitated. She was about to urge her body to leave, as if she was expecting Xiao Hua to call her again. "Be careful on the road." Xiao Hua no longer spoke to urge her to stay. "Many thanks, Senior." Guyu's face showed a trace of disappointment. I forgot." Just as Guyu flew for about 10 feet, Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the ground where Zhong Haoren's flying sword was destroyed by the Huanhua sect disciple. Suddenly, his heart moved and he hurriedly said, "Little girl, please wait." "Yes, Senior." "Do you have any other orders?" Guyu cheerfully flew back. Unexpectedly, she was extremely happy. He, the last sentence. Xiao Hua pointed his finger at Zhong Haoren and said, "This is Zhong Haoren from Zhongling Mountain Village. You two meeting today can be considered as fate." Moreover, this old man observed that Zhong Haoren also practiced flying swords. "If there is any opportunity in the future, you two can learn from each other. How about it?" Guyu's face showed slight astonishment. There was also a trace of disappointment. Looking left and right at the 5 people, she nodded and said, "Since this is Senior's order, if there is an opportunity in the future, this junior can give some guidance. Mrs. Life-Saving Grace, this Zhong will never forget it." How could Zhong Haoren not understand? He hurriedly bowed and said, "However, this Zhong's cultivation is shallow and it is difficult to repay. Now I can only remember it in my heart and hope that there will be an opportunity in the future to repay." "No need." Guyu flicked her sleeve and said, "This senior has already repaid the favor of saving you all. If there is an opportunity in the future, you can come to the Void Heaven Sword School. This sword will definitely fulfill her promise to the senior." Immediately, Guyu looked at Xiao Hua and said, "This junior will be leaving now," and Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This old man has nothing else to do. Little girl, quickly go back." Sure enough, this time, Guyu flew for several hundred zhang. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't call for her, Guyu had no choice but to urge her invisible sword to quickly fly away. Junior Zhong Haoren once again thanked Senior. After Guyu left, Zhong Haoren knew that a mere sword cultivator could obtain so many benefits from this senior. He and the others were cultivators of the Dao sect, so how could they not benefit from this senior? He immediately bowed and thanked him again. The 4 10th layer Qi refining disciples also hurriedly bowed. Strange. Xiao Hua looked at Zhong Haoren and asked, "Haoren, this Xiao remembers that you didn't practice flying swords before? Why did you suddenly use a flying sword?" When Zhong Haoren heard Xiao Hua address him so intimately, he was already greatly alarmed. When Xiao Hua addressed himself as this Xiao, he almost cried tears of joy. With a voice of disbelief, he called out, "Xiao. Martial Uncle Xiao." "Nonsense, of course it's this Xiao." As Xiao Hua spoke, he removed the mist and said with a smile, "That sword cultivator was here just now, this Xiao didn't dare to be too ostentatious." Who would have thought that when Xiao Hua revealed his true face, without waiting for Zhong Haran to speak, those 4 10th layer qi refining disciples looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their eyes emitted a crazed expression. Plop 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 4 times in a row, the 4 of them actually all knelt on the ground and said with their heads bowed, this lowly one, kowtows to Taoist Xiao." So much so that a slightly younger disciple was practically clenching his fist. His body was trembling as he shouted somewhat hysterically, "This lowly one was able to see Taoist Zhao's true face in this lifetime. Even if this lowly one dies today, I have no regrets." Another disciple also shouted, "This lowly one was just silently calling Taoist Zhao's name in my heart, and Taoist Xiao immediately flew over to save this lowly one. Taoist Xiao is indeed a supreme Taoist. Where did this all come from?" Xiao Hua saw the 4 people lose their composure like this and was startled in his heart. He then bitterly smiled and looked at Zhong Haran. "Haran, what's going on?" Chapter 2559. Xiao Hua knew that he didn't use the title of Taoist Master Xiao much. Apart from Zhang Qingxiao, he only used it in Zhongling Villa. Only Zhong Haran could explain this. Who would have thought that Zhong Haran was also shocked? He also looked at the 4 people strangely, not knowing why they worshipped Xiao Hua so much. As for Xiao Hua's question, Zhong Haran could only smile bitterly and answer awkwardly, reporting to Martial Uncle Xiao, "This junior really doesn't know." However, from their tone, I'm afraid they know about Martial Uncle Zhao's deeds. Moreover, all the people of Yuncheng, Xicheng, Fancheng, and other places in Meng country, are indebted to Martial Uncle Zhao's grace. At this point, Zhong Haran's heart moved and he said with pleasant surprise, "Junior understands. These aura refining disciples are indebted to Martial Uncle." "Oh? Is that so?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. When he was in the barren mountains of Meng country, he saw the desolation and discovered the fine seeds. Then, he spread the fine seeds throughout the 3 countries and saved countless people. However, based on this matter, it had only been 10 years, right? Those children couldn't have cultivated to the 10th layer of aura refining all of a sudden, right? If that was the case, Xiao Hua would have eaten it himself. Why would he need to work so hard? "All of you, get up." Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, hinting the 4 disciples to get up from the ground. As for the 4 disciples, except for their loss of composure when they first saw Xiao Hua, they didn't even dare to say a word. They only looked at Xiao Hua respectfully and listened to Xiao Hua ask Zhong Haran. At this moment, hearing Xiao Hua's command, the 4 hurriedly got up and stood with their hands hanging down. Their eyes were filled with worship. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua was somewhat enlightened. Just now, all of his words were directed at Zhong Haran. These disciples didn't dare to interrupt him and simply wouldn't answer. If he were to ask them, he would have already known the answer. "What's your name?" Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the slightly tall disciple with extremely dark skin. "This junior is Fei Yunshu." The disciple was extremely respectful. He didn't slack off just because he had already introduced himself and answered word by word. "Oh, so you're a disciple of Fan City's Fei family?" Xiao Hua nodded. "Taoist master knows." Fei Yunshu replied. "Yes." Xiao Hua glanced at Zhong Haran. He had killed Fei Xicheng at Zhongling Mountain Villa that day, but he had let Qin Kai go. As for whether the Fei family of Ji City belonged to Zhongling Mountain Villa or Qin Kai, or whether Qin Kai had been destroyed and the Qin family of Fan City had been swallowed into Zhongling Mountain Villa, he was too lazy to ask. "How do you know this Xiao's appearance, or are you so respectful towards this Xiao?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Fei Yunchu's face lit up with excitement, and he replied respectfully, "This humble one has a statue of Taoist Xiao in his home. Although the statue's carving isn't detailed enough, this little brother can recognize the real person at a glance. This time, when I return home, I must carve the statue more vividly." "At home?" Xiao Hua frowned. "Yes, this humble one is a distant relative of the Fei family. That year, during the Great Wilderness, this humble one was sent out and didn't know that there was a disaster at home. When this humble one returned home and saw that the road was barren, I was already flustered. I thought that I would never see the 37 members of my family again. However, when this humble one finally managed to return home, I discovered that everyone in the family had eaten Taoist Zhao's rice during the disaster. That was how they survived. Every single one of them kowtowed to Taoist Zhao's statue in the morning and at night, offering incense to the statue." Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously, "Fei Yunshu, you've already refined qi, why is your family still so poor?" "I'll let Taoist Xiao know." Fei Yunshu replied without hesitation, "This humble one had only just reached the 3rd layer of qi refining at that time, and could only enter the Fei family. Besides, our blood relations with the Fei family were too distant. This humble one had already spent a lot of money to enter the Fei family, and this humble one couldn't cultivate, so he couldn't help the family much." "What? You were only at the 3rd layer of qi refining at that time?" Not only was Xiao Hua flabbergasted, even Zhong Haoran was shocked. It had only been a dozen years, and this Fei Yunshu had actually cultivated from the 3rd layer of qi refining to the 10th layer of qi refining. How could this be? This Fei Yunshu was a cultivation genius. This was all thanks to Taoist Zhao's great kindness. Fei Yunshu said anxiously, "This humble one's aptitude wasn't good at that time. Even in the Fei family, I was only a 3rd-rate cultivator. However, when this humble one returned home and saw that not only was everyone in the family alive, but there were also a few of my nephews with excellent aptitudes, an idea came to my mind. When this humble one heard my family's gratitude to Taoist Xiao, this humble one knelt in front of Taoist Zhao's statue and prayed. As a result, this humble one received Taoist Zhao's guidance. Under the condition of fasting, this humble one ate the Taoist Zhao's immortal seeds. Thus, this humble one's cultivation didn't have any bottlenecks, and I cultivated all the way to the 10th layer of qi refining." There's such a thing?" Xiao Hua was stunned again. Yes, this humble one didn't dare to say too much about this matter. If this humble one didn't see Taoist Xiao in person today, this humble one definitely wouldn't have revealed it. Fei Yunshu's eyes fell on Xiao Hua, ignoring Zhong Haoran and the others. Xiao Hua looked at the other 3 people. Their eyes were flickering with fanaticism, as if they were extremely respectful towards Xiao Hua. Thus, he asked, "What about the 3 of you?" "This humble one's name is Zhong Pei, a distant branch of the Zhong family." A slightly pale disciple with delicate features hurriedly replied, "This humble one's family isn't as poor as junior martial brother Fei's family. My family didn't worship Taoist Xiao before. However, this humble one was seriously injured and was stranded in the wilderness. There were some commoners there who worshipped Taoist Xiao. This humble one ate Taoist Zhao's immortal seeds, and my injuries were greatly healed. Even my cultivation had a breakthrough. Thus, this humble one asked for Taoist Zhao's statue from the commoners and hid it close to my body. Every day, I would worship it and eat a lot of rice. Thus, this humble one's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds." As he spoke, he carefully took out a silk ribbon from his neck. Sure enough, there was a small person inside. Looking at his appearance, his phoenix eyes and sword-like eyebrows were indeed somewhat similar to Xiao Hua's. "Granny, is this young master really that godly? Xiaofan pinched his nose. It was very strange. He really didn't think that the rice he planted in his space could actually have such an effect. You two are waiting for? Xiaofan asked again. He knew that if he didn't ask, they definitely wouldn't say anything. This humble one is Qin Ji. I live in Jicheng, but I'm not related to the Qin family by blood. Another extremely simple and honest disciple said, this humble one's experience is similar to that of senior brother Fei. However, the difference is that this humble one went home to visit his family and saw that his nephew was only 4 years old. He could actually understand the qi refining method that this humble one accidentally obtained. He could even easily draw qi into his body. However, when this humble one recommended this nephew to Jicheng, the martial uncle who tested his physique said that this nephew's aptitude was not good enough and he couldn't cultivate. Thus, this humble one asked someone to let this nephew enter Zhongling mountain village. Finally, this humble one found the miracle of Taoist Xiao in his home. It turned out that this nephew was born after his sister used Taoist Zhao's immortal seed. This humble one tried to use the immortal seed and worshipped Taoist Xiao. And, this humble one understands. Xiaofan nodded and asked again, then, what about the other nephews in your family? This humble one has 2 nephews. Although they are very smart, they don't seem to have an immortal fate like this nephew. Qin Ji said without hiding anything. What about you? Xiaofan looked at the last disciple, who was a little short and fat. This humble one's name is Zhongzhan. The disciple's face was a little red as he whispered, this humble one has always been bad at fasting and often takes secular things from time to time. Later, this humble one was also curious. After taking Taoist Zhao's immortal seed, my cultivation improved greatly. Only then did I really worship Taoist Xiao. So that's how it is. Xiaofan nodded slightly, waved his hand and said, this humble one's giving of good seeds is the virtue of the heavens. The heavens borrowed this humble one's hand to save the common people. You all have this opportunity and can see the way to progress, it is also the will of the heavens. This has nothing to do with this humble one. Fellow Taoists worshipping this humble one like this really makes this humble one panic. Taoist Xiao. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Zhongharan was a little puzzled. However, the faces of Zhongzhan and the others changed greatly. With a few put-on sounds, they fell to the ground again and anxiously said, Taoist Xiao, are you despising this humble one? If Taoist Xiao thinks that we shouldn't cultivate and shouldn't have this opportunity, then this humble one will cripple our cultivation. Don't. Xiaofan hurriedly raised his hand and used heaven and earth in the sleeve to cover the 4 people. He was really afraid that these 4 people would suddenly attack and scatter his magic power. This humble one only thinks that this humble one has only done some extremely insignificant things for the sake of the heavens. If other ordinary people mistakenly think that this humble one is some Taoist Xiao, then so be it. After all, they don't know the truth. Xiaofan patiently explained, but fellow Taoists have already stepped into the 10th level of qi refining, and foundation establishment is just around the corner. And this humble one is only a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If I were to be worshipped by you all, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of others? Taoist Xiao is lacking. Fei Yunshu was the most devout. Now that he saw Xiaofan deny him, he couldn't help but become anxious and argued, if Taoist Xiao is a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how could you easily drive away a middle-stage foundation establishment Huanhua sect disciple? How could you make the sword cultivators of Huan country be respectful to you? Besides, when this humble one saw that danger was imminent, I immediately prayed for Taoist Xiao in my heart. And Taoist Xiao immediately drove his sword over. If this isn't the power of a Taoist Xiao, then what is it? Right, senior martial brother Fei is right. Qin Ji also kowtowed and said, this humble one also prayed just now, hoping that Taoist Xiao would be able to rescue this humble one from the hands of these vicious Huanhua sect disciples. And if Taoist Xiao really did come, this humble one will no longer worship Taoist Xiao in the future. How can I be worthy of Taoist Xiao's rescue? This humble one can't control what others think. Fei Yunshu said sincerely, this humble one's family of dozens of people worshipped Taoist Xiao in order to survive. Not allowing this humble one to worship you is impossible. Taoist Xiao. Hearing this, Zhong Haran also knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, others don't know Taoist Xiao's divine ability, but how could this humble one not know? Actually, this humble one was also silently praying in his heart. When Taoist Xiao appeared just now, this humble one already had some premonition in his heart. However, to be honest with Taoist Xiao, this humble one really didn't dare to believe it just now. After all, this is too miraculous. But now, it seems that this humble one and the others' piety was able to summon Taoist Xiao. In the future, this humble one will also be like them, worshipping Taoist Xiao in my heart. Chapter 2560. Haran Xiaohua was suddenly pushed to the altar by others. He felt somewhat uncomfortable and said with a bitter smile, don't you feel that worshipping a cultivator with a similar cultivation level as you is very unnatural? Moreover, no matter how high this Xiao's cultivation level is, in the future, you will still have the opportunity to cultivate to this Xiao's current cultivation level, or even surpass this Xiao. At that time, will others also have to worship you? Taoist Xiao. Zhong Haran said sincerely, this lowly one has cultivated to this point completely by relying on Taoist Xiao's strength. This lowly one knows that without Taoist Xiao, this lowly one would still be a qi-refining cultivator and would absolutely have no chance to set foot into foundation establishment. Not only that, even if this lowly one has Taoist Xiao's cultivation level, this lowly one does not have Taoist Xiao's heart, does not have the compassion of the world, and does not have the magical ability to save thousands of people from water and fire. Therefore, this lowly one can say that in this world, only Taoist Xiao can worship, even if Taoist Xiao is only a foundation establishment cultivator. As for other cultivators, even if they are nascent soul cultivators, they are only our teachers, not the Taoist we should worship. Taoist Xiao. Qin Ji and Fei Yunshu shouted, please accept this lowly one's worship. Unfortunately, these four people were restrained by Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve. Although they could speak, they could not worship him. Hearing the words of the five people, Xiao Hua's heart was also shaken. The Buddhist fire in his Buddhist heart flickered slightly, seemingly echoing. Could it be that this is really a magical ability? After Xiao Hua sensed it, he was somewhat surprised. After thinking for a while, he made a decision, damn it, if this young master continues to refuse, this young master will really be suspected of selling dog meat under a sheep's head. If this young master did not want to have a false reputation, this young master would not have mentioned his name when the people of the secular world wanted to worship him. Even when the Zhongling mountain villa and the heavenly demon sect scattered spirit seeds everywhere, this young master would not have mentioned his name. Now that Taoist Zhao's name has been spread out, and there really are people coming to worship this young master has to pretend to push them out. Is this interesting? Forget it. Xiao Hua made a decision. He immediately waved his Taoist robe and laughed loudly. This Xiao is wrong. The human heart is the most back, the common people are the heavenly Tao. Since the heavenly Tao wants to borrow this young master's hand to save the common people, this young master. What's the harm? Thank you, spiritual master Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua agree, Zhong Haran and the others were overjoyed. They kowtowed 9 times before standing up. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, took out 5 jade bottles, and handed them over to Zhong Haran. You can't just greet me for nothing. Here, each of you will get 1 heaven-mending pill. Thank you, spiritual master. Zhong Haran was overjoyed. He respectfully stepped forward to receive it and then distributed it to everyone. How could Fei Yunshu and the others not know what the heavenly mending pill was? Seeing that Taoist Master Xiao, whom he regarded as a deity, had once again bestowed him with a spirit pill, his heart was filled with boundless gratitude. Choked with sobs, she couldn't even say the word, "thank you." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly when he saw Fei Yunshu and the others shed tears of gratitude. However, he immediately felt a trace of pride in his heart. Xiao Hua rarely gave things to others, but when he did give things to others, they were all extremely good things. If one were to think about it, which cultivator would be able to shed tears of gratitude like these four? This wasn't just a simple, shedding tears of gratitude, but rather a level of worship towards Xiao Hua as if he were a god. In the entire Dawn Rain continent, how many cultivators could do this? Xiao Hua, naturally had a reason to be proud. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart moved again. He had an idea that he had never thought of before. "Thank you, spiritual master." Fei Yunshu came to his senses and blurted out again. "Yunshu." Xiao Hua said faintly, "Since this is something bestowed by this spiritual master, you should have it. In the future, don't mention the word, thank you." "Yes, spiritual master. This little one understands." Fei Yunshu's heart trembled and he hurriedly replied. Xiao Hua swept his gaze over the others and asked, "Just now, you all said that the baby who ate this spiritual master's immortal seed would have excellent aptitudes, right?" "Yes, spiritual master knows." Qin Ji hurriedly said, "This little one has specially inquired. Boy who ate the immortal seed was more flexible and intelligent than the babies this little one had seen before. But when it comes to aptitudes, right? Not necessarily. Just like this little one's nephew, his physique isn't suitable for cultivation, but his cultivation method is far superior to ordinary people. Maybe." At this point, Qin Ji was somewhat hesitant. Zhong Haoran said, "Spiritual master, this little one thinks that our Zhong family's method of physique testing might not be able to test the physique of the babies cultivated by spiritual master's immortal seed." "Correct. That's exactly the case." Xiao Hua instantly understood. Now that the world's spiritual energy had changed, his immortal seed was able to adapt to the current world's spiritual energy after being cultivated by the space. Moreover, the babies who ate this rice had also adapted to the current world's spiritual energy. In this changed world's spiritual energy, it was more suitable for cultivation. Of course, the original method of testing babies was no longer suitable. More suitable testing methods for these babies were needed. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua recalled the time when he was in the Imperial Thunder sect. He helplessly said to Xiang Yang that when Zhenlei Palace was selecting disciples, they often found that the disciples with great potential didn't have any special progress after being accepted into the sect. Some disciples who didn't perform well at that time actually advanced by leaps and bounds after being accepted into the sect. This was probably the reason. "And this Xiao understands." Xiao Hua nodded and asked, "Like you, who ate rice, are there other cultivators?" "This." Zhong Haoran looked at the four people and shook his head, "This little one doesn't know. This little one has been fasting for a long time." If the four of them didn't mention it, this little one wouldn't have thought that they still ate rice. When this little one and the others ate rice, we did it behind their backs. We only ate it after worshipping spiritual master. Fei Yunshu said in a low voice. "Us too." Zhongzhan and the others replied in the same way. Although Xiao Hua was a bit curious about the relationship between worshipping him and eating rice, when he thought about how the people of the secular world did it, he was afraid that they would also do the same. As for why Qi refining cultivators were so devout, Xiao Hua could only attribute it to miraculous. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. "In the future, when you return to Zhongling Mountain Village, you can carefully investigate it. There are many immortal seeds there. In this Xiao's opinion, I'm afraid that all the rice has been replaced by immortal seeds. When Zhong Haran heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. He lowered his head and said, "You're right, spiritual master." With spiritual master's support and the Zhongling Villa's arrangement, the rice in Mongolia is being replaced by good seeds in Yuncheng, Xicheng, and Fancheng. Moreover, in the secular world, these immortal seeds have been called immortal seeds. Many, influential people in the secular world have gathered in Yun City in order to obtain immortal seeds from the Zhong family. Because of this, the Zhong family has benefited greatly. Zhongling Mountain Village? Zhong family? When Xiaohua heard Zhong Haran's words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It didn't seem to be the Zhongling Mountain Village or Zhong family that he often heard. Xiaohua couldn't help but notice the embarrassment on Zhong Haran's face. Sure enough, Zhong Haran said in a low voice, "Spiritual master, if you insist on investigating around Zhongling Mountain Village, I'm afraid that this little one won't be able to complete it. However, the immortal seeds around Yun City have already been popularized. Even if this little one isn't in Zhongling Mountain Village, I can still complete it." Haran, what's going on? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at the four people beside him. The four people's excited eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness, and he couldn't help but ask, "Just now, this Xiao saw the five of you alone in the vicinity of this sword tomb. It's currently a great battle between Dao cultivators. How did you all come to such a dangerous place? Zhongzhan and the others are only at the 10th level of qi refinement. A sword cultivator can kill all of you with a single flying sword." Zhong Haran gritted his teeth and said with extreme grievance, "I'll let spiritual master know. Actually, this little one is no longer a disciple of Zhongling Mountain Village. Earlier, what I said to that female sword cultivator was only out of consideration for this little one's face." How is that possible? Xiaohua was even more astonished. "You're already at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This is a pretty good realm in your Zhongling Mountain Village. Moreover, you and this Xiao can be considered to be fated. How could Zhong Tianyao possibly expel you from Zhongling Mountain Village? This has nothing to do with Patriarch." Zhong Haran hesitated for a moment and explained the reason for the matter. It turned out that back then, Xiaohua killed Patriarch Fei Xicheng of Ji City's Fei family and also expelled Patriarch Qin Kai of Fan City's Qin family. Although Patriarch Zhong Tianyao of Yun City's Zhong family was poisoned, under Xiaohua's detoxification technique, he quickly recovered to his original state. When Xiaohua was comprehending the ancient refining technique, Zhong Tianyao, who was strategizing, sent troops to attack Fan City's Qin family. That's right, it was Fan City and not Ji City. Qin family's patriarch was scared to death by Qin Kai. When he saw that Zhong Tianyao didn't go to Ji City and instead attacked him first, he was even more frightened. He thought that it was Xiaohua's instructions. In the end, under Zhong Tianyao's bluff, he only resisted for a few days before hurriedly retreating. He gave half of his family's territory to Zhong Tianyao in exchange for Xiaohua's forgiveness. Zhong Tianyao naturally knew when to stop and immediately sent disciples to Ji City. A Ji City without a patriarch was practically an empty city without a city gate. The Zhong family's disciples weren't in a hurry to attack Red Crane Mountain. They only surrounded the mountain peak and sent people who were eloquent to persuade them to surrender. Long before the Zhong family came to Red Crane Mountain, the Qin family had already sent disciples over. Not only did they inform the Fei family of Fei Xicheng's death, they even revealed a ferocious face and wanted to take Red Crane Mountain into the Qin family's pocket. However, before the Qin family could succeed, they couldn't protect themselves. That was why they hurriedly retreated. Now, the Zhong family that defeated the Qin family came again. The Fei family's elders discussed slightly and reached an agreement with the Zhong family. The content of the agreement was naturally not something that Zhong Haran could know. But since then, the Qin family had submitted to the Zhong family. This was something that all the disciples of Yun City and Ji City knew. Chapter 2561. Of course, Xiaohua had already left Zhongling Villa, so he didn't know about Zhong Tianyao actions. Xiaohua still thought that it was good enough that the Zhong and Qin families could divide the Fei family equally. But how could he know that Zhong Tianyao's strategy was far beyond his imagination, and far beyond his estimation? Since the Zhong family's strength had greatly increased, the Zhong family naturally had to strengthen their control over the Fei family and half of the Qin family. Therefore, many disciples of the Zhong family were sent out. Zhong Haran couldn't speak, so he was treated as a mute. But after all, he was a 12th level Qi refining disciple, and was also sent to guard a place in the Qin family. Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, and Qin Ji were his subordinates. Although Zhong Haran was disheartened emotionally, and was ridiculed by many of his fellow disciples, and even after he was sent to guard the Qin family, there were still some disciples who occasionally used his feelings for Zhong Xiaofan to mock him. But Zhong Haran didn't care, and instead, his heart of cultivation became more and more firm. His mind also became clearer and clearer. The Qin family was the same as the Fei family, both of them were weapon refiners, and they also had some cultivation methods. After being annexed by the Zhong family, these cultivation methods naturally flowed into the Zhong family. However, the Zhong family's direct descendants and accomplished disciples didn't care about these foreign cultivation methods, so Zhong Tianyao ordered the disciples guarding the Qin and Fei family to choose the cultivation methods they liked to practice. And the place Zhong Haran was guarding just happened to have a cultivation method for practicing flying swords, and he even found a good quality flying sword in the Qin family. The moment Zhong Haran saw the flying sword and studied the sword art, he was immediately attracted by the piercingly cold sword qi of the flying sword. In addition, his cultivation had been stagnant for a long time, so he tried to practice the flying sword art. Who would have thought that Zhong Haran's character was exactly suitable for flying swords? That sharp true qi carrying sword qi, under the impact of day and night, Xiaohua's seal on Zhong Haran's acupoints was actually loosened. The moment the earth crystal Yao milk merged with his true qi was also the moment he built his foundation. Not only did Zhong Haran easily build his foundation, he was even able to open his mouth and speak. At that time, how could Zhong Haran not know that this was Xiaohua's painstaking effort? Previously, he hadn't complained at all, but now, he revered Xiaohua even more. Although he hadn't reached the level where he worshipped Xiaohua daily like Fei Yunshu did, every time he thought about it, his heart filled with gratitude. Zhong Zhan and Zhong Pei were also disciples of the Zhong family who started to rise after the Qin family. Because they weren't valued in the Zhongling villa in the beginning, they were very close to Zhong Haran. After Zhong Haran built his foundation, they paid more attention to him and gave him pointers. Although he couldn't be considered a master, he was better than a master. As for Qin Ji, because he originally practiced flying sword, although his cultivation was not satisfactory, he had been practicing since he was a child. Sometimes, Zhong Haran would even ask him. When the Great War of Dao cultivators began, the Zhong clan of Yun City was not considered a big aristocratic family. Although Zhong Tianyao was a golden core cultivator, he was not worthy of the attention of those cultivation sections. Hence, they did not transfer disciples from their clan. However, Zhong Tianyao saw the opportunity of the Great War. He knew that training disciples in the Great War could not only improve their cultivation, but also discover disciples with strategic talents. In his opinion, disciples with strategic foresight were more useful than disciples with high cultivation. After all, he took down the Qin family and the Fei family mostly by relying on his strategy, not by force. Of course, Zhong Tianyao still had the same thoughts as the other disciples who didn't participate in the Great War of Dao cultivators. Not only would there be spirit stones and sword arts, but there would also be flying swords, magic tools, and so on. It was really killing two birds with one stone. In this regard, Zhong Tianyao was even more eager than the disciples of the cultivation sects who didn't participate in the Great War. What supported a family or a sect was not only disciples, but also cultivation techniques. If the Zhong clan obtained more systematic cultivation techniques in the Great War of Sword Cultivators, the Zhong clan might be able to leave the ranks of aristocratic families and become a cultivation sect. And wasn't his annexation of the Fei family and the Qin family the most crucial half-step? Therefore, Zhong Tianyao selected disciples to go to the Huan country to participate in the Great War of Sword Cultivators. In order to control the Fei family and the Qin family, while the Zhong clan dispatched their own disciples, they also dispatched the disciples of the two families to the Huan country. Fei Yunshu was also among them. There were also thousands of disciples in the Zhongling mountain villa. The structure was similar to that of a cultivation sect. A dozen people formed a small team, and each team was led by a foundation establishment disciple. In addition, there was another disciple with a slightly lower cultivation to assist. Zhong Haoran, Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, and Qin Ji were in a small team. The leader of this team was a middle-stage foundation establishment disciple named Zhong Jinka. Logically speaking, Zhong Haoran was in the early stage of foundation establishment. It was precisely because he complimented Zhong Jinka that they had a good rapport. However, when Zhong Haoran saw Zhong Jinka, he was extremely embarrassed. Why? It was very simple. Zhong Jinka was Zhong Xiaofan's dual cultivation partner. Ever since Zhong Xiaofan set foot in the foundation establishment realm, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds with the support of the mending heavenly pill that repaired her meridians. She had long become a fairy in the eyes of the Zhong clan's male foundation establishment cultivators. Zhong Jinka had also used countless methods to pursue Zhong Xiaofan. This was also normal. However, Zhong Xiaofan inadvertently revealed some of Zhong Haoran's matters. Although she didn't mention Xiaohua, her apology and gratitude towards Zhong Haoran couldn't be concealed. If Zhong Jinka was a magnanimous person, then it would be fine. However, Zhong Jinka was quite scheming and narrow-minded. When he saw his former lover's follower whose cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, he had long been displeased with him. As a result, the ugliness in human nature was revealed. First, he wanted to isolate Zhong Haoran. In the case of Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, Qin Ji, and Fei Yunshu, the four qi refining disciples who used flying swords, following Zhong Haoran, he also isolated these 5 people, dividing a team of more than 10 people into 2. This wasn't all. Over the past 2 years since they arrived at the battlefield of the Cultivation War, Zhong Jinka had constantly placed Zhong Haoran and the others in danger, making them complete nearly impossible tasks. And every time they completed a task, he would take all the credit for himself. Every 6 months, the Zhongling mountain villa would send disciples to exchange information and reward and punish everyone. However, Zhong Jinka got all the credit for the team, and Zhong Haoran got none. How could Zhong Haoran stand such a cowardly act? Although he was an upright person with a neutral character, after practicing the flying sword, he was also influenced by the flying sword cultivation method's unbending principle. He had long been cold to Zhong Jinka. If it were not for the strict rules of the Zhongling mountain villa, where everything on the battlefield was decided by the captain, he would have returned to the Zhongling mountain villa long ago. Zhong Jinka naturally saw Zhong Haoran's reaction and secretly rejoiced. 2 months ago, when Zhong Jinka sent Zhong Haoran to intercept and kill more than 10 sword gestation swordsmen, Zhong Haoran completely turned hostile. Those are 13 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. Zhong Haoran gritted his teeth and said, "Although I'm at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, I can handle 5 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. But what about the 8 swordsmen at the sword gestation realm? How can Zhong Zhan and the other 3 deal with them? This is a sure death situation. Therefore, I immediately objected and proposed that the whole team of 23 disciples of the Zhong family should attack together. However, Zhong Jinka actually said that he had other arrangements for the other disciples, and that he had a more important task. If I don't intercept and kill them, I won't listen to the captain's orders. If I delay this matter, I'll bear the consequences. It's not right for you to go, but it's also not right for you not to go. Of course, you definitely can't go. Xiaofan said with a smile, if you go, you'll definitely die. Secondly, if you come back alive, he'll ask all kinds of questions and say that it's strange that you escaped from the hands of 13 swordsmen at the 6th level of the sword gestation realm. He'll even say that you were captured by the swordsmen and became their spy. At that time, I didn't think so much. I only knew that I couldn't possibly be a match for those swordsmen. If I went, I would only be throwing away my life. Zhong Haran honestly replied, so I turned hostile. I resolutely refused to go. Well, in fact, you might as well go. Xiaofan said again, after you went, you could have avoided the battle and let them make a fuss about you. It's better than falling into their trap. This Zhong Jinka is just a scheming person. He's a careful person. He just wants to expel you from the Zhong family so that Zhong Yuehan's heart won't be obstructed. Unfortunately, I didn't see it clearly at that time. It wasn't until half a month later that the senior brothers of Zhongling village came to inspect. This guy took the opportunity to report this matter to the senior brothers of law enforcement. At once, he listed several crimes of this little one, such as not listening to orders, delaying the battle, affecting the morale, and so on. He asked the senior brothers of law enforcement to expel this little one from the Zhong family. Zhong Haran angrily said, it wasn't until that moment that this little one understood that the human heart is sinister. Of course. Xiaofan pointed his finger and said, the most sinister thing in this world is the human heart. The most fickle thing is also the human heart. The most unpredictable thing is still the human heart. You've gone through so many things, and you finally understand. Yes, this disciple has thought it through these days. Zhong Haran said with relief, it's not that Zhong Jinka didn't have the means to kill this little one, and it's not that he didn't have the opportunity to kill this little one, but he was extremely cautious and didn't act rashly. He has been provoking this little one for the past few years, and I'm afraid that he wanted this little one to make the first move so that he could take advantage of the situation. When this little one didn't do as he wished, he took a step back and wanted to expel this little one from the Zhong family. Yes, or perhaps his original goal was to expel you, so that his wife can cultivate with ease. Xiaofan nodded, after all, it's more risky for him to kill you, and it will also damage his Dao heart, so it's not worth it. The human heart. Zhong Haran sighed, if it was a little purer, how good would that be? Then it wouldn't be the human heart. Xiaofan said, moreover, without this fickle and sinister human heart, where would there be the current Zhong Haran? Zhong Haran shook his head sadly, this little one was expelled from the Zhong family, but Zhong Zhan and the others were also implicated. This little one feels very guilty in his heart. Martial Uncle Zhong. Fei Yunshu and the others said respectfully, Martial Uncle's character is noble and pure, and we all admire you. Following Martial Uncle is also our choice. What Spiritual Master said just now was extremely true. If we didn't follow Martial Uncle, I'm afraid our lives would be in danger in the war. Chapter 2562. Hiss. Zhong Haran came to his senses and took a deep breath. How did you all get here? What are your plans for the future? Xiaofan asked with a smile. We left the Zhong family's disciples and had to act alone. We wanted to return to Yun City, but it's too far away. We didn't have any spirit stones with us, so we couldn't use the teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City. If we flew back directly, I'm afraid we would die, so we were at a loss. Zhong Haoran did not hide and said, but there are many sword cultivators here, so we couldn't stay for long. We decided to go to Sky Patrol City first and see if there was anyone we knew, then find a chance to return to Yun City. At the very least, we had to stay in Sky Patrol City to save our lives. However, I don't know what happened, but in this month, the number of swordsmen here suddenly increased. Our cultivation was shallow, so we had to hide and hope that the swordsmen didn't notice us. Zhong Haoran smiled bitterly. In fact, we were discovered by the illusory swordsmen several times, but they were extremely disdainful and let us go like flies. 4 hours ago, I had just escaped from an illusory swordsman. When I was fleeing in panic, I found the Ganoderma horse. The Ganoderma horse flew in front of me, so how could I not be happy? However, the Ganoderma horse was too cunning. I chased it for a long time before I could catch up with it and put the confinement talisman on it. When I was about to pick up the Ganoderma horse, the Huanhua sect disciple appeared and took out her magic weapon. If it weren't for the female swordsman, I wouldn't have been able to see her. Zhong Haoran's mouth was dry after talking for a long time. Xiaofan smiled and clapped his hands. He took out a lot of spirit fruits and gave them to the 5 people. Seeing the 5 people eating happily, Xiaofan was also very happy. Then he asked, "You said that the number of swordsmen in the vicinity suddenly increased? Many of them are illusory swordsmen. Can you tell? I'll let you know." Zhong Haoran ate a spiritual fruit and smiled apologetically. "My cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, but I've killed a few embryonic swordsmen. Naturally, I have some understanding of the swordsman's cultivation. The illusory swordsman's sword light is reserved, and their divine thoughts cut people like a blade. Of course, I can tell. That's strange." Xiaofan scratched his head. The Dao sect's cultivators wanted to fight to the death with the Huan Kingdom swordsmen near the Spirit Stone mine. Why would so many illusory swords appear near the sword tomb? The vicinity of the sword catacomb has always been patrolled by the sword cultivators' bright sword and nurturing swordsmen. Even the city guards of the Sky Patrol City would occasionally come over. Zhong Haoran was also puzzled. But recently, the city guards of Sky Patrol City have almost disappeared. Instead, there are more swordsmen like Yujian. Otherwise, why would the disciples of the Zhongling Mountain Villa wander around the sword tomb? Are the other cultivation families the same as the Zhong family? Xiaofan was used to seeing cultivators from the Dao sect, so he couldn't help but ask. Yes, all the big cultivation families will come. Zhong Haoran nodded. I've also encountered quite a few. After all, we can obtain benefits from sword cultivators or fallen cultivators. It's extremely useful for the development of aristocratic families. However, even if we meet, we will carefully avoid each other. There won't be any great conflict. So that's how it is. Xiaofan nods. I thought only the cultivation sects were interested in war. These cultivation families also come to participate. Although there won't be any conflict, there should be a lot of small conflicts, right? That's right. Zhong Haoran smiles apologetically. The Zhongling Mountain Villa has had many conflicts with some aristocratic families. The one that left the deepest impression on me is the Yu family from the fallen Gold Mountain in the country of Xi. They are extremely overbearing. When they see other aristocratic families, they will provoke them. In the past 2 years, the Zhongling Mountain Villa has had 6 conflicts with them. Every time, they suffered a great loss. Some of my crimes are that I didn't put in effort when fighting with them. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiaofan snorts, but he doesn't ask why the Yu family is so overbearing. Then, Xiaofan looks to the north where the sword tomb is located. He ponders and says, could it be that the sword cultivators have some hidden cards here? However, that's not right. If Zhong Haoran and the others encountered it, how can the disciples of the other cultivation sects not encounter it? If I can think of it, how can others not think of it? Although the group of gold core cultivators in the discussion hall are proficient in internal strife, they should be clear about this simple logic, right? Looking at Xiao Hua's thoughtful expression, Zhong Haoren turns to look at the 4 disciples. The 4 disciples seem to understand Zhong Haoren's meaning and nodded slightly. Then, the 5 of them throw themselves on the ground again without hesitation. Io, what are you waiting for? Xiao Hua hears the noise and immediately turns his head. He asks curiously, if there's a problem, we can talk it out. Why make such a big fuss over nothing? Taoist. Zhong Haoren kneels on the ground and says with a bitter smile, we have been expelled from the Zhong family and are already rogue cultivators. Moreover, if we are not wrong, when the Zhong family receives Zhong Jinka's message, they will definitely send disciples to find us. There is an 80 to 90% chance that they will cripple the cultivation of us 5. Even if Zhong Tianyao shows mercy for Taoist and doesn't cripple our cultivation, we will have nowhere to cultivate. We regard Taoist as a god or an immortal and are willing to serve Taoist for life. We ask Taoist to take us in. We hope Taoist can be merciful and take us in. Fei Yunshu is the most pious and has already kowtowed on the ground. Oh, wait a moment. Xiao Hua slowly nods and flicks his sleeves. The 5 of them can only stand up. Zhong Haoren, since he wants to cripple your cultivation, why didn't he do it when he expelled you? Why wait until later? Isn't it the same if he imprisons you first? Xiao Hua asks. Seeing Xiao Hua ask such a trivial question, Zhong Haoren is overjoyed. He knows that Xiao Hua has tacitly agreed to take them in. He answers with a smile, not all the disciples who were expelled by the Zhong family had their cultivation crippled. Moreover, don't we have some fate with Taoist? Zhong Jinka doesn't know, but that patrolling senior brother knows. Therefore, he doesn't dare to judge whether we have our cultivation crippled or not. What's more, the Zhong family still has to send people to keep an eye on us while we're imprisoned. If they don't, what if we lose our lives and Zhong Tianyao disagrees with Zhong Jinka's decision? Wouldn't they have to bear the responsibility? Actually, at that time, I wanted to return to Zhongling Villa with that patrolling senior brother to argue with Zhong Tianyao. However, the patrolling senior brother has to go somewhere else and it's not convenient for him to bring us along. I'm afraid you only thought of relying on me when you saw me just now. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Zhong Haoren nodded slightly and said without hiding anything, you're right, Taoist. We didn't hear any news of Taoist here. We only thought that Taoist is still an Imperial Thunder sect. How would we think of relying on Taoist? Even if we wanted to, we had to go to Sky Patrol City first. It was only when Taoist revealed his face just now that we suddenly realized. We stayed here to wait for Taoist. Ha ha ha. Well said, well said. This is fortune, this is karma. If all of you leave, then you won't have this fortune. Xiao Hua roared with laughter. Thank you, Taoist. Zhong Haoren thanked him again, but then he said with some worry, however, Taoist is now only in the late stage of foundation establishment. I'm afraid that in Imperial Thunder sect, it's still, if it's inconvenient for Taoist. Zhong Haoren naturally knew that the threshold for cultivation sects to recruit disciples was very high. The 5 of them might not be selected. Although he said that he was serving Xiao Hua, he still had some thoughts about this in his heart. Ha ha ha, who told you that I'm only in the late stage of foundation establishment? Xiao Hua laughed and patted his forehead. The pressure on his body was released, like bamboo shoots after a rain, rising steadily. Taoist. Seeing Xiao Hua's pressure rise straight to the late stage of golden core and firmly suppressing the 5 of them, an indescribable fear came from their hearts. It seemed that the space around 100 feet around them was frozen. Zhong Haoren and the others cried out in surprise, so Taoist's cultivation is already so high. He, Xiaohua smiled and slowly retracted his pressure. His realm also slowly fell until it returned to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Since Daoist already has the cultivation of Golden Core, then we have some connections to join Imperial Thunder Sect. Zhong Haoran was overjoyed. When did this Xiao say that he would let you enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiaohua was still all smiles as he spoke. Yes. When Zhong Haoran heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He was extremely embarrassed and said, "This little one is thinking too much. This little one is already satisfied to be able to serve Daoist." Haoran. Xiaohua pointed. Do you think I'm playing with you? Then. Daoist's meaning is? Zhong Haoran didn't understand and looked at Xiaohua strangely. As for Fei Yunshu and the others, they didn't have the right to speak and could only listen quietly. You wait and see. Xiaohua smiled and took out many sword slips, jade slips, and some of Li Xiaobai's and Daoist bright sword arts. This is. Zhong Haoran saw so many things and was immediately stunned. When he used his divine sense to look at some of the things inside, he was wild with joy. This is the sword arts for sword cultivators, from the gestation sword to the drawing sword and the illusory sword. There's also my Dao Sect's flying sword cultivation method. Zhong Haoran stammered. There's also these. Xiaohua clapped his hands and dozens of flying swords fell into the air. So many. Zhong Haoran and the others were dumbfounded. It seemed that the 1,000 of them didn't obtain many flying swords in these 2 years, right? With these, do you still need to join Imperial Thunder Sect? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Of course there's no need. The 5 people looked at the flying swords and their eyes widened. They had been training in the war for 2 years and their horizons had long been broadened. They knew that these flying swords were used by 6th-stage swordsmen and their quality was extraordinary. Moreover, when they heard Zhong Haoran say that there were many sword arts, they were overjoyed and even somewhat in disbelief. Although this kind of resources couldn't be compared to Imperial Thunder Sect, it was still much less compared to Zhongling Villa. However, if the 5 of them were to use it, it would be more than enough. Chapter 2563. Unknowingly, the 5 people's eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at each other and bowed. We pay respect to Sect Master. Sect Master? Xiaohua was stunned. His surprise was not inferior to the 5 people's. He hurriedly helped them up. When did I say that I want to establish a sect? This Xiao means. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua also stopped. Yes, his original intention was to find an inheritance for Master Bright Sword and Li Xiaobai's flying sword technique. Zhong Haoran's character was upright, and he had experienced the world's tempering. Xiaohua's test was also easily passed. He was the best candidate to accept this inheritance. When Xiaohua saw Zhong Haoran at Zhongling Villa that day, he already had this little plan in his heart. Now that Zhong Haoran was expelled from Zhongling Villa, it was also helping Zhong Haoran. He just happened to push the boat with the current and settle his own karma. However, after listening to Zhong Haoran and the others' reminder, Xiaohua had another thought. That's right. Since the 5 of them have sword arts and flying swords, and Zhong Haoran's cultivation is at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, and I, on the other hand, am comparable to the late stage of the Jindan realm. This kind of strength is more than enough to establish a small sect. Not to mention that there were so many spiritual herbs, pill recipes, and other things in his space. It was more than enough to support a medium-sized sect. Zhang Qingxiao, that guy, could become the sect master of Heavenly Demon Sect. Why couldn't Xiaohua become the sect master? Back then, Shanghuaming's sect master was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Although 100 Grass sect had many disciples, the sect master was also at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Thinking about the convenience of Zhang Qingshao having heavenly demon sect, Xiao Hua was somewhat coveting. Not to mention other things, just those dry distance pills and high thunder pills, relying on Xiao Hua alone, it would take a long time to gather them. And the other side only needed a sect master's command and someone would obediently deliver it to his hands. It was really more efficient than anything else. Grandma, make a sect to play with? Xiao Hua was somewhat moved. But immediately, Xiao Hua shook his head again. Forget it. Not to mention this young master's enemies, making a sect would increase the number of targets. Adding a few more dead people would be irresponsible to the sect's disciples. Besides, this young master's cultivation is good, making a sect. There are many matters in the sect, annoying to death. Just look at the group of old gold core cultivators in the assembly hall. Scheming against each other is really boring. The more people there are in the sect, the more it will be the same. Seeing Xiao Hua deep in thought, Zhong Haoren and the others were delighted, but their hearts were also nervous. When Xiao Hua frowned, Zhong Haoren and the others' hearts sank. Sure enough, Xiao Hua opened his mouth, let's not talk about this matter. These cultivation techniques and flying swords. I'll give them to you. Just focus on your own cultivation. Thank you for your reward, spiritual master. Zhong Haoren put away the cultivation technique and flying sword. He looked very happy, but he was also a little disappointed. Zhong Haoren probed, Perfected One, my cultivation is shallow. If these things are left with me, if they are snatched away, it's fine. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this Xiao has already kept a copy of the cultivation technique and sword art. As for those flying swords, they are all mere worldly possessions. If you want to snatch them, then so be it. Actually, if we have more people, we don't have to be afraid of others. Zhong Haoren took the opportunity to say. That's up to you. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Feel free to accept disciples, this Xiao won't stop you. Actually, didn't this Xiao say it just now? You can look for babies who can eat good seeds and carefully select them. Their aptitude may not be worse than the direct disciples of the cultivation sects. Perfected One. Zhong Haoren said with a bitter smile, what you said, isn't it just to establish a sect? How about we first establish a cultivation family? Why must we establish a family or sect? Xiao Hua looked at Zhong Haoren and asked. I won't hide it from Perfected One. We are now rogue cultivators. We don't have anyone to rely on in the Xiaoyu continent. We don't have any confidence in our hearts. Although we consider Perfected One as our thoughts, you aren't by our side. If there is a family or sect, after all, there are many people. We can also protect ourselves. Zhong Haoren didn't dare to conceal anything and said in a low voice, moreover, Perfected One Zhao's prestige among the common people of Meng country is very high. You are a Perfected One who is worshipped. If it is like what Perfected One Xiao said just now, the heaven and earth spiritual qi will change greatly. If the descendants of these common people can adapt to the heaven and earth spiritual qi, they will become the mainstay of the Xiaoyu continent in the future. If Perfected One doesn't take advantage of this opportunity to rise and use Perfected One's prestige in their hearts, wouldn't it be a pity? This is an opportunity that is hard to come by. Could it be that Perfected One wants to be used by others? Oh. Xiao Hua's heart shook. That's right. Xiao Hua was born in a peasant family. Now that he had lost all his memories, he still didn't have any great ambitions. When mentioning cultivation sects, his first impression was that they were troublesome. He was too lazy to get involved. When he heard Zhong Haoren's words, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. The heaven and earth spiritual qi changed greatly. Every sect was adapting to it in order to protect themselves and strengthen themselves. It wasn't just the dispute between the three countries. For example, the country of Shi's Shanghua sect and other sects began to snatch the spirit stone veins. Even this great war between Dao cultivators seemed to be because sword cultivators wanted to break into the Dao sect's territory to snatch the spirit stones. Weren't they all trying to take advantage of the heaven and earth spiritual qi? It wasn't just the spirit stones. In other aspects, cultivation sects were also changing. For example, the cultivation techniques of each sect and the method of selecting disciples had changed. They were exploring and finding a feasible way to adapt to the heaven and earth spiritual qi. And Xiaohua himself? He really was the key to changing the Dawn Rain continent. Not to mention how mystical Xiaohua's space was, not to mention the spirit herbs in his space, just the improved seeds from his space were the most important changes that Xiaohua had inadvertently made for the Dawn Rain continent. Cultivators were also humans. They were also people from the secular world at the very beginning. It was only because of their outstanding aptitude that they had the possibility to cultivate. Those disciples of cultivation sects and cultivation aristocratic families had more opportunities to cultivate and enter the ranks of cultivators only because of their bloodline. Therefore, the foundation of the Dawn Rain continent's cultivation world was still the people of the secular world. Those billions, tens of billions of people of the secular world were the foundation that supported this world. And what Xiaohua did was precisely to change this foundation. Although it was just the beginning and the number of people involved was still very small, didn't Zhong Haran already say it? There were already many merchants who started to come to Yun City to ask for spirit seeds. In time, this improved seed would certainly cover the entire Dawn Rain continent. All the people of the secular world would have to change to eating Xiaohua's immortal seeds. This was such a great merit. This kind of merit, not to mention the gold core cultivators in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall, even the nascent soul sect masters of the 3 cultivation countries couldn't imagine it. Of course, when the cultivators who ate the immortal seeds grew up, the change in heaven and earth's spirit qi would have already become the mainstream of the Dawn Rain continent. Those cultivators would naturally turn into countless streams and fall into different sects. Since that was the case, why couldn't Xiaohua at the beginning of all changes, at the beginning of all the cultivation sect's attention, at the beginning of the flow of spirit qi, establish a sect? If he established a sect here at this time, it would certainly be like the great river of flowing ice valley. From small to large, it would be magnificent and even boundless in the end. In short, it could be said that this was an era where ambitious and ruthless people rose one after another, where heroes vied for supremacy, and where the winds and clouds met. Who knew how many famous people would fall here, and who knew how many nameless people would shake the world? And for Xiaohua, he saw this opportunity and seized it. It's a success. But, isn't it too troublesome? After all, Xiaohua was a cultivator who comprehended the hand of karma. Once he thought about it, he immediately understood 1,000 miles and saw a lot of the future. But then, he muttered again. If Zhang Qingxiao was here and understood so much, she would have already taken the bright scenic bell and knocked his head, right? Troublesome? Xiaohua's whisper fell into Zhong Haoran's ears, and Zhong Haoran was immediately enlightened. His enlightenment came a little late. He, a disciple from an aristocratic family, never thought that there would be a god in the eyes of the secular world who was too lazy to establish a sect because he was afraid of trouble. That's right, Taoist master only concentrates on cultivation. Why would he care about the trivial matters of the secular world? Zhong Haoran thought again. Then, Zhong Haoran waved his hand, and the 5 people bowed again. Damn it, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Xiaohua said anxiously. We ask Taoist Master Xiao to establish a sect. If Taoist Master doesn't allow it, we won't get up again. Zhong Haoran said loudly. Good, good, good. Get up and talk. Although Xiaohua was forced by the 5 people, he wasn't angry. He waved his hand and said, establishing a sect isn't a small matter. I admit that I don't have the ability. We will discuss it in detail. Yes, Taoist Master. Zhong Haoran was overjoyed. He looked at Zhong Zhan and the others and said, if you have anything to say, you can say it to Taoist Master. Do you see, if we force others, they will definitely be angry. Taoist Master is different from us. He definitely won't blame us. Yes, yes. Zhong Zhan and the others were different from Zhong Haoran. They didn't dare to say much to Xiao Hua and could only smile apologetically. It's not convenient here. Let's find a safe place. Xiao Hua looked around and brought the 5 people to a low place. After the 5 people respectfully asked Xiao Hua to sit, they sat in front of Xiao Hua very respectfully. Haoran, I am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. You also know this. I don't know whether I can establish a sect or not. However, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Once the news of this sect is known by the Imperial Thunder Sect, they will definitely send experts to exterminate it. And I can't even protect myself. Moreover, I have many enemies. These enemies are even more powerful than the Imperial Thunder Sect. If I establish a sect, wouldn't I be pulling all of you into the same boat? Also, establishing a sect is not a joke. It requires a lot of manpower, especially manpower who can deal with the sect's affairs. I know what kind of person I am. This sect master. I really don't want to be. Chapter 2564. Seeing that Xiao Hua still wanted to continue, Zhong Haoran hurriedly smiled obsequiously and said, establishing a sect is naturally a major event. It wasn't just what the Taoist master had said. Even the cultivation of spirit herbs, the refinement of medicinal pills, the daily lives of the disciples, and so on. All the details had to be taken into consideration. To be honest, I don't even know where to start. This humble one only came up with this idea on the spur of the moment when I saw the real person. Furthermore, I feel that this path is absolutely feasible. Continue speaking. Xiao Hua knew that Zhong Haoran came from an aristocratic family and was very knowledgeable about these matters, so he nodded. Right now, there are only 5 of us. Including you, there are only 6 of us. It's laughable to talk about establishing a sect. However, don't forget that you're not alone. Behind you are all the people in Yun City, Ji City, and Fan City who have received your kindness. The descendants of these people were also the people of the sage. They are our greatest support. Good boy. This guy is really amazing. Xiao Hua didn't expect Zhong Haoran to have such foresight and unconsciously nodded his head in praise. Seeing Xiao Hua nod, Zhong Haoran is also happy. He bows and says, actually, from what I see, Taoist doesn't need to show up at all. Taoist only needs to make a call, and I don't know how many capable people will join our sect. These disciples will all work for Taoist. There's no need for Taoist to go through any trouble. Even in the early days of establishing a sect, there was no need for a Taoist master to do anything. This lowly one knows that Reverend is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and will be fighting in this place. This lowly one only needs Reverend's permission, and this lowly one, and Zhong Zhan and the others will return to Meng country, find a place with spiritual mountains and clear waters, and prepare everything. Reverend need not worry about anything. I feel that as long as we use the name of spiritual master, everything won't be too complicated. Really? Is that true? When Xiao Hua heard this, he was overjoyed. Of course. Zhong Haoran smiled and said, in Zhongling Villa, Zhong Tianyao is the patriarch. Other than some important decisions, Zhong Tianyao doesn't need to do anything else. Zhong Peiyuan, Zhong Peifu, and the others were in charge of everything. Spiritual master's reputation is so great. It's really not a big deal to find some capable people and disciples with outstanding aptitude. When we encounter danger, Zhong Tianyao also has to step forward, right? That's true. If Reverend is in charge of a sect and others want to attack, Reverend will naturally lead his disciples to defend against the enemy. Zhong Haoren nodded. I understand. This Xiao likes to beat people up the most. Xiao Hua replied with a grin. That's right. Zhong Haoren nodded. Moreover, in this lowly one's opinion, our sect simply doesn't need to be like this. Spiritual Master's name is not prominent now, but it will definitely shake the world in the future. He will be the god worshipped by all the secular people of the Dawn Rain continent. Who would dare to touch our sect? Hee, you're too naive. Xiao Hua sneered, if we establish our own sect, without strong support, it will only be a piece of fat meat. As for the rest of the world? It's a fat piece of meat that any cultivator would drool over. That's right. Therefore, I hope that you can be merciful and make plans to establish a sect as soon as possible to protect all the common people in the world. Zhong Haoren went along with the flow and said. Let this Xiao think about it. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he closed his eyes and pondered. Zhong Haoren and the others didn't dare to say anything and sat quietly at the side. Xiao Hua pondered for more than half a day. After thinking about it, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It seemed that establishing a sect and leaving Li Xiubai and spiritual master Bright Sword's orthodoxy to Zhong Haoren were essentially no different. It's just that, the number of people involved would be greater, and he would bear the title of sect master. If this Xiao doesn't take the position of sect master, Haoren, what will you do? Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes and asked. Zhong Haoren waited for half a day and unexpectedly heard Xiao Hua ask this question. He almost cried and said with a smile, Spiritual master, the core of our sect is spiritual master. Without spiritual master, how can there be a sect? But this Xiao's enemy is really powerful. Xiao Hua hesitated. Actually, Fei Yunshu said timidly, spiritual master doesn't need to show up. Martial Uncle Zhong is the sect master and spiritual master is the sect master. It's also very good. As long as spiritual master knows that this sect belongs to spiritual master can support this sect at a critical time. This little one doesn't dare to be the sect master. Zhong Haoren turned pale with fright and hurriedly waved his hand. If that's the case, we can give it a try. Xiao Hua nodded. Moreover, what's sect master, it's all up to us. Haoren, for your future, and also for this Xiao's escape route, this matter of establishing a sect will be handed over to you. Zhong Zhan, Qin Ji, Zhong Pei, and Fei Yunshu, you are now the disciples of my sect. In the future, when the sect develops, you will also be meritorious subjects. Thank you, spiritual master, thank you. Zhong Zhan and the others originally wanted to call him sect master, but thinking of what Xiao Hua said just now, they didn't know how to address him. Xiao Hua didn't explain. He scratched his chin, as if thinking about something. Spiritual master, Qin Ji asked carefully, what is the name of our sect? Oh. What do you think? Xiao Hua asked with interest. At this time, he didn't have any burden. He couldn't do anything about it. He was only the sect master in name. It was like a child playing a game. Heaven and Earth Unified Sect? Flying Sword Sect? Bronze Tomb Sect? Spiritual Master Sect? Zhong Haoren and the others were full of interest. One name after another, they really racked their brains, making Xiao Hua feel warm in his heart. This seemed to be another Shang Huaming. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't nod his head, everyone was a little nervous. Fei Yunshu stole a glance at them and said softly, this little one's grandmother was old and weak, but after eating the spiritual master's immortal seed, she lived for several more years. When she was on the verge of death, she seemed to have regained her youth. Before grandmother passed away, she said that meeting the spiritual master was her good fortune, and it was also the good fortune of millions of disaster victims. The spiritual master was also a fortune saint. This little one thinks that this sect's name shouldn't be called Fortune Gate. Great! Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. When he heard the names mentioned by Zhong Haoran and the others, he felt that he should have a more suitable name, or perhaps he knew of a sect's name, but he couldn't think of a name for it. When Xiaohua heard the name Fortune Gate, he became vigilant. Perhaps he had a sect's name, but that was already in the past. Fei Yunshu's Fortune Gate hit the nail on the head and pointed out the good fortune of cultivation methods. Many thanks, spiritual master. When Fei Yunshu heard that his name was chosen by Xiaohua, his face flushed red. It was really glowing, more energetic than if he had eaten a heaven-mending pill. That's right, Fortune Gate, this is the name. Zhong Haoran's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he shouted happily, "The world's fortune is in our sect, those who enter our sect will obtain the fortune of heaven and earth." This is in line with the spiritual master's principles. When the Fortune Gate's name was decided, Zhong Haoran rubbed his hands excitedly. Fei Yunshu and the others were also happy, but then Zhong Haoran frowned and looked at Xiaohua with difficulty. "Spiritual master, although you don't want to be the sect master, this little one's talent is limited, and I may not be able to be the sect master. Most importantly, Zhong Zhan, Fei Yunshu, and the others' status is not easy to decide. Wouldn't it be fine if you were the master of the four of them?" Xiaohua replied with a smile. Zhong Haoran smiled wryly. "Spiritual master can give us pointers in cultivation, but you want this little one to give them pointers? I'm afraid I don't have the ability." When Fei Yunshu and the others heard this, their hearts beat violently, and they looked at Xiaohua anxiously. Obviously, Zhong Haoran wanted them to be apprenticed to him. "Haoran, you will temporarily take the position of sect master, and all the sect's affairs will be handed over to you." Xiaohua said without hesitation, "Other than that, your cultivation, this Xiao has the obligation to give pointers, but now is not the right time, these cultivation techniques will have to be comprehended by yourselves. If Haoran is unwilling to be your master, then all of you can be considered to have entered my Fortune Gate on the same day, and become senior and junior brothers." Yes, this disciple understands. Fei Yunshu and the others hesitated, but Zhong Haoran agreed with a smile. Zhong Zhan and the others stood up and saluted Zhong Haoran, greeting the Fortune Gate's eldest senior brother, officially establishing their seniority. Also, this Xiao has something to discuss with everyone. Xiaohua was happy to see them following the rules, but he suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile. "Spiritual master, please speak." Zhong Haoran said curiously. On the Dawn Rain mainland, one's cultivation realm is the basis of seniority. As long as one's cultivation is one realm higher, they have to address you as senior. This is even more obvious in some cultivation sections. Regardless of your seniority, as long as your cultivation is fast, other disciples will have to call you martial uncle when they see you. There is no difference in seniority. This Xiao feels a little inappropriate. Xiaohua explained carefully, "This Xiao feels that in my Fortune Gate, regardless of cultivation realm, everyone should be addressed according to seniority. What do you all think?" This. Zhong Haoran was slightly dazed. This seemed to be the cultivation world's rule, and it had always been like this. He had never thought much about it. "It's like this, spiritual master." Zhong Haoran pondered for a moment, then said, "There are only a few of us now, so it's easy to talk about seniority, but what if it's thousands of years later? There are tens of thousands of disciples in the sect, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. If two disciples don't know each other when they meet, how do they address each other? It should be the most convenient to talk about cultivation realm, right? Moreover, the lifespan of cultivators like us is gradually increasing, and as the number of disciples increases, it's inevitable that there will be some differences in age and seniority. How can a young qi refining disciple be a foundation establishment old man's martial uncle? Moreover, even if there is a clear seniority in my fortune gate, there are so many cultivation sects on the Dawn Rain mainland. The seniority is very complicated, how can it be clearly distinguished? Xiao Hua was a little flabbergasted. He had just casually mentioned it and had some thoughts of his own, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. AI, it's reasonable to exist. Perhaps, this Zhao's thinking is too simple. Chapter 2565. Taoist Master's thoughts are reasonable. Zhong Haoren smiled. If Taoist Master has such thoughts, why don't we wait until our fortune gate has someone capable in this field and let them consider it carefully? Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua smiled. This Xiao will still give you some pointers in your cultivation. Xiao Hua and the others stayed for several days. Not only did Xiao Hua check their cultivation, he also made them consume the heavenly mending pills and gave them some pointers on flying swords cultivation. Only then did he send them to the Sky Patrol City from the Sword Tomb. When they saw Xiao Hua take out the 7 possibilities sex flowing cloud flying ship, Zhong Haoren prostrated himself in admiration, while Fei Yunshu and the others felt that it was only natural. The journey to the Sky Patrol City was naturally not peaceful. They encountered several groups of sword cultivators, most of whom were around grade 6, and there were even 2 groups of illusory swordsmen. However, what made Zhong Haoren and the others flabbergasted was that all the swordsmen, without exception, were envious when they saw the flowing cloud flying ship. No matter how many people there were, they all surrounded the flowing cloud flying ship. But, all the swordsmen, without exception, fled like rats. The reason they fled was because of a single sentence from Xiao Hua, and a single magic art. This magic art was naturally Xiao Hua's lightning-attracting technique. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and dark clouds appeared in the sky. Crackling lightning flashed in the air. All the swordsmen fell into deep thought when they saw the lightning, and that sentence was, "A terrifying phoenix is here, if you don't want to die, quickly get out of the way." Hearing this, and thinking of Qin Jian's fate, even if Xiao Hua had a huge bounty on his head, these swordsmen were enlightened. None of them dared to stay on the spot. Taoist Master. You. Zhong Haoren saw this several times, and he and his companions were simply stunned. This was really inconceivable. Those swordsmen were comparable to mid-golden core swordsmen and they were scared away by Xiao Hua's words? This Xiao convinces people with virtue. Xiao Hua was immensely proud. With this unforgettable scene, Zhong Haoren and the others were even more confident about their future and the Fortune Gate's future. More than 10 days later, Xiao Hua arrived at the outskirts of Sky Patrol City. He did not go within 100 miles of the city. Instead, he stopped the flowing cloud flying ship in midair and said with a smile, "Haoren, I will send you here. There will definitely be guards from Sky Patrol City within 100 miles. You will not be harassed by sword cultivators. Nothing will happen. Many thanks, Taoist." Zhong Haoren didn't want to part with Xiao Hua and was reluctant to part with him. When will Taoist Master come to Meng Kingdom? How do we inform Taoist Master that we have chosen the spiritual mountains and rivers? Fei Yunshu and the others had seen Taoist Master Xiao in the past few days. So, they had become a little bolder. They asked in a low voice. "Go ahead and do what you need to do. There's no need to inform this Xiao of anything." Xiao Hua smiled, "Once the battle is over, this Xiao will go to Passage City to take a look. With this Xiao's ability, do you think I won't be able to find you?" "Yes, disciple and the others understand." Fei Yunshu said respectfully, "We will worship Taoist every day, Taoist will naturally know." Xiao Hua chuckled, then took out 5 storage pouches and handed them to Zhong Haoren and the others. "These are used by my fortune gate. Take one each and give it to Haren after you get to Meng Empire. Oh right, if others try to snatch it, let them take it. You don't need to pester them. Remember, this is an external object, and you are the cornerstone of my fortune gate. Yes, disciple understands. Zhong Haren nodded. However, when they received the storage pouches and looked at the things inside, they couldn't help but feel stupefied. Following Taoist Master Xiao, Zhong Haren and his companions couldn't help but feel shocked awe. Their faces were probably stiff from shock, right? These are all my fortune gates? Zhong Haren bit his lips. The sharp pain on his lips proved that he wasn't dreaming. There was no need to talk about the good seeds inside the storage pouches, the medicinal pills, and the spiritual herbs. Zhong Haren didn't want to talk about them. That mountain of spirit stones, how could he not be shocked? Moreover, Xiaohua had clearly said that the 5 people's storage pouches were ordinary. What he saw was only 20%. Only 20%. This Xiao is far away in Huan country, so I can't help. You all have to work the hardest. Xiaohua nodded and said, moreover, my fortune gate has just been established, so these things are indispensable. Don't look at the many things inside the storage pouches. If the fortune gate is really in its embryonic form, these things may not be enough. Yes, disciple understands. Zhong Haren and the others' hands were trembling as they carefully put away the storage pouches. Of course, these things belong to my fortune gate. This Xiao does not wish for the disciples I value to have other selfish motives. Otherwise, this Xiao's terrifying phoenix name is not in vain. Xiaohua's tone changed as he said coldly. Disciple does not dare. Zhong Haren and the others hurriedly knelt on the ground. We swear a blood oath in the name of Tao Master Xiao that if we covet the things inside the storage pouches, our souls will be devoured by the spiritual fire, living a life worse than death. As soon as these words came out, Xiaohua felt a strange feeling coming from his Buddha fire. Several drops of indistinct purplish-red beads appeared on the edge of the golden thread. Oh! Xiaohua could only sense it, but not feel it. Knowing that the oath was made, he smiled and helped the 5 people up. As long as everyone does their best, when the fortune gate prospers, it will also be the time when your name shakes the world. To be honest, the things inside the storage pouches, how can they compare to your glory in the future? We still need Tao Master Zhao's guidance. Fei Yunshu and the others shed tears of gratitude. There's also this. Xiaohua comforted everyone, then took out a jade pendant and handed it to Zhong Haren, saying, if Zhong Tianyao comes looking for trouble, just show this to him. Also, if ordinary gold core cultivators come to stir up trouble, take this out as well. After this battle, this Xiao should have some fame, so this item should be of some use. Yes, Zhong Haren received the jade pendant and looked at Xiaohua. Seeing Xiaohua nod slightly, Zhong Haren immersed his divine sense into the jade pendant and saw a faint image of Xiaohua standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhong Haren could vaguely see Xiaohua's face clearly, and then Xiaohua's unhurried voice sounded, I am Xiaohua, and this is this Xiao's token. Seeing this token is like seeing this Xiao in person. If any fellow Taoist doesn't give this Xiao face and exterminates this Xiao's descendants, this Xiao will definitely kill his way to your door and exterminate your entire family. Although Xiaohua's voice was very faint, there seemed to be some kind of magic in his voice. Zhong Haren trembled in fear and almost threw the jade pendant away. Fortunately, Xiaohua's hand landed on Zhong Haren's shoulder, and Zhong Haren's divine sense immediately came out from the jade pendant. Many thanks for Tao Master Zhao's generous gift. Zhong Haren was overjoyed. With this item, he felt more confident. There are also these. Xiaohua touched his storage pouch again and took out a large pile of fire talismans. He said, this is what I got from a sword cultivator. It's extremely precious. Take it to protect yourself. If there's no other choice, don't take it out. Jade talismans? Zhong Haoran's mouth almost fell open. It's good that you know. Xiaohua nodded. If this item were to leak out, my fortune gate would never have a day of peace. That's why I'm only using it as a last resort for self-defense. Yes, this disciple understands. How could Zhong Haoran not know the severity of the matter? He hurriedly put away the fire talismans. All right, this Xiao has nothing else on him. Everything is in your hands. Xiaohua clapped his hands with a relaxed expression. This disciple once again thanks Tao Master Xiao for his great kindness. Zhong Haoran couldn't help but kneel again. Fei Yunshu and the others also followed suit. Good. Xiaohua did not stop them this time. After they finished kneeling, he helped them up and said, "This Xiao has done what he should do. The rest is up to you." This Xiao remembers that there was a rogue cultivator organization called Heaven Forsaken. It was formed by rogue cultivators at the early foundation establishment and qi refining stage. This Xiao wants to see if you can build my fortune gate into a bigger sect than Heaven Forsaken. Tao Master Xiao, rest assured. Zhong Haoran and the others were full of confidence. How can Heaven Forsaken compare to my fortune gate? My fortune gate will definitely become the #1 sect on the Dawn Rain mainland. This Xiao can rest assured with these words. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao looks forward to it. Yes, this disciple and the others will definitely do our best to strengthen our fortune gate. We will definitely not disappoint Tao Master Xiao." Zhong Haoran and the others loudly agreed and flew out of the flowing cloud flying ship. When Zhong Haoran and the others slowly flew away, the corners of Xiaohua's mouth curved into a faint smile. How could it be so easy to establish a sect? Especially with Zhong Haoran, who was only at the early foundation establishment stage, and Zhong Zhan, Zhong Pei, Qin Ji, and Fei Yunshu who were only in the 10th layer of the qi refining stage. To them, it was not a problem to establish a small-scale sect. It was not realistic to develop it further. Rather than saying that Xiaohua was willing to take out something to establish the fortune gate, it was better to say that Xiaohua gave them a spiritual promise, giving them a goal to strive for. Even if they fail, what can they do? Xiaohua put away the flowing cloud flying ship and turned around with a smile. At least they worked hard, at least they have the opportunity to cultivate. It's better than this young master's pitiful self in the past, right? Of course, who knew what would happen in the future? Even Xiaohua, who had comprehended the hand of karma, couldn't see through it. Perhaps this fortune gate would be similar to the 100 Talisman sect, claiming to be big behind closed doors. Perhaps it would be like what Zhong Haoran had said, becoming the #1 sect on the Dawn Rain continent. Or perhaps it could just barely develop into a cultivation sect similar to the 100 Herbs sect. In short, everything was possible under the heavenly Tao. Which sect's disciple are you, and why are you loitering here? While Xiaohua was contemplating, a voice sounded in front of him. When Xiaohua raised his head, he saw a group of Sky Patrol City's city guards flying over. Seeing that the city guards had discovered him, Xiaohua simply stopped in midair. He waited for a mid-foundation establishment city guard to lead a group of early foundation establishment disciples to stop about 10 zhang away from him, then cupped his fists and said, "This one is lightning controlling sect's Xiaohua. I have received a special order from the main hall to deal with an important matter." Chapter 2566. The conference hall's special permit? The tall city guard did not let down his guard because of Xiaohua's words. Instead, he frowned and said, "Please take out the special permit, fellow cultivator Xiao." Captain. While the captain was talking to Xiaohua, 2 or 3 city guards beside him were shocked. The city guard closest to the captain hurriedly whispered to him through telepathy. When Xiaohua took out his token, the city guard had also finished his telepathy. The captain, who was in the intermediate foundation establishment stage, was surprised. He even looked at Xiao Hua a few times before he cupped his hands and said, "So it's Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect who killed Qin Jian. Chu, sorry for the disrespect. However, fellow cultivator Xiao, please take out your token for me to check and let Chu confirm your identity. It's my duty, please forgive me." Oh. They issued the reward so quickly? Xiao Hua was surprised when he heard that. In his mind, he had made great contributions in the past and was repeatedly questioned by the conference hall. They even sent people to check. Killing Qin Jian was such a great contribution. Wouldn't the conference hall take a long time to verify it? How could they issue the reward so quickly? Fellow cultivator Chu, please check it. Xiao Hua took out his token and handed it to the city guard. Xiao Hua's command medallion was naturally normal. The seal of the assembly hall's special permission medallion was also inside. The city guard surnamed Chu looked at it and very respectfully returned it to Xiao Hua. His previous stern expression changed. However, within this respect, there seemed to be a hint of pretense. Immediately, city guard Chu smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator Xiao, are you going back to Sky Patrol City? Or did you just come out of Sky Patrol City?" Xiao Hua's eyes swiveled, and he replied, "Neither. I was ordered by senior brother Li Zongbao to deliver the news. I was just passing by Sky Patrol City and was thinking about whether to return to Sky Patrol City to meet senior brother Li." Fellow cultivator Chu is here. Fellow cultivator Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. City guard Chu's eyes lit up and he said with joy, "Chu was on duty in the south of Sky Patrol City some time ago and did not return to Sky Patrol City. I just heard from my disciple that the notorious sword cultivator Qin Jian was killed by fellow cultivator Xiao and fellow cultivator Li. This was truly satisfying. In particular, Qin Jian sneaked into my Sky Patrol City and assassinated Senior Tuesday. You have avenged my Sky Patrol City. Fellow Daoist Xiao, can you tell me what happened that day? You flatter me, you flatter me. It's all thanks to fellow Daoist Li Zongbao's profound magic power. Fellow Daoist Xiao Mao Xiao of Xuanyan School is also formidable. This humble one only played a supporting role from the side. I really don't dare to claim credit for myself." Xiao Hua hastily and humbly declined. Nonsense, even if Xiao Hua's little tail was raised high, he still didn't dare to casually say it out loud. Who knew how Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao reported it in the conference hall? Fellow cultivator Xiao is too humble. We really want to know how that evil Qin Jian was killed. The city guard surnamed Chu and the other city guards were envious. Evidently, they truly believed that Xiao Hua, a cultivator whose cultivation was similar to theirs, was able to obtain such a great military achievement because of luck. I really don't dare to claim credit for myself. Xiao Hua's face was slightly red, as if he was really ashamed. The more Xiao Hua acted like this, the more the city guard surnamed Chu pestered him. It was as if they really saw that if they had followed Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to Flowing Ice Valley, Qin Jian would have been killed by them. Xiao Hua sneered in his heart, but his face was really red. This guy's blushing technique was absolutely perfect, even more skillful than the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique. Fellow Daoist Crooked Soul, farewell. Xiao Hua flew up and activated the command medallion with a flip of his hand. He said, "I'll call Senior Marshal Brother Li Zongbao over and let him tell you about it. I still have a mission to complete." All right. The city guard surnamed Chu was also proud of himself. He was happier than killing Qin Jian, as if he had caught Xiao Hua's hypocrisy behind the military achievement. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's token didn't shine at all. Obviously, either the Sky Patrol City had blocked the transmission of the token, or Li Zongbao wasn't in the Sky Patrol City. Fellow Daoist Xiao. A city guard next to him smiled and said, as early as a few days ago, the Golden Core stage masters in the meeting hall had led the disciples of various sects to the battlefield. I'm afraid fellow Taoist Li Zongbao has also left the Sky Patrol City with the disciples of the Utopia faction? Oh. Xiao Hua's face was slightly shocked. They've gone. Why didn't they inform me? I'm afraid fellow Taoist Li has other plans? The city guard surnamed Chu said with a smile. Humph. Xiao Hua sneered and thought to himself, knowing that the disciples of various sects have already left the Sky Patrol City, they're still here making a fuss and not telling me the news. They're obviously making fun of me. Damn it, it seems that the Sky Patrol City doesn't care about the reward in the meeting hall. Of course, I'm not even at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, so it's inevitable that they'll look down on me. Fellow Taoists, please enlighten me. Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, I wonder where Senior Brother Li or the Imperial Thunder sect are going to fight? This is a secret order from the meeting hall, we don't know about it. The city guard surnamed Chu said with a smile, at this time in the Sky Patrol City, there are disciples from various sects guarding the city. If fellow Taoist Xiao is in a hurry, you can go to the Sky Patrol City to ask first. Heh, no need. Xiao Hua hurriedly flew up and cupped his hands, I still have a mission to complete, I'll look for them after I've completed it. With that, Xiao Hua's figure headed towards the northwest, looking a little flustered. Ha, after Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, the city guard surnamed Chu burst out laughing. Even the other city guards were swaying back and forth, damn it, this Xiao Hua is really lucky. With such a cultivation level? And he could even kill Qin Jian? If it weren't for the support of Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction and Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school, he would have been killed by Qin Jian? You're right. Another city guard laughed until he was out of breath and said, look at his blushing face. He also knows how to feel ashamed. Also, when he heard about joining the battle, he immediately flew away, as if he was afraid of knowing where the battle line was. Such a cultivator. How could he make any contributions? He's just lucky, it's not that his cultivation level is high. A city guard said sarcastically. At this moment, a red message talisman flew over from the direction of the Sky Patrol City and stopped in front of the city guard surnamed Chu. The city guard managed to stop laughing and caught the message talisman. After he immersed his divine thought into it, his expression suddenly changed to one of extreme awkwardness and embarrassment. What's wrong? Captain Chu? A few city guards hurriedly asked. The city master's secret order. Send it to all the teams on duty in the Sky Patrol City. The city guard surnamed Chu said word by word, if you find traces of Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect, do not disturb him, immediately, directly report to the city master's mansion. All the city guards were shocked, and the sarcastic disciple almost screamed, what? What's going on? As the city guards of the Sky Patrol City, they knew better than anyone else the meaning of the sentence, if you find traces of Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect, do not disturb him, immediately report to the city master's mansion. Quickly send the message talisman to the city master. Captain Chu ordered a city guard beside him, then he turned and flew into the air. But after flying for less than 30 meters, he stopped again. His eyes gazed in the direction Xiao Hua had disappeared, and he forcefully extinguished the thought of pursuing him. He waved his hand and said, you all continue to patrol, Chu will go and meet the city master. Yes, I understand. The city guards replied in unison, then flew up again and continued to patrol in the same direction as before. However, their eyes were still looking in the direction where Xiao Hua flew. They really did not know. How did this disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, whose cultivation level was only in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, offend the Snow Region Master? Of course, Xiao Hua did not know that when he sent Zhong Haoran and the others back to the Sky Patrol City, in the lofty city master's mansion in the Sky Patrol City, the Snow Region Master, whom he was afraid of 2 hours ago, was sitting cross-legged on the cattail hassock. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, his expression was not calm, which showed that he was not meditating. Strange. Why do I feel a little uneasy? The Snow Region Master opened his eyes slightly, and there was a trace of confusion under his eyelids. Could it be that there is a breakthrough in the Qian-Zhan mysterious technique? After the Snow Region Master circulated his technique, his snow-white eyebrows trembled slightly, and the confusion turned into a trace of ecstasy, but it disappeared in a flash. I really did not expect this. The Qian-Zhan mysterious technique, which I have not made any progress in all this time, is actually making progress here. This progress is not much, but no matter what, it is the biggest progress in the last 100 years. The Snow Region Master's expression returned to normal and he thought to himself, before the Tao Cultivator War, I went into closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years and took countless pills, but I didn't see any progress. This Tao Cultivator War has only been going on for 10 years, and I have been so worried about the war that I didn't have time to cultivate. I didn't even do my homework, but my cultivation level has actually improved. It's really like when you plant flowers, the flowers don't bloom, but when you plant a willow, the willow grows. Thinking about this, the Snow Region Master raised his eyebrows and whispered, Lengbai, you have been waiting outside for 2 days. What can you do for me? Following the Snow Region Master's words, there was a flash of light and Fang Lengbai's figure appeared outside the door. When Fang Lengbai heard the Snow Region Master speak, he was very surprised. He quickly walked in and bowed. Disciple has nothing special to do, but I heard that the city master hasn't dealt with any city matters during this time, so Disciple came to tell the city master about the war. Humph, what is there to say? The Snow Region Master sneered. In this Tao Cultivator War, my Tao sect will suffer a great loss. There is no one among this group of Golden Core cultivators that knows how to strategize, so how could they gain an advantage? They can only wait for those old nascent soul cultivators to clean up their mess. Chapter 2567. Fang Lengbai wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh when he heard Sage Xueyu say, wipe his ass. However, based on Sage Xueyu's words, Fang Lengbai knew that Sage Xueyu was in an extremely good mood. After a while, Fang Lengbai suppressed his laughter and reported, in the past few days, the conference hall has sent out orders for disciples from all sects to go on expeditions. We've already found out the power distribution of the sword cultivators in the Huan Kingdom. Based on this information, the conference hall has sent out another order for the final battle. Now, the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall have set out on a large scale, bringing all the cultivators to the Huan Kingdom. Our Sky Patrol City has also sent out more than 80,000 disciples. As he spoke, Fang Lengbai held up a jade pendant above his head. I've asked the city lord about this matter, but the city lord ignored me, so I can only act on my own. It's fine. Master Xueyu grabbed the jade pendant and it flew into his hand. However, he didn't even look at it. He nodded and said, everything related to the war in the Sky Patrol City has been handed over to you and Jin Keng. Your decision is my decision. No matter how stupid you are, you don't need me to wipe your ass for you. Ha! Fang Lengbai couldn't help but laugh. He bowed respectfully and said, Disciple congratulates the city lord on improving your cultivation again. Ha ha ha! Master Xueyu laughed loudly, my cultivation is still not enough. You still saw through it. He, Disciple has followed the city lord for over 100 years. The city lord treats Disciple like a nephew. Disciple knows that the city lord is focused on cultivation and doesn't pay much attention to the war. Previously, the city lord was in a bad mood and didn't even see Disciple. Now that the city lord is in a good mood, Disciple naturally knows. It has nothing to do with the city lord's state of mind. Fan Lengbai said honestly. That's right, that's right. Master Shuai wiped his eyebrows with his finger and said with a smile, although I don't pay much attention to the war, I still know the general trend. However, the conference hall sent out the order for the final battle so early, which is beyond my expectations. When Fang Leng heard this, he was just about to take out a jade slip from his sleeve. However, when he saw Shui Yuzhenren's rare interest, he stopped himself and smiled. What does the city lord think? According to this old man's original opinion, the conference hall would release some bait to lure out sword cultivators from the country of Xi and country of Lian. Then, they would kill them one by one. This way, perhaps they could delay it for 3 to 5 years. But now, how did these core formation brats suddenly have the courage? A decisive battle? This is something this old man didn't expect. Perfected Shuayu seemed to be deep in thought. If they had the guts to do so, coupled with Tu Hong's scheme, the battle between Dao cultivators would have been decided long ago instead of being pushed to the outskirts of Sky Patrol City by sword cultivators. Haha, Fang Lengbai smiled and wanted to put his hand into his sleeve, but Master Shui raised his voice again. Lengbai, yes, Sir City Lord, what instructions do you have? Fang Leng's hand stopped as he hurriedly asked. Is there any movement near the sword mound? Sword mound? Fang Lengbai was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, well, Sir City Lord, this time, many sword cultivators have forced their way into the country of Xi and country of Lian. The sword mound is already behind the sword cultivators' defensive line and is very far away. The city guards of Sky Patrol City can't patrol the sword mound together with the disciples of the various sects during the battle between sword cultivators. Although I have already sent my disciples out, they can only patrol once every 10 days. This time, there is a high possibility that some disciples will die. Therefore, I don't have a detailed grasp of their movements. Of course, according to my recent news, as well as the information from the spies in the country of Huan, there are no strange movements in the sword mound. There are only some sword cultivators who are pregnant with swords, some small sects that didn't participate in the battle, and some cultivation families that are active there. Of course, our pawns in the country of Huan have low cultivation levels and are not valued by the sword cultivators. Their knowledge is also limited. Those cultivators must be crazy from poverty. The sword mound is already far away from our cultivators' defensive line and is behind the sword cultivators. They still dare to go there. Perfected Shuayu sneered. It's precisely because it's behind the sword cultivators that the sword cultivators are less vigilant. Those low-level cultivators have a chance. Fang Lengbai smiled apologetically. Even if the sword cultivators are less vigilant, it's not something they can covet. Any illusory sword that appears will be enough to wipe out their sects, right? Yes. That's why birds die for food and men die for wealth. Fang Lengbai agreed. What about the conference hall? Perfected Shuayu suddenly asked. The conference hall? Fang Lengbai was startled, but he immediately understood. A strange expression appeared on his face. Sir City Lord, are you talking about the conference hall's attention to the sword mound? What? Perfected Shuayu was surprised, and his face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that the conference hall, that's right. Fang Lengbai smiled bitterly. The conference hall didn't send any disciples to patrol the sword mound. It seems, from their actions, I didn't see how important the sword mound was to them. They only told me when they were stationed in Sky Patrol City, to inform them if there was news about the sword mound in Sky Patrol City. Perfected Shuayu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slapped his forehead and said, "Oh my God! The sword mound is the last barrier for the sword cultivators to retreat. If they don't know about the situation in the sword mound, and the sword cultivators are forced to retreat, will they chase after them? Maybe. They have been suppressed by the sword cultivators, and the battle line has long gone beyond the sword mound. They never thought that there would be a day where they would fight the sword cultivators to the sword mound, right? Fang Lengbai replied with a smile. It was as if this war was a good show happening beside Sky Patrol City, and had nothing to do with them. How can such a kid defeat the sword cultivators? Perfected Shuayu snorted. Looks like there won't be any Golden Core disciples who can stand out in this war. Of course. Which Golden Core cultivator can compare with Junior Brother 2? Fang Lengbai couldn't help but blurt it out. But when he said it, his heart trembled, and he stole a glance at Perfected Shuayu. Perfected Shuayu only snorted. I naturally think highly of Tu Hong's talent, but he's too bold. And he's unlucky. Yes, but... Fang Lengbai touched his sleeves again. Just as he was about to speak, Perfected Shuayu asked again, Lengbai, you said that the meeting hall doesn't care about the sword mound. Although Sky Patrol City patrols the sword mound, the swordsmen in the sword mound aren't important. Could it be that the sword cultivators this time are all mediocre? They didn't make an issue out of the sword mound? I'm not sure. Fang Lengbai smiled apologetically. After all, the sword mound is behind the sword cultivators, and the sword mound is thousands of miles wide. We can't completely inspect it, so who knows what's inside. Of course, according to the records of the previous war, the sword cultivators have a 50% chance of resisting stubbornly in the sword mound, blocking our cultivators outside the sword mound. After all, once we break through the sword mound, we'll be in the Huan country's territory. TCH, so what about the Huan country's territory? That place is even colder than my snow region's highlands. Who would want to go there? Perfected Shuayu was disdainful, then sighed, it's a pity that our Dao Sex transportation array has been lost. If we had a formation master to refine it, this war wouldn't be so difficult. If there was a transportation array, I'm afraid this war would be even more difficult. Fang Lengbai smiled apologetically. That's right, those Golden Core brats in the meeting hall. I'm afraid they would have been beaten into cowards by the sword cultivators. Our Sky Patrol City's spirit stone veins wouldn't have fallen into their hands. Perfected Shuayu laughed. Yes, Fang Lengbai nodded, then said, that's right, according to the latest war report, the spirit stone veins in the 7 Extremes Mountains have been seized by the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Huanhua Sect. The latest war report is in your sleeve, right? Perfected Shuayu laughed. Yes. Fang Lengbai wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. I should have taken it out long ago, but seeing the city lord so happy, I didn't want to disturb you. Show it to me. Perfected Shuayu stretched out his hand and said, see if there's any other good news? Yes, sir. Fang Lengbai raised the jade slip and said with a smile, besides this, there's another piece of good news. Oh? What is it? Perfected Shuayu took the jade slip and asked casually. Qin Jian, who tried to assassinate junior brother Tu Hong, was killed by 3 cultivators from the Dao sect. This can be considered as helping Sky Patrol City vent our anger. Fang Lengbai said with a smile, but then he thought of something and hurriedly said, of course, even if the city lord's judgment is that Qin Jian might not be the one who tried to assassinate junior brother Tu, these 3 disciples from the Dao sect have helped us vent our anger. This Qin Jian was too arrogant, he even killed 3 Golden Core cultivators before he died. Oh, which 3 Golden Core cultivators? Perfected Shuayu was surprised to hear that Qin Jian had been killed, so he probed the jade slip with his spiritual force and asked casually. Not Golden Core cultivators. 3 Foundation Establishment Stage disciples. Fang Lengbai smiled apologetically. The report in the meeting hall was a little vague, but it should be that Qin Jian was severely injured by the 3 Golden Core cultivators, and the 3 Foundation Establishment Stage disciples took the opportunity to kill him. How is that possible? Perfected Shuayu said coldly, Qin Jian was a third-grade illusory swordsman, and his cultivation level was comparable to an advanced golden core cultivator. How could 3 foundation establishment stage disciples kill him? This credit. I'm afraid it's fake, right? Fang Lengbai's back was drenched in cold sweat when he saw perfected Xueyu's gaze. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, the fake credit was done by the disciples of the various sects who participated in the battle. It has nothing to do with Sky Patrol City. Who would dare to fake the credit for something as important as killing Qin Jian? Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction even brought back Qin Jian's head and sword token, so it can't be fake. Oh. Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction, Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school, Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect? Perfected Xueyu frowned and said in confusion, one is in the advanced foundation establishment stage, one is in the middle foundation establishment stage, and one is at the peak of the initial foundation establishment stage. Isn't this a joke? Even if Qin Jian was lying there, his flying sword was not something that the 3 of them could block, right? Chapter 2568. City Governor, do you believe me? The cultivators in the meeting hall believe me. I couldn't wait for the city governor's order, so I sent the promised reward to the meeting hall without permission. Fang Lengbai said hesitantly, I didn't dare to delay this matter that involved junior brother Tu Hong. I didn't want to hurt the disciples of Sky Patrol City. Humph. There must be something fishy about this. Xueyu Perfected Master said coldly, the swordsman who assassinated Tu Hong wasn't Qin Jian. I was lured by a sword that day, and I left Sky Patrol City on the day Tu Hong was assassinated. I saw Qin Jian hundreds of miles away from Sky Patrol City. If he could assassinate Tu Hong before me, he would be a divine sword cultivator. Fang Lengbai was shocked. So, the person who assassinated junior brother Tu in Sky Patrol City wasn't Qin Jian? Then, who is this fake Qin Jian? According to the cultivators at the scene, this fake Qin Jian was Qin Jian's face, and he was also using flying sword techniques. Especially, the sword formation, it's definitely not my Dao cultivator's flying sword. The flying sword and the sword formation are not surprising. Xueyu Perfected Master's face darkened. There are 2 key points. First, how did the assassin escape from Sky Patrol City? Second, what's so special about the sword formation that it made Tu Hong, who was always calm, go crazy? Hiss. Fang Lengbai suddenly thought of a possibility. He gasped and said in shock, could it be? City Governor, that's right. Xueyu Perfected Master's tone was terrifying. I've been thinking about these days, and I think that the assassin might not have left Sky Patrol City at all, so my tricks at the city gate and teleportation formation were ineffective. Besides, if the assassin could impersonate Qin Jian, he could also impersonate someone else. That's how he escaped my detection. Also, in the sword formation. I'm afraid there's some soul cultivator's item that can disturb people's minds. Soul cultivator? Fang Lengbai bit his lips. Could it be that a soul cultivator is here too? That's possible. Xueyu Perfected Master narrowed his eyes. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said loudly, Golden Pit? Why are you so flustered? When Fang Leng heard this, he smiled apologetically and said, Senior brother Jean is impatient and doesn't have the time to wait outside the hall. He has already been here a few times. Seeing the city lord open the hall today, I'm afraid there's something going on. Disciple Jean Keng greets the city lord. Jean Keng walked up to the main hall and bowed. All right, get up. Xueyu waved his hand and said, You rushed into the main hall the moment you entered my residence. Is there something important? Yes. Jean Keng said as he took out a jade slip from his bosom, handed it forward and said, Yesterday, I cleaned up the jade slip and found that before Tu Honglin left, there was a period of time when the records of the meeting hall were not sent to the mansion, so I went to Tu Hong's mansion and found this jade slip in the closed study room. Oh? Is there anything special about it? Xueyu Sage asked patiently. Jin Keng was also stunned. He raised his head and looked at Xueyu. Just like Fang Lengbai, he immediately sensed that Xueyu was in a good mood. He glanced at Fang Lengbai and bowed. Disciple congratulates City Lord for improving your cultivation. Ha, ha, ha. Xueyu Sage laughed and said, tell me, what did you find? This. Jin King bit his lips and said hesitantly, Disciple checked this jade slip and found something strange in it. Tu Hong recorded what happened in the meeting hall during those days, including Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction and Xiao Hua from the Thunder Control sect. Oh? Is there also Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school? Fang Leng asked in surprise. Yes, it's the three people who killed Qin Jian. Jin King obviously knew about this and nodded. However, according to the records in the jade slip, Xiao Mao had just been rescued by Xiao Hua from the Yinyang Twin Springs mountain. Oh, or rather, he was brought back. Daoist Master Xue's snow-white eyebrows twitched even though there was no wind. He suddenly had a bad feeling. In this jade slip, Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua's series of military exploits are recorded. This disciple found it inconceivable. These two Foundation establishment cultivators did many things that even Golden Core cultivators couldn't accomplish. This disciple won't speak of the specifics. This jade slip has all the records. Sir City Lord will know with a single glance. Jin King said concisely, what surprised me the most was that at the end of the jade slip, junior brother Tu Hong wrote this sentence. What sentence? Fang Leng interrupted curiously. According to disciples' observation, Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua must have a secret skill that can greatly improve their cultivation in a short period of time. Moreover, this person is very intelligent and seems to be hiding something. If it's Li Zongbao, then he has a domineering aura behind his arrogance. If it's Xiao Hua, then he has a murderous aura behind his modesty. However, according to disciples' observation of the Golden Core stage cultivators in the meeting hall, they seem to have noticed it too, but they didn't point it out. I think these Dao sect cultivators must be plotting something. Maybe they want to suppress our Sky Patrol city, or maybe they want to show off their power to us. Of course, Li Zongbao is the main reason, because Heng Lu always helps Li Zongbao cover up at the crucial moment. Moreover, disciple feels that some of Xiao Hua's achievements were given to him by Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. This is nothing? Fang Lengbi asked curiously. The three cultivators have a good relationship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined hands to kill Qin Jian. Junior brother Fang, don't be anxious. Jin King said coldly, I haven't finished speaking. Junior brother Tu Hong said, if this person is Xiao Hua, then, it's too scary. City Lord, please be careful. Wang, the sound of wind and clouds surging immediately sounded from the main hall, and a hurricane instantly swept through the entire main hall. The hurricane made Fang Lengbi and Jin Keng's robes flutter, and they were so scared that their faces turned pale. The two of them hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Obviously, they knew that. Xueyu Master was angry. After a while, Xueyu Master retracted his spiritual sense from the jade slip and said coldly, Tu Hong died a good death. What a good death. He actually died in the hands of a Dao sect cultivator. City Lord. Jin Keng's face showed a trace of confusion. Senior brother Jin. Just now, City Lord said that the person who killed junior brother Tu was definitely not Qin Jian. He saw Qin Jian outside the city that day. Fang Lengbi said softly. See, could it be this Xiao Hua? Jin Keng naturally knew about the matter between Tu Hong and Dui Qimeng. He immediately pointed out Xiao Hua, this. This is not possible, right? Do you still have the list of people who entered and left Sky Patrol City those few days? Shuayu Master asked coldly. Yes, Fang Lengbi hurriedly took out a jade slip. This item was very important, so he carried it with him at all times. Shuayu Master took a closer look and threw it to Fang Lengbi. Take a look yourself. On that day, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua returned to Sky Patrol City. Yes, Fang Lengbi's expression changed after looking at it. Xiao Hua, Cui Hongshan, and Dui Qimeng were all from Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. When he returned to Sky Patrol City, he knew that Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng were going to dual cultivate. When he returned to Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment, he saw that Cui Hongshan had been deceived or that Qian Mo had put him under house arrest. Thus, he had evil intentions and sneaked into Junior Brother 2's residence. It seems Dui Qimeng and Xiao Hua didn't have much of a relationship. Could it be that Cui Hongshan and Xiao Hua had a life and death relationship? There was no need to kill Junior Brother 2. Jin Keng was confused. Do you know why Tu Hong didn't dare to send this to you in time? Shuayu Master snorted. He might not have time, but the biggest reason was that he didn't dare to believe it. Why did the last sentence of the jade slip say that Xiao Hua was scary? He felt that the survival of Imperial Thunder Sect's first team could be due to Xiao Hua's strength. How is that possible? Fang Lengbi and Jin King couldn't believe that the spirit howl array of Mount Quan Jin that even nascent soul cultivators didn't dare to touch was broken by Xiao Hua and he was still safe and sound inside. Of course, this was only his suspicion. Tu Hong was afraid that mentioning Mount Quan Jin would provoke me, but he didn't dare to not take revenge, so he was hesitant. It was also because of this hesitation that Xiao Hua had time to take his life. Shuayu Master said faintly. His anger had gradually subsided. Of course, if it was like what City Lord said, that Xiao Hua's strength was close to the nascent soul stage, then his contributions, his return to Sky Patrol City to assassinate Tu Hong, and even killing Qin Jian would all be extremely easy. Fang Lengbi asked in confusion. But why didn't Qian Mo know about Xiao Hua's cultivation? Then why didn't the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall know? Why didn't they say it out loud? Firstly, they didn't know that the person who assassinated Junior 2 was definitely not Qin Jian. Didn't the City Lord also suspect that it was a soul cultivator? Even he didn't suspect the Dao sect cultivators, how could they have thought of it? Jin King retorted, furthermore, even if they saw something, that Xiao Hua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, what does it have to do with them? Qian Mo, that sanctimonious thing, is blind, I'm afraid he really couldn't see it. Why would those Golden Core cultivators remind him? I still don't agree. This is a 1-in-a-million situation. Of course, this is also the most ideal deduction. Fang Lengbi stubbornly disagreed. What if? If there wasn't this, how could I cultivate to the nascent soul stage? If there wasn't this, how could you all condense your core? Shuayu Master laughed sinisterly. I have a feeling that this Xiao Hua is the main force that killed Qin Jian. Hearing Shuayu Master's words, Fang Lengbi didn't dare to say anything else. Where is Xiao Hua now? Shuayu Master asked. Reporting to the City Lord. Fang Lengbi hurriedly said. According to the meeting hall, he didn't even return to Sky Patrol City, he was sent somewhere else by Li Zongbao. What place? This, the meeting hall didn't say. This disciple doesn't know. Chapter 2569. That's right. Xiao Hua must have a guilty conscience. Jin King said coldly, if he returns to Sky Patrol City and the City Lord finds out that he killed Qin Jian, he will definitely think of his cultivation. How can he escape from the City Lord's search in Sky Patrol City? Xiao Hua. Shui Dao Master gritted his teeth. Thinking of the place where Qin Jian disappeared, it was not far from Imperial Thunder Sect. How could he not know that he was tricked by Xiaohua? Send out the City Lord's secret order. Shui Dao Master ordered in a low voice, if any disciple on duty discovers Xiaohua's whereabouts, immediately inform the City Lord's residence. Yes, disciple understands. Jin King hurriedly sent out the order. Fang Lengbi hurriedly said, Xiaohua is in Imperial Thunder Sect's army right now, City Lord might as well inform Qian Mo, idiot. Shui Dao Master scolded, Xiaohua even killed Qin Jian and Tu Hong without any scruples, how would Qian Mo know his background? No wonder Qian Lei did not come to Sky Patrol City to attend Tu Hong and Dui Qimeng's dual cultivation ceremony, he has a guilty conscience. Even Dui Qimeng's master and Dui Qimeng's master took the opportunity to come to Sky Patrol City and did not disembark from the Thunder ship to greet me. It seems, they have a guilty conscience. Yes, disciple is stupid. Fang Lengbi saw Shui Dao Master scolding him, which was rare, and his body trembled and he lowered his head. Yes, disciple understands. Imperial Thunder Sect must not know about this. Jin King sent out the City Lord's order and added, Xiaohua should only be killed quietly. Otherwise, with his contributions, the City Lord wouldn't be able to easily make a move. Furthermore, at this point, Jin King also shrunk his neck and did not dare to speak anymore. Yes, Shui Dao Master killed Xiaohua as a nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua's strength aside, Xiaohua was only a foundation establishment disciple. In front of Shui Dao Master, he was just a child. If Shui Dao Master directly faced Xiaohua, then, wouldn't that be a joke? But Xiaohua could even kill Qin Jian and Tu Hong, he and Fang Lengbi might not be his opponent. Shui Dao Master would not let others do it. However, if Master Shui didn't make a move now, who knew where Xiaohua would run off to after the battle? Even if he returned to the Imperial Lightning Sect, Shui would not be able to force the Imperial Lightning Sect. After all, everything was just speculation. Sky Patrol City did not have any evidence to prove that Xiaohua was the one who killed Tu Hong. Moreover, even if Xiaohua admitted to killing Tu Hong, why would he kill Tu Hong? Quan Jinshan and Dui Qimeng were both Xiaohua's reasons. If this layer of responsibility was revealed, how could sect leader Qian Lei not protect his own Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? Leng Biao, go to the Imperial Thunder Sect again and see what the relationship between Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan is. Shuiyu Spiritual Master looked at the ashen-faced Fang Leng and said, the reason why he wanted to assassinate Tu Hong was because of Jin Quan Mountain, but I can't figure out why he would be so anxious. If he were to assassinate Tu Hong while he was out of the city, even with this information, I wouldn't suspect him. Yes, disciple will head over now. Fang Leng hurriedly left. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Fang Leng hurriedly returned with a strange expression on his face. Reporting to City Lord. Fang Leng took a deep breath and said, disciple has asked clearly. Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan are, from the Lightning Palace's myriad Thunder Valley. They are true brothers. No wonder. Shuiyu Spiritual Master and Jin Keng were enlightened. At this moment, a message talisman was sent from outside and landed in Jin Keng's hand. Jin Keng frowned and crushed the message talisman. A disciple's voice was heard, reporting to City Lord, Chu Heng, who was patrolling outside Sky Patrol City, saw Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Quick, Jin Keng hurriedly waved his hand and a message talisman shot out like lightning. However, Shuiyu Spiritual Master was even faster than the message talisman and rushed out of the main hall. Let's go. When Jin Keng and Fang Leng went out, Shuiyu Spiritual Master was long gone. Only Chu Heng, who had just returned to Sky Patrol City, was left. When and where did you see Xiaohua? Fang Leng hurriedly asked. Just now. Chu Heng hurriedly said, "Disciple had just finished interrogating Xiao Hua when I received the city lord's order." Disciple did not stop at all and used the teleportation talisman to return here. Go and receive your reward," Fang Leng ordered. After Chu Heng left, he turned to look at Jin Keng and said thoughtfully, "Once the city lord goes, the truth will definitely come to light." Yes, if the city lord captures Xiao Hua, there's no need to say. Jin Keng nodded. But if the city lord can't capture Xiao Hua, there's still no need to say. But Fang Leng was still hesitant and said in a low voice, "There's still something I don't understand." Then, how did Xiao Hua use a sword formation? How did he use a flying sword? Isn't he a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect? Is this important? Jin Keng did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at the distant sky and said coldly, "Indeed." Fang Leng stopped talking and also looked into the distance. The two of them did not dare to leave and only waited at the entrance of the main hall. After several hours, they saw Shuayu spiritual master return. After crossing the entire country of Xi and heading to the west of Meng country, there was a huge mountain range. This mountain range was like a creeping dragon that stretched for thousands of miles. At the same time, this mountain range was also full of ups and downs. The mountains were completely different. Some places were swampy and muddy, some places were bright with the fragrance of plum blossoms, some places were shrouded in black fog, and some places were occupied by immortal clouds. In the middle of the mountain range, although the mountains were dangerous and rugged with strange rocks, the rocks were all sparkling and translucent, and the flowers were all shining. It was really a beautiful scene. This mountain range was the foundation of Meng country's famous Su Yen sect, Zhongxiu Mountain Range. In the mountain range, there was a mountain peak that was not very tall but was rather quiet. White feathers spread out and spiritual apes cried. Hidden by green vines, there was an extraordinary immortal's cave. It was afternoon and the round sun had already moved to the west. The orange-red sunlight passed through the green wood and shone on the door of the immortal's cave. The colorful mottled light slowly slid on the door, and it was beautiful and really attracted people's attention. Unfortunately, although there were no noisy cicadas, the chirping of birds was also not surprising. There was no one who could easily come to this immortal's abode. Whoosh! A scarlet light streaked across the sky and suddenly disturbed this quiet mountain peak. It was a communication talisman that fell in front of the immortal's cave. When the communication talisman touched the door of the immortal's cave, the door raised a circle of light and then disappeared. The communication talisman also fell down and floated in the air. Not long after, the door of the immortal's cave was pushed open with a creak. A drooping boy poked his head out and blinked his sparkling eyes a few times. With a wave of his hand, the communication talisman fell into his hand. Then, the door creaked again and slowly closed, and the boy disappeared. Martial ancestor, martial ancestor. The boy entered the immortal's cave. It was a huge valley, and the spiritual energy in the valley had condensed into mist. It floated in the air and filled the entire valley. There were countless spirit grasses, spirit trees, and even many celestial birds in the mist, making it look even more like an immortal's cave. The boy shouted as he flew. Only occasionally did he have to land on the ground. Along the way, there were many cultivators of different ages that looked at the boy with smiles on their faces. There were even a few that stopped and made way for the boy. "Thank you, senior martial brother, thank you, martial uncle." The boy's crisp voice echoed along the way. When he saw a stone wall floating in the air, the boy stopped. He bowed toward the stone wall and respectfully said, "Martial ancestor, there is a communication talisman for you outside the immortal's cave." As the boy's voice fell, a layer of milky white mist flashed across the stone wall. When the mist dissipated, an irregular cave about 10 feet in size appeared on the stone wall. A voice came from the cave, "Bring it up." Yes, the boy replied and flew to the top of the stone wall. He saw that this was a cave that was not very deep. There was a faint brilliance in the cave, which just happened to illuminate the entire cave. Inside the cave, there was an incomparable coolness that penetrated to the bones. The boy obediently walked inside and handed the communication talisman to a tall cultivator that was sitting cross-legged inside. This cultivator had an imposing appearance and looked amiable. It was Zhu Chenghe that Xiaofan met at the burial flower manor. At this moment, Zhu Chenghe still had an amiable expression. He took the communication talisman and said with a smile, "Hehe, Zhu, your cultivation has improved again. Good, martial ancestor knows. Zhu, has been in seclusion for another 20 days. Now, I have reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. With a little more effort, I can enter the 4th level of the Qi refining realm." The boy heard the praise and replied with some exultation. "And, not bad." Zhu Chenghe nodded, "You can endure hardships. I was right about you. However, the way of cultivation is to be steady. Don't be arrogant just because you have just reached the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. The road ahead is long." "Yes, Zhu, knows." The boy stuck out his tongue and hurriedly bowed. Go." Zhu Chenghe didn't say much. He waved his hand and let the boy leave. Then, he opened the communication talisman and immersed his divine thought into it. When he finished reading, his face unconsciously showed a strange expression. He whispered, "Hehe, it's actually the sect leader who summoned the troops. He wants me to go to the Sky Patrol City. Could it be that the first stage of the Dao Cultivator battle is going to end so soon? Will the cultivators of my Dao sect win? Or will the swordsmen of Huan country win?" Then, Zhu Chenghe looked at the light outside the cave again and said self-deprecatingly, "The sect leader's order of confinement is also removed from today. It seems that the suspicion on me is now gone. The crime of instigating a Dao cultivator battle will not fall on me." As Zhu Chenghe spoke, a strange smile appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Come, take my order and go to the Jade Rain Palace. Bring me a copy of all the battle reports of the battle." "Yes, I understand." A loud voice sounded from outside the cave. Then, a burly intermediate foundation establishment cultivator flew out of the cave and flew into the distance. In less than 2 hours, the disciple flew back and respectfully handed several jade slips to Zhu Chenghe. Zhu Chenghe narrowed his eyes and picked up a jade slip. He immersed his divine thought into it and seemed to be carefully reading it. However, after a while, Zhu Chenghe's face showed a trace of mockery. The golden core cultivators in this battle are all pigs. Peng Dai is even more useless. The entire battle dispatch is a mess." Then, Zhu Chenghe threw the jade slip and sneered, "There's no need to read it in the future. The Dao sect will lose this battle. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators will be forced to the outskirts of the Sky Patrol City by the sword cultivators. No wonder the sect leader ordered the troops. The Shuiyu spiritual master of the Sky Patrol City may not be able to hold on, right?" Zhu Chenghe looked at the few jade slips scattered on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. However, after a few minutes, Zhu Chenghe waved his hand and another jade slip appeared in his hand. He murmured, "I wonder who the opponent of the sword cultivators is this time?" However, before he could finish speaking, he exclaimed, "Tu Hong? Quan Jin Shan, killed nearly 30,000 swordsmen. And dozens of illusory sword cultivators? The Sky Patrol City has such a great talent, how can they lose? Xiaohua." Then, Zhu Chenghe looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was even more shocked than when he saw Tu Hong's battle achievements. He jumped up from the ground and shouted in disbelief, "This guy. Didn't he die in the ink black forest long ago?" Chapter 2570. That's right, it's Xiaofan from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Zhu Chenghe checked again, and the shock on his face did not disappear. The first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the first meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder Sect, he was sent to the spiritual stone mine of Mount Quanjin. Killed by a swordsman. Seeing this, Zhu Chenghe did not know why, but he let out a long sigh. Phew. This guy. How did he escape? That year, I saw him being struck by the flying sword of immortal Ming Jian with my own eyes. Zhu Chenghe suddenly realized, but I only saw him being struck. Although he was definitely dead, but I didn't see him die. Could it be that he had another adventure? But, fortunately, he died in Mount Quanjin, or else. Thinking of this, Zhu Chenghe suddenly looked at the other jade slips that were scattered around, but there was a flash of fear in his eyes. He could not wait any longer, and all the jade slips fell into his hands, and he immediately immersed his divine thought into them. Sure enough, in just a moment, Zhu Chenghe's face turned ashen, and he shouted in disbelief, "Mount Xuanjin's spirit howler!" He and the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect actually came back to life. How is this possible? Then, he immersed his divine thought into all the jade slips again, and looked through them carefully. He did not see any news about Xiaofan, then he carefully kept the jade slips. Zhu Chenghe stood there quietly, and for a good while, he suddenly moved, and his figure flew out of the cave. He did not have time to seal the cave, and his figure flew out of the immortal cave like a meteor, and rushed into a place in the Zhongxiu mountain range, and disappeared. North of the Sky Patrol City, in the sky, dark clouds covered the sky tightly. Although the dark clouds were extremely heavy, there was no lightning, nor was there any snow. But, faintly, there was a sound of thunder coming from afar. The sound of thunder was very ear-piercing, as if it was under the dark clouds. When the sound of thunder approached, another figure flashed across the sky. His speed was even faster than a shooting star as he dashed across the sky and scattered the dark clouds. What was left behind this figure were not only scattered clouds, but also the sound of thunder that reverberated between the clouds. This person was naturally Xiaofan. After Xiaofan left the Sky Patrol City, he immediately flew towards the northeast, and when he was out of the sight of the city guards, he immediately urged the thunder travel, and flew straight to the north. Although Shui Dao Master immediately flew out of Sky Patrol City when he received the report from the city guards, his initial direction was wrong. Moreover, his flying speed was not much faster than Xiaohua's. How could he catch up with Xiaofan? He was destined to return empty-handed. However, the pitiful Xiaofan still didn't know that he had been exposed by the Shuiyu sage of the Sky Patrol City. He was still flying around freely. Activating his magic power, Xiaofan pushed Imperial Lightning Travel to its limits. A feeling of freedom filled Xiaohua's body and mind. Every pore on his body was filled with joy. It was as if cruising between heaven and earth, breaking away from all the shackles, was the life he should have. Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, and the primordial spirit in the space was carefully comprehending the primordial spirit sword manipulation technique in Qin Jian's memory. This secret technique was used by sword cultivators to transform into swords, so it was naturally difficult to understand, and there were many secrets that were passed down orally by sword cultivators. Although Xiaofan had obtained it for a long time, his progress was still very slow. However, Xiaofan did not panic at all. If he could comprehend it in a short period of time, he would doubt the authenticity of this secret technique. It was precisely because it was difficult to comprehend that he felt at ease. It was fine if he did not make a breakthrough in this secret technique, but once he did, it would definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. After being free for more than 10 days, when dawn came, a ray of sunlight shot out from the ground, and in an instant, the whole world was lit up. Xiaofan opened his mouth, and a mouthful of grand essence entered his mouth, but when he closed his mouth and swallowed, his gaze froze. In front of him, a purple color dyed the heaven and earth. That purple color was so pure and so alluring, like a kind of flashing glass, it instantly attracted Xiaohua's gaze, and directly penetrated into his eyes, and then into his mind. Purple jasmine flower, Xiaohua was practically moaning as he swallowed with difficulty. His throat felt like it was dry land. The purple color in front of him flowed like velvet, gorgeous like splashes of color, and also seemed to be purple flames dancing, emitting a flirtatious charm. Throwing away heaven and earth. Seeing the purple jasmine flower, Xiaohua naturally knew that it was the location of the sword tomb, and he did not lose his direction. When the sun that flashed across the dawn rain continent fell to the left of Xiaohua, the purple jasmine flower blotted out the sky and covered the earth. He saw that this was a kind of spiritual grass that was about 3 feet tall, and on the purple background, there were traces of blood-red roots that stubbornly spat out from the dried-up layer of ice. From the root upwards, the dense blood-red threads gradually rubbed into the purple color, until it was purified into a purple branch. On this 2 feet long pure purple branch, there were purple flower petals that were only the size of a grain of rice. These flower petals were hollow, and there was no stamen. All the flower petals seemed to be wrapped together, as if they had never opened before. What was special was that this purple flower petal was unusually sharp at the top and oval at the bottom, like a purple teardrop falling down. If it was just a stalk of purple jasmine flower, he would not feel that it was very beautiful, and it would not even attract people's attention. But hundreds of thousands, millions of purple jasmine flowers suddenly covered the entire snowy plains, covering Xiaohua's field of vision. What was even more unusual was that when the afterglow of the setting west sprinkled on the flower petals, that stunning purple color mixed with mournful blood red, truly filling the entire heaven and earth with sorrow. Xiaohua's heart suddenly gave birth to a burst of sadness. Looking at the rising and falling waves of purple flower petals under the gentle breeze, he secretly said, "For 10,000 years, for 100,000 years, I don't know how many cultivators and swordsmen have been buried here, and I don't know how much blood has been spilled here. Every stalk of purple jasmine flower is most likely the illusion of a living person, and every tiny petal is most likely a drop of their blood. Even though they have fallen, their souls are unyielding. Even though they have fallen, their hearts and eyes are open." But unfortunately, what they saw was not light, they could only see frost, they could only see blood, they could only, year after year, day after day, they could only watch the battle between swordsmen and cultivators. After lamenting for a moment, Xiaohua calmed his heart and secretly said, "The sword tomb is one of the 10 most dangerous places in the country of Xi. Before I entered the Imperial Thunder sect, I had already heard of it. But I didn't expect the scenery here to be so magnificent. However, the magnificence is only on the surface, the endless danger is still on the inside. Just like this battle, even though I am lamenting those who deserve to die, I cannot be lenient in the slightest. Since I am unwilling to become a stalk of purple jasmine flower in this sword tomb, I can only let others do it. Perhaps after a few days, the sword tomb will add another dead soul." Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense, and it gradually extended into the depths of the sword tomb like a tentacle. Precisely, when his Buddhist sense passed through these purple jasmine flowers, the sword tomb gradually gave birth to a kind of sharp feeling, as if it wanted to cut his Buddhist sense apart. That kind of indescribable piercing pain transmitted over, forcing Xiaohua to have no choice but to withdraw his Buddhist sense. Xiaohua took a deep breath of the chilly and icy cold air. He knew that this place was still the edge of the sword tomb, and it was precisely the place where the violet jasmine flowers bloomed. If he went further in, he would surely arrive at the battlefield of sword cultivators and Dao cultivators. Not only were there numerous incomplete formations and sword formations from before, there were even numerous spatial rifts that had been created from the battles. These rifts were probably as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and it would be dangerous for anyone to go in. The snowy highlands have always been filled with water, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has always been abundant. But here, faint golden qi seeps out from the air. In the depths of the sword tomb, there are broken flying swords, and those flying swords are mixed with the remnant souls of sword cultivators who died for them. Day and night, these flying swords wailed in grief amidst the broken sword intent, and are also nourished by golden qi. This is the tomb of flying swords. Not to mention the Dao sect cultivators, even the sword cultivators of the Huan country wouldn't dare to rashly enter if they didn't have an extremely clear path. Xiaofan glanced at it, but he didn't have any thoughts of going deeper into the sword tomb. With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade slip, and immersed his divine sense into it to take a look. He smiled and said, "This young master wants to make some contributions to the sword tomb, so I'll plant a purple jasmine flower." After he finished speaking, he very carefully identified the direction, and flew along the edge of the purple jasmine flower towards a slightly higher mountain. After flying for an hour, night had already arrived. Xiaofan landed on the ground and looked around. Although this place was slightly higher than the other places, the purple jasmine flowers were still everywhere. Coincidentally, there was a small protrusion in the middle of the purple jasmine flowers, which seemed to be a large boulder. Xiaofan strolled over, and along the way, several purple jasmine flowers brushed past his Daoist robe. "This place is great." Xiaofan floated up and sat on the boulder. He looked around and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. The night gradually dispersed, and the entire world was shrouded in darkness. The originally purple sword tomb was now emitting bursts of blood red. This blood red replaced the allure of the purple during the day, and everything under the pitch-black night sky was dyed red. Oh! Purple, at night, it becomes the color of blood? Xiaofan extended his hand into the sea of blood and was rather puzzled. However, as far as his eyes could see, his surroundings were blood red. Moreover, that blood red was speckled, and it was several times weaker than the brilliance of the fireflies. When Xiaohua's gaze stopped at the purple jasmine flower beside him, he understood. The purple color of the purple jasmine flower during the day was its petals, and these purple petals were wrapped up. Now that it was night, the purple color of the petals could no longer be seen clearly. However, the blood-red color of the petals could still be seen. This blood-red color contained a brilliance, and naturally, during the night, it was the same as the petals. Thus, this part of the world was dyed in the color of blood. Magnificent, sorrowful. Xiaohua sighed with emotion for a moment, then closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Another hour later, the night was already as dark as ink. The night wind blew over the sword catacomb, and the purple jasmine flowers swayed along with the night wind. The color of blood was even more like a rippling sea of blood. Xiaohua's body flickered with a faint, almost invisible protective golden light. He was like a small boat in the sea of blood, drifting indeterminately. Chapter 2571. There seemed to be a breeze around Xiaohua. This breeze was different from the sound of ordinary wind, and it was also completely different from the night wind. The night wind only blew the purple jasmine flowers and raised the blood waves of the sword mound. It couldn't shake Xiaohua's protective brilliance, and it couldn't even stir Xiaohua's tranquil state of mind. However, this breeze quietly arrived and very strangely blew into the light protecting his body. Xiaohua's heart set off ripples. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a rather desolate feeling came from his skin. This was something Xiaohua normally couldn't sense. Could it be that there's something else in this sword mound? Xiaohua's eyes were like stars. He coldly swept his left side, and then closed them again. Open. Xiaohua gathered his Buddhist consciousness between his eyes. There was a mark of the previous Dharma eye. Generally, soul threads would pass through here. Although the delirium Dharma eye was useful, Xiaohua basically didn't know how to control it, so he always wanted to use it to control the Dharma Eye. But this time, Xiaohua was disappointed. The Dharma Eye mark didn't open because of his mantra. Instead, there was a piercing pain coming from his glabella. Forget it. I'm afraid that this young master's luck has been used up. Xiaohua shook his head. It seems that this Dharma Eye mark isn't easy to control. I'll wait until I have a corresponding secret technique. Thinking, Xiaohua opened his left hand and waited for the delirium Dharma Eye to open. Sure enough, threads of blue brilliance mixed with silver brilliance drifted around him. It was very obvious. Furthermore, there were strands of cotton-like green brilliance floating around his body. Xiaohua was already familiar with the blue and silver brilliance. It should be the water and metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But that green brilliance wasn't the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It seemed to be gathering with a purpose. Xiaohua even looked into the distance and saw that there was actually even more green brilliance gathering around him. Seeing this, Xiaohua already understood in his heart. No wonder Guyu said that this place wasn't suitable for cultivators to come. Not only is the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth somewhat troublesome, but the swordsman's vengeful soul also has an impact on cultivators' cultivation. If it wasn't this young master's fault, if it was someone else, their cultivation would be disturbed and their cultivation would also be damaged. Finished thinking, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and was about to slap his forehead. Just as he was about to release the Buddha's saraira, his heart moved, and his mind entered the mysterious dark clouds. At this moment, Little White's soul was dancing rhythmically, bringing Xiaohua's trace of primordial spirit to the top of the sky. Little White, I'll take you out to eat something. Xiaohua said in his heart. Then, the soul thread wrapped around Little White. Although Little White heard Xiaohua's voice, it didn't open its eyes. Even the moment the soul thread touched its body, Little White's soul slightly trembled. However, when the soul thread flickered, the rhythmic soul power sent Little White out of its body. Roar! Little White immediately raised its head and let out a weak dragon roar. Immediately, its entire soul body danced like the sky. This dance was very normal in the sky, but in this night sky, it was completely different. Following the rhythm of the undulations, circles of undulations slowly rippled out with Little White's soul body as the center. An indescribable suction force was born along with the undulations, spreading far away. Obviously, the wandering souls that were attracted by Xiaohua were immediately frightened when they encountered the undulations. A kind of instinct was born from the wandering souls, just like a drowning person, trying their best to escape from the undulations. However, the undulations were like a firm fishing hook. Once it caught a fish or shrimp, no matter how big or small it was, it wouldn't let it go. Those strands of green brilliance of different sizes followed the suction force and entered Little White's soul body. Every time a strand of wandering soul entered, Little White's soul body would emit a faint light, e. This little white dragon is different from the fire ape's soul. It doesn't need to devour, and can directly use its soul body to devour wandering souls. This seems to be somewhat similar to my immortal body bestowment technique. Seeing that Little White's soul body was becoming brighter and brighter, and was beginning to condense bit by bit, Xiaohua was relieved. He continued to sit cross-legged and began his own homework, letting Little White Dragon nourish itself here. The night was very long, and the night was also very short. When Xiaohua opened his eyes again, the horizon was already slightly bright. Little White Dragon seemed to be a little tired as it sat in the air. After a night of nourishment, there weren't any obvious changes, but the condensation of the soul body could be felt even when Xiaohua released the soul strands. More than 10 days passed in a row. Xiaohua rarely had a quiet time to cultivate. Other than releasing Little White Dragon's soul body at night, he had been cultivating quietly. From time to time, he would take out the invisible golden sword and use it according to the sword technique in Qin Jian's memory. Although this invisible sword wasn't as marvelous as Qin Jian's, it had the advantage of being invisible. Xiaohua had the experience of using the execution dream, so using this invisible sword was very easy. Of course, in Xiaohua's space, there was a jade slip given to him by the arrogant 10th layer Qi refining disciple Yutong when he sneaked out of the Huanhua sect. Xiaohua also took it out when he was cultivating. Sure enough, the layer of mysterious restriction gradually disappeared not long after the jade slip was taken out. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept through it, he didn't find anything special. There was only a location, a special symbol, and a simple technique. Hehe, is this guy sending this young master to his death? Xiaohua looked at it, then very carelessly threw it into the space. This was because he noticed an extremely special phenomenon. This was the Ganoderma horse. Before Xiaohua sent the Ganoderma horse into the space, the Ganoderma horse was somewhat injured. However, it still maintained the appearance of a Ganoderma horse. After Xiaohua sent it into the space, the Ganoderma horse actually reverted back to the appearance of a 10,000-year-old Lingji. It could no longer transform. Could it be that I should first go to the thunder that Dai encountered? Although the Ganoderma horse didn't encounter any heavenly thunder when it reverted back to its original state, Xiaohua still had some understanding in his heart. Perhaps this young master's space, the rules are still a bit strange. Thinking about the growth of the spiritual grass in his space, Xiaohua could only bitterly smile. He returned his thoughts to cultivation. His current realm was only foundation establishment. The distance from touching the heavenly Tao was really too far. What was the use of thinking too much? Next, Xiaohua was happy again. He finally found the secret technique to use the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords at the same time. That mysterious sword cultivation secret technique nearly doubled the speed of the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords. It far exceeded Xiaohua's previous expectations. When Xiaohua was investigating Zhong Haoren that day, because of the critical moment, Xiaohua didn't have any other divine ability to use. He could only use the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords that he had just comprehended a little. The results were surprisingly good. Not only was the speed astonishing, but the strength also increased. It actually injured Yun Zhaochong's flame dragon body, forcing Yun Zhaochong to not dare to fight and flee in panic. This is just two butterflies fluttering in the air. Xiaohua looked at the execution dream and mountain splitter flying swords that were like two cheerful butterflies, attached to each other and pulling each other along. They fluttered among the purple flowers. He couldn't help but think, if the 9 sword pills were repaired, then 9 stars would transit the sun. Then, what kind of momentum would that be? Those are the flying swords of Li Xiubai, the so-called sword immortal. I reckon that even a nascent soul cultivator might not be able to block one of them. When he thought of being able to kill a nascent soul cultivator in the future, Xiaohua's mouth couldn't close. Although he really didn't know how long this future was, if there was a path of hope, would he still be afraid of thorns and dangers? Could it be that Marshal Kuen's jade slip is wrong? When Xiaohua calmed down, he frowned and looked into the distance. Right now, the swordsmen and cultivators must be fighting a bloody battle to the death. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao aside, what about Fairy Hongxia? If I can stay by her side and block some wind and rain for her, that's also good. As he thought, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the purple flowers again. Could it be that the feelings of cultivators are like this? Although there is mutual affection, there are also separation and reunion involuntarily. If two people have feelings for each other for a long time, why would they be together every day and night? However, the words were so pleasant to hear. Putting aside the dangers of the Xiaoyu continent, without each other's protection, it was extremely easy to fall. It was inevitable that regret would arise in his heart. Even if there was no danger, a person's heart was fickle. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any changes. Dui Qimeng loved Cui Hongshan wholeheartedly, but when others obstructed her, it was inevitable that her heart would be obstructed. If I hadn't killed Tu Hong and pushed both of them into the middle foundation establishment stage, allowing her to see the foundation of my myriad Thunder Valley, I'm afraid that Dui Qimeng, who had experienced this unforeseen event, would have some thoughts in her heart. Of course, these are all my wild guesses. Perhaps Dui Qimeng is as loyal as Cui Hongshan. Just like Fairy Hongxia in the past. I was only a Qi refinement cultivator, but she liked me so much that she didn't hide her preferences in front of everyone in the Feather Immortal Assembly. With such a wife, what else can I ask for in this life? The corners of Xiao Hua's mouth secretly revealed a trace of a smile. And shue, the most. At this moment, Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and his figure flew up from the big rock. As his figure gradually flew into the sky, his appearance and figure gradually changed, revealing the appearance of a martial kun. In the northeast direction, two faint figures appeared on the horizon. When they got closer, two divine senses swept over. As soon as the divine senses swept over Xiao Hua, they immediately locked onto him. After circling around for a while, they withdrew. Xiao Hua quietly stood in mid-air. He didn't release his divine senses, only releasing his Buddhist sense to scan the area around him for fear that the newcomers would have some hidden tricks. However, when the two people flew closer, Xiao Hua could already see clearly that both of them were tall and thin. However, one was an old man with white hair and a beard, and the other was a cultivator dressed in camouflage robes. Xiao Hua frowned slightly, but then his brows relaxed. The old man with white hair and a beard was in the early gold core stage. When Xiao Hua was being chased by Reverend Jingyu, he had used his Buddhist sense to see him. He was the disciple who delivered the flying boat to Reverend Jingyu. Chapter 2572. That's Hu Guanqing. Xiao Hua could see the arrogance on Hu Guanqing's face from afar. He could imagine how Hu Guanqing had treated Zhong Tianyao back in Zhongling Mountain Village. He had forced a golden core cultivator to hand over the materials he used to repair his ancestral artifact. How could an ordinary cultivator be so ruthless? However, although Hu Guanqing's arrogance could not be concealed, he was doing his best to conceal it. There was a trace of respect on his face, and he even flew slightly slower than the Miyao cultivator, as if he was letting the latter go first. Strange, where did this Miyao cultivator come from? How could he make Hu Guanqing act so modestly? Could he be a nascent soul senior? Xiao Hua muttered to himself as he looked at the Miyao cultivator. His heart trembled, but this thought only flashed through his mind. Did a nascent soul senior need to wear a Miyao cultivator? However, Xiao Hua suddenly complained in his heart, damn it, Hu Guanqing brought this person here. Even if he's wearing a Miyao cultivator, who knows if Marshal Kun has come in contact with him? It's fine if he doesn't know him, but if he does, how am I supposed to talk to him? Forget it. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Xiao Hua's eyes. Who cares who he is? Since he's here, he can't blame me for being ruthless. I can't be bothered to say anything to them. I'll just kill them all. Thus, Xiao Hua rushed towards the two. The Dream Executioner and the Mountain Splitter were already in his mouth, ready to kill them in one blow. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to attack, Hu Guanqing suddenly flew a few feet forward and transmitted his voice, Marshal Kun, don't put on a poker face. This is an important person. Hurry up and welcome him. Don't be rude. Yes. When Xiao Hua heard this, he hurriedly put away the two flying swords and replied. The ruthlessness on his face was replaced by a smile, and he stepped forward respectfully. Putting on an act? Xiao Hua liked it the most. Being respectful was his specialty. How could he not join in the fun? Seeing how obedient Marshal Kun was, Hu Guanqiu was also slightly stunned. However, he was also very happy. With a smile on his face, he said in a clear voice, Marshal Kun, why aren't you coming over to greet the Alliance leader's envoy? Alliance Master? Xiao Hua was stunned. For a moment, he didn't even know which Alliance Master or which envoy it was. However, he quickly lowered his head and bowed in mid-air. Imperial Thunder Sect's Marshal Kun greets the envoy. Alright, forget it. The emissary's face seemed to show a smile like a spring breeze. He sped up and flew in front of Xiao Hua. He very gently helped Xiao Hua up and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Kun is too polite. I've heard of fellow Daoist's name long ago, but I never had the chance to meet you. Now that I've seen you today, you're indeed a dragon among men. You're exactly the person the Alliance Master values. Who is this? He only said that he was an emissary and didn't even mention his name. He kept calling him Alliance Master. Which Alliance Master is this Alliance Master? Xiao Hua cursed inwardly, but he still humbly smiled apologetically and said, I am just a small gold core cultivator, how could I enter the Alliance Master's eyes? Only a cultivator with an outstanding cultivation like the envoy can be the Alliance Master's right-hand man. Ha 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 Marshal Kun, oh Marshal Kun, when I told you about the Alliance Master that day, you didn't believe me. You even laughed and scolded me for being a bluff. Now, you've thrown me aside as soon as you see the envoy. You're actually so intimate with the envoy. This is really beyond my expectations. Hu Guanfu said with a chuckle, as if to express his presence. However, Xiao Hua's heart thumped again. He knew that things weren't good. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly withdrew his divine sense. His face was a little pale. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, a smile flashed across the envoy's face. He flipped his hand and put the token into his bag. He said, Fellow Daoist Kun, you have seen the token. Do you have any other questions? No, no. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, the Alliance Master's methods are indeed powerful. I can't compare. I've really learned something. Hee, the envoy nodded with a smile and didn't say anything else. Xiao Hua glanced at Hu Guanfu, who had a complacent expression on his face, and said with a smile, Lord Envoy, I wonder why you came all the way here? Do you have any orders for me? Although Xiao Hua didn't seem to care too much about it, he felt as if he wanted to stretch out a small hand in his heart and pull out some secrets about Hu Guanju from this emissary's mouth. Unexpectedly, the envoy still smiled and shook his head. He said, I don't have anything to do. I just saw that the sword cultivators outside the Sky Patrol City were fighting with our cultivators. I found a job and came to take a look on behalf of the Alliance Master. What a coincidence. I came to the Sword Tomb because I met you. I thought. Fellow Daoist Kun is good, so I led you here. Hu Guanfu said with a smile. The key is that I heard fellow Daoist who mentioned fellow Daoist Kun of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I admire him. The envoy seized the opportunity to flatter Marshal Kun. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Xiao Hua saw that the envoy was tight-lipped and knew that it was unlikely to get anything out of him. He said to Hu Guanfu, since fellow Daoist who has come to keep the appointment, have you prepared those things? Of course. Hu Guanfu didn't seem to suspect anything. He took out a storage bag from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Hua. He said with a smile, the things you want are inside. Take a look. All right. Xiao Hua took the storage bag and looked inside with his divine consciousness. He saw that there were only sleeve jade slips and a lot of refining materials. There weren't any materials for refining the Grand Cosmos shifting token. After he took a look at the jade slips, he realized that the jade slips contained some refining secret techniques. One of the jade slips recorded the method to repair the Grand Cosmos shifting token. Damn it, I see. Xiao Hua cursed. It turned out that Marshal Kun wanted to use the refining method of the Thunderbolt to exchange for the refining secret techniques and the method to repair the Grand Cosmos shifting token. He didn't want to exchange the materials for the Grand Cosmos shifting token. What should I do now? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. You have to take a good look at these secret techniques. There are some refining methods for flying Dharma artifacts that Master collected with great difficulty. Hu Guanfu said with a smile. Did you bring the things that Master wanted? Of course. Xiaohua was also helpless. He stretched out his hand, took out a storage pouch that he had prepared a long time ago, and handed it over. Very good. A pleased look appeared on Hu Guanqin's face, but he then asked curiously, didn't you say that you've gathered some other materials? Why didn't you bring them? Xiaohua understood that Hu Guanfu was talking about the materials for repairing the Grand Cosmos shifting token. He thought for a while and said awkwardly, I was going to the 7 Extremes mountain range. However, I remembered my agreement with fellow Hu Guanfu and came here in a hurry. I forgot those things in the Sky Patrol City station. How could you be so careless? Hu Guanfu frowned. How could you not bring those things with you? Xiaohua's face turned cold when he saw that Hu Guanfu was blaming him. Forget it. I'll go with you in a while. Hu Guanfu waved his hand. Master is very concerned about these things. You'd better bring them here as soon as possible. Xiaohua was moved when Hu Guanfu mentioned Taoist Jing Ru. He was about to speak when Hu Guanfu seemed to have thought of something and transmitted his voice. That's right. About the matter I told you last time, let's stop for the time being. That guy hid his strength too well. I didn't expect his cultivation to be so powerful. He actually... Cough, cough. I'm sure you've seen it too. He's made many contributions in the Tao Cultivator War. If you act rashly, you'll disrupt Master's plan. I've always wanted to send you a message talisman about this. However, this is a serious matter. It's better to tell you personally. Fellow Hu Guanfu, you're talking about. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He seemed to have sensed something and asked deliberately. Hu Guanfu looked at him strangely. He smiled and transmitted his voice. Of course it's about the Foundation establishment disciple of your Imperial Thunder sect, Xiaohua. So you've already forgotten about him. That's good too. I don't want to alert the enemy. So it's because of this guy. Xiaohua understood at once. He had thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Today, he actually got the answer he never expected. Chapter 2573. Up until his death, Marshal Kun did not tell Xiaohua why he was so ruthless towards Xiaohua. Marshal Kun did not even mention anything about Kun Fian. However, from Guanju's mouth, Xiaohua had already heard it clearly. It was definitely this fellow who had informed Marshal Kun and wanted Marshal Kun to kill him or snatch the incomplete Grand Universe shifting token from his hands. Xiaohua could even feel from Hu Guanju's mouth that it was not necessarily immortal Jing Ru who had instructed Marshal Kun to kill him, but Hu Guanju, who always liked to take credit from immortal Jing Ru, had asked Marshal Kun to kill him. Xiaohua could even vaguely guess that the person who had intercepted and killed the thunder-controlling sect disciples after the Feather Immortal Gathering, was probably Hu Guanju. A hint of coldness flashed through the eyes of Xiaohua, who had always been ruthless to his enemies. He forcefully suppressed his desire to kill Hu Guanni and then pretended as if nothing had happened. He nodded and said, "This Kun understands. Yes, Master has already instructed us not to interfere in this matter. He has his own ways." Hu Guanchen didn't notice anything at all, and instructed. "I understand." Xiaohua asked again, "When will your master arrive?" "Now that we have reached the critical point of the war, I feel that the cultivators of my sect will suffer a great loss. We need the nascent soul masters to come to Sentry City as soon as possible. Master. Huh. Hu Guanju raised his eyebrows and a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed across his eyes. He smiled and said, "My master is ready. He will immediately rush to Sentry City as soon as the sect leader gives the order. At that time, fellow Daoist Kun will have the chance to meet my master and have him guide you on your refining skills." "Yes, yes," Xiaohua said with a smile, "this Kun admires your master's artifact refining skills. If this Kun can obtain some pointers from him, this Kun will definitely benefit greatly." "Well said, well said." Hu Guanju glanced at the emissary and opened his mouth slightly, as if he was transmitting his voice. The emissary nodded, but his face was covered in fog. "Let's go, fellow Kun." Hu Guanju waved his hand and said, "The emissary and I will accompany you back to Sentry City. We will wait outside the city. Take out your storage bag." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. He flew up and said with a smile, "I, Kun, will lead the way. Fellow Daoist Kun, please." The emissary smiled and raised his hand. His figure also flew up and landed on Xiaohua's right. Hu Guanju also flew up and landed on Xiaohua's left. "Oh, by the way, fellow Daoist Kun." As Xiaohua flew for a while, Hu Guanma suddenly remembered something. He patted his storage bag and said, "Before I left, my master asked me to bring you a magic treasure. It's what you wanted when you went there. It's just that my master hasn't been able to successfully refine it until the beginning of this year. I'll give it to fellow Daoist now." "Hehe, many thanks to your honorable master." Xiaohua was happy. He didn't think that he would be able to obtain a transcendent treasure before he left, so how could he not be happy? "Still," he said, "that old man is really..." However, before he could finish speaking, he saw Hu Guanqing take out something from his storage bag. It was not a Dharma treasure, but a spirit talisman with extremely powerful dharmic powers. Xiaohua was very familiar with the magical power fluctuations of this spiritual talisman. Wasn't it the protective spiritual talisman that Li Chengxiu had used that day, the Hand of Nascent Soul? This is bad. How did this guy discover this young master's flaw? Seeing this, Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He saw that Hu Guanju had been waiting for this moment. As soon as the Hand of Nascent Soul took out his storage bag, he immediately activated his dharmic powers. A hurricane was born from the spirit talisman, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet rushed into the spirit talisman. The spirit talisman borrowed the force of the wind and suddenly expanded. In an instant it was several feet in size. Moreover, the Hand of Nascent Soul flashed with brilliance, and a powerful restrictive force appeared spontaneously. Looking at the emissary to Xiaohua's right, he waved his hand, and a ray of golden light flew out from his hand. A small palm-sized pagoda flew into the air. The small pagoda's brilliance was unusually dazzling. When the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged by the Hand of Nascent Soul swept past the small pagoda, half of it was absorbed by the small pagoda. Strands of jade were born from the edges of the small pagoda, and a suction force that was not inferior to the restrictive force of the Hand of Nascent Soul was born from the bottom of the small pagoda. The force rotated and was about to envelop Xiaohua. Hiss! Xiaohua was shocked and immediately moved. His figure suddenly flashed, and almost an afterimage appeared behind him. His figure was as strange as the wind. Hu Guanqing had deliberately distanced himself from him by several feet, but in the blink of an eye, he was already closing in on him. Woo! Seeing that he was getting closer, Xiaohua raised his hand, took out the wishful staff, and swung it at Hu Guanqing's head. Xiaohua's wind escape was too fast. Although Hu Guanqing made the first move, Xiaohua arrived first. Before Hu Guanqing's Hand of Nascent Soul could move, the wishful staff was already in front of Hu Guanqing's eyes. Hu Guanqing had no choice but to activate the talisman with one hand and slap his forehead with the other. A dazzling sword light flew out and met Xiao Hua's wishful staff head-on. With a cracking sound, the flying sword was hit by the wishful staff, and a crack appeared on the flying sword. Hiss! Hu Guanqing's face flushed red. His figure quickly retreated. He wanted to escape from Xiao Hua's wishful staff. Attack! Xiao Hua shouted. Instead of advancing, he retreated and flew toward the emissary who had taken out his magic treasure. What is he doing? Hu Guanqing was slightly taken aback, but his heart still relaxed. He hurriedly activated the Hand of Nascent Soul. However, just as Xiao Hua turned to attack the emissary, two green and red flying swords flew out of Xiao Hua's mouth. One in front and one behind, they chased each other and pierced toward Hu Guanqing with incomparable speed. Flying swords? Hu Guanqing didn't have time to retrieve his flying swords. When he saw Xiao Hua attack with flying swords, he couldn't help but be taken aback. But when he saw the two flying swords piercing toward him at an unimaginable speed, Hu Guanqing was scared out of his wits. Dodge! Hu Guanqing only had this thought in his mind. He didn't even have time to activate the talisman. However, the distance between him and Xiao Hua was too close, and the flying speed of the Dream Executioner and the Mountain Splitter was too fast. In addition, the strength of the two flying swords was too great. Just as the thought of dodging arose in Hu Guanqing's mind, the two swords had already pierced his body. With a "pu," the Dream Executioner was the first to strike. Hu Guanqing's protective golden light flashed and was pierced through by the Dream Executioner. Woo! With a flash of brilliance, the Dream Executioner was blocked by Hu Guanqing's protective magic treasure. Although the huge impact made Hu Guanqing feel incomparable pain, the Dream Executioner was blocked in the end. Hiss! Immediately after, the second sword light arrived. The power of the Mountain Splitter increased by a lot under the Dream Executioner's cooperation. The flashing protective magic treasure only resisted for a few breaths of time before the light was extinguished and the Mountain Splitter pierced through. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the Mountain Splitter pierced through Hu Guanqing's chest and came out from his back. Hu Guanqing, an early golden core cultivator, was so easily killed by Xiao Hua. The swollen nascent soul hand fell along with Hu Guanqing's corpse. Like a deflated bubble, it rapidly shrank and finally turned into a talisman that fell beside the corpse. Xiao Hua turned around and attacked the envoy. He didn't even check on Hu Guanqing. Since he attacked, he absolutely couldn't let the envoy escape, even if he was the Marshal Kun. Who would have thought that the thing that made Xiao Hua's soul fly out of his body would happen? Seeing Xiao Hua raise the wishful staff, the enchanting envoy's eyes suddenly widened. A brilliant brilliance flashed through his eyes. Then, he cried out in extreme shock, who are you? You actually know the transfiguration technique? As he spoke, the shocked envoy waved his hand. The small pagoda quickly fell, and his figure strangely floated up. Xiao Hua's speed was extremely fast, but the envoy's small pagoda had already been raised and blocked in front of the wishful staff. The suction force of the small pagoda was amazing. Xiao Hua's body shook continuously, and the brilliance of his protective body flashed. But when the wishful staff hit the suction force, the small pagoda flew out. At this time, the envoy's figure was like smoke and also like a ghost. He only flashed a few times in the air and chased after the small pagoda. He grabbed the small pagoda in his hand, and then without looking back, a trace of green smoke appeared around his body, and his whole figure disappeared. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. This was the first time he had seen such a strange flying technique. Moreover, this emissary had actually seen through his disguise technique with a single sentence. How could this not surprise him? How could he let the envoy escape? Xiao Hua yelled, his figure flashed, and a stick hit the place where the emissary disappeared. Unfortunately, the stick hit empty air, and not even a hair of the envoy was hit. Xiao Hua was anxious. His figure also flashed and disappeared, as if he was chasing after the envoy. However, in a moment, Xiao Hua's figure appeared one zhang away, and his face was full of confusion and anxiety. Who is this envoy? He actually has such a powerful flying technique. Xiao Hua was really anxious. If I had known this earlier, I would have killed this person first. Or at least not reveal any trace of the wishful staff. However, now that things had come to this, where was there a special medicine for regret? Even if Xiao Hua opened his illusion breaker eyes and looked around, he still could not find the whereabouts of the envoy. Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly, and his heart was still unwilling. He felt that his illusion breaker eyes should be able to see where the envoy fled, but he did not know how to check. Even if you know that I am pretending to be Marshal Kun, so what? You don't know who I am. Xiao Hua said coldly. This envoy did not go to the Dao Sword battlefield to help, but ran here. There must be something shameful. This so-called alliance leader was probably something that couldn't be seen in public. I am not even afraid of a nascent soul cultivator, so why would I be afraid of some bullshit alliance leader? Thinking, Xiao Hua flew back to the place where he had killed Hu Guanmu. With a wave of his hand, the intact nascent soul hand talisman fell into his hand. Xiao Hua looked at it and carefully stored it in his space. Chapter 2574. After that, Xiao Hua picked up Hu Guanda's storage bag and checked it. Sure enough, not only were there materials to repair the Grand Cosmos shifting token, there were also materials to refine the Thunderbolt, and many other precious materials for refining tools. Humph, I didn't come here in vain. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and pointed his finger. A wisp of true samadhi fire fell on the corpse, burning it until only a golden core was left. Looking at the golden core that was only the size of a grain of rice, Xiao Hua sneered, "You're just an early-stage golden core cultivator, yet you dared to scheme against a middle-stage golden core cultivator. You're really tired of living." However, how did this guy discover my flaw? This was something that Xiao Hua couldn't figure out. Xiao Hua originally wanted to call Goldie out of the space, but he looked around vigilantly and was still not at ease. With a wave of his hand, he sent the golden core into the space. What made Xiao Hua flabbergasted was that Goldie, who had always liked golden cores, sniffed this little golden core and didn't pay attention to it at all. It turned its head to the side. Oh my god, it doesn't even care about golden cores. Xiao Hua smacked his lips and thought, however, the quality of this Hu Guanda's golden core is indeed not good. No wonder Goldie doesn't like it. Don't waste it. Xiao Hua thought as he sent the golden core to the duck floating on the water. The duck opened its tender yellow beak and swallowed the golden core into its stomach without even opening its eyes. After Xiao Hua looked around and found no flaws, he turned around and wanted to fly away. However, just as he turned around, his gaze fell on a stone that was piled up in the shape of the word Quan, 100 feet away. This is... Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out a jade slip from the space. He immersed his divine sense in it and looked at it for a moment. Then, he flew to the stone and grabbed it. A layer of silver light appeared on the stone, and a palm-sized square cauldron appeared. Strange. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and said curiously, "There are strange things every year, but there are especially many this year. This thing, why is it still here? It seems, dozens of years have passed, right?" After looking at the small cauldron overflowing with silver light for a moment, Xiao Hua tried to throw the jade slip into it. Buzz! The small cauldron began to emit a brilliance, and a wave of faint smoke emerged from the jade slip. Soon after, the jade slip flew out of the small cauldron, and the small cauldron once again turned into a silver light that landed on the stone, and slowly disappeared. Looking at the jade slip that was emitting smoke, Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into it. A moment later, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. He looked inside the sword tomb and muttered to himself, "What is this jade system trying to sell?" Young Master remembered that he had evil intentions towards Young Master that day. Why did he come to the sword tomb? Since I'm here, I'll go take a look. What kind of waves can a Foundation establishment brat cause? Besides, my whereabouts have already been exposed by that bullshit emissary. If I don't go out and hide, should I go back to Sky Patrol City and walk right into their trap? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's figure moved like lightning and flew in the direction indicated by the jade slip. After Xiaohua's figure disappeared for an hour, a wave of fluctuation flashed in mid-air, and Xiaohua's figure appeared there again. His divine sense once again swept across the area within 100 miles. Damn it, could it be that the emissary really left? Xiaohua actually made a feint and returned here again to see if the emissary was hiding somewhere and not escaping at that time. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, Xiaohua was helpless and could only resentfully fly up again. After more than half a day, a faint figure appeared beside a low-lying mountain rock a few miles away from here. It was the emissary who had disappeared. However, at this time, a trace of horror appeared on the emissary's pale face. I really didn't expect this. This guy actually knows the transfiguration technique. Moreover, the thing in his hand seems to be a demonic artifact. This demonic artifact is different from ordinary demonic artifacts. It can actually send the demon subduing pagoda flying. This guy. Who is he? However, since he can kill Marshal Kuan, he must have some grudges with the thunder-controlling sect. He might even have a grudge with a Dao sect cultivator. The emissary's eyes turned. Yes, he used a sword cultivator's secret technique to kill Hu Guanmu. But, his flying sword seems to be different from a sword cultivator's. Maybe, he's a bird cultivator? Or a beast cultivator? It seems that only Huan country's swordsmen are active in the vicinity of the sword catacomb. This guy is undoubtedly a swordsman. The emissary was still in a state of shock. Seeing that there was no more movement nearby, he quietly flew up, still thinking to himself. But as he flew, his body suddenly shook again, as if he had thought of something. That's not right. If this guy is a swordsman, why is he waiting here alone for Hu Guanmu? Besides, why does he need so many of Hu Guanmu's refining materials? The most inconceivable thing is that when I saw this guy, I already used my divine sense to investigate him. He is undoubtedly a Dao sect cultivator. When did the transfiguration technique reach such a miraculous level? Who on earth is this guy? The emissary was really scratching his head. This won't do. Such a strange cultivator, no matter if he's a cultivator or a sword cultivator, will be detrimental to my heavenly devil sect and my sect master. I must report this to Lord Sect Master. As he spoke, the emissary got rid of the me. It was a young cultivator dressed in an ordinary Taoist robe, with delicate features and an extremely refined expression on his face. He looked like he was in his 20s. Who was this emissary? Wasn't he the deputy sect master Zhang Zhihao that heavenly devil sect's Zhang Qingshao had personally appointed? After Zhang Zhihao thought about it, his figure immediately turned into green smoke and disappeared. After waiting for an hour, he flew out from a stone crack in a snowy plain. His originally pale face was even more bloodless. Then, Zhang Zhihao looked at the sky and said in a low voice, Xiong Huasong sent a message, saying that he found clues to the Grand Universe Shifting Token. Damn it, isn't it that Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect? Wouldn't it be fine if he directly killed him and took the token? Why did he have to make this trip? This Xiaohua is also the reincarnation of a praying mantis. He should have died in the netherworld. Why is he still alive now? If that Zhu Chenghe knew, wouldn't he desperately cover it up? Ha ha ha, things are getting more and more interesting. Yes, it was indeed interesting. Not only did Zhang Zhihao have such thoughts, but Zhang Qingshao, who was far away in the Lian country, also had such thoughts. At this time, Zhang Qingshao was sitting on a hill. The hill was neither tall nor big, only a few feet high and several feet wide. Above the hill, the bright scenic bell emitted an orange-yellow brilliance that covered Zhang Qingshao and a jade table. On top of the jade table, there was a strange wine bottle and several jade cups. The light red wine in the jade cups emitted a clear wine fragrance that filled the entire light barrier. Zhang Qingshao lazily sat on the white blanket, his left hand holding a jade cup. Just as the cup left his mouth, those slightly squinted eyes, the smiling corners of his mouth, and the slight tapping of the index and middle fingers of his right hand on the jade table, all of them showed that he was enjoying himself. This small mound was just one of the many yellow hills of varying sizes in this boundless wasteland. Zhang Qingshao didn't know how many similar mounds there were in front of her, but she didn't know how many of them there were behind her. Xiaohua, this guy, what is he doing? He actually killed the Imperial Thunder Sect's Marshal Kun? Zhang Qingshao naturally received Zhang Zhihao's secret report. The corner of his mouth faintly flickered with mockery. This guy even said that I was vicious and merciless. What about himself? He didn't even put his own master in his eyes and easily killed them. Is this the attitude of a junior? Moreover, this is a great battle of Dao cultivators. Your hands are itchy, can't you kill a few more sword cultivators? Even if Marshal Kun wants to curry favor with Daoist Jingru and has some thoughts about you. But could it be that Marshal Kun has already made his move? Zhang Qingshao suddenly came to a realization, damn, this little junior brother of mine is really amazing. Marshal Kun is a golden core cultivator, and he already made his move. Didn't this guy Xiaohua just build his foundation? He can actually escape from a golden core cultivator's palm, not simple, not simple. If it wasn't for Xiaohua, that whatever stick, even I, wouldn't have guessed that Marshal Kun was actually Xiaohua in disguise. Where did Xiaohua's disguise technique come from? He's actually much more powerful than I am. It seems like my little junior brother's background isn't simple. Fortunately, this is my little junior brother. If he was my enemy, let alone an enemy, with such a person on Xiaoyu continent, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Fortunately. Also, what does our Vice Alliance leader Luo want to do? He actually has dealings with people of my demon sect. My heavenly demon sect's vice sect leader Yin Meng seems to be under the Vice Alliance leader? Or maybe he's here to contact Vice Alliance leader Luo. Vice sect leader Yin has been very busy recently. Unfortunately, his Grand Cosmos shifting token has always been in my little junior brother's storage bag. This guy can't catch up to Xiaohua's fleeing footsteps no matter how hard he tries. Should I tell him that Xiaohua went to the sword tomb? Or maybe Xiong Huasong will tell him without me informing him? Not necessarily. Zhang Qingshao shook her head again. I'm afraid Xiong Huasong doesn't know about Yin Meng, right? Xiong Huasong can only tell Zhang Zhihao about Xiaohua, but he can't directly inform Yin Meng. But that's not right. According to Xiaohua, he obtained this Grand Cosmos shifting token at the Feather Immortal Assembly. This thing should have been sent to the Changbai sect for Daoist Jingyu, right? This Xiong Huasong is a cultivator of the Profound Sky sect, so how did he know that the Grand Cosmos shifting token is with Xiaohua? It must have been a disciple of the Profound Sky sect who handed this thing to the unlucky Fan Tong at the Feather Immortal Assembly. Lu Weigang has already said this. Daoist Jingyu is extremely protective, so he will definitely avenge Fan Tong. Looks like my little junior brother's situation is not good. Since Zhang Zhihao noticed Xiaohua, that old Vice Alliance leader Luo naturally also saw Xiaohua. Daoist Jingyu is about to head to the Sky Patrol City. Little junior brother is surrounded by enemies. Chapter 2575. I've already told him to come and be my heavenly demon sect's vice sect leader. I can also send my disciples to help him. Now, I have to find a way to hide my connection with him. Oh, right, what's the name of the disciple who sent the elixir to Xiaohua? I can't let him live a moment longer. This guy only knows how to flaunt his superiority and fight alone. How could he know how wonderful it is to have the heavenly demon sect as his backing? Look. I don't have to do it myself. Naturally, my subordinates will deliver the Taiqing sect's wine. Xiaohua wants to drink it, but can he drink it? Alas, I don't know how Yu Tong is doing. I don't know if the words I taught her could deceive those swords. However, even if she couldn't deceive them, they wouldn't do anything out of line to her, right? Speaking of which, it's strange. Where did Zhang Yuha go? She's really dead and nowhere to be seen. It's very strange. Just when Zhang Qingxiao was both intoxicated and worried, she suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. She looked up and saw that not far ahead, a scarlet mist flashed, and a messaging charm appeared outside the light shield. Pa! Zhang Qingxiao snapped her fingers, and a small crack appeared on the light shield. The message talisman rushed in through the crack, and naturally, a few strands of the yellow dust in the sky also seeped in. Oh! Zhang Qingxiao's divine sense entered the message talisman and looked at it. A strange look appeared on her face. She snorted coldly and waved her hand. The message talisman flew out again. The great vice sect leader Yin of the heavenly demon sect is coming. He's really arrogant. He didn't even write anything on the message talisman, only the word Yin. Damn it, it seems that he really thinks he's the first vice sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. Zhang Qingxiao sneered and waved her hand to destroy the spirit wine that had fallen into the yellow dust. However, just as her fingers touched the wine cup, she stopped and a smile appeared on her face. After a while, a faint black shadow appeared in the yellow dust. The shape of the shadow couldn't be seen. It looked like a human figure, but also like a floating mist. When the shadow got closer, the figure was revealed. Io, vice sect leader Yin. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly got up and waved her hand, as if she was lifting up a curtain, parting the brilliance of the bright scenic bell. Please come in, please come in. It had only been 10 months since they last met, but the vice sect master's invisibility technique had improved by leaps and bounds. Fortunately, it's noon right now. If it was dusk or night, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see it. Yin Meng's lips curled into a proud smile. She didn't care about the brilliance of the bright scenic bell at all. Then, she went in without hesitation. It was as if he didn't care that he had entered the range of Zhang Qingxiao's magical weapon. Zhang Qingxiao understood that it was not because Yin Meng was not worried about her, but because Yin Meng was extremely confident in his own cultivation, and was not afraid that Zhang Qingxiao would do anything to him. Yin Meng stood on the silk carpet and glanced around with a smile. Sect leader Zhang really knows how to enjoy life. Tasting the sweet bamboo liquid in this Lian country filled with yellow soil really makes this old man envious. This old man is troubled by the trivial matters of Tiangang sect every day. I really want to learn from sect master Zhang and steal half a day of leisure. Zhang Qingxiao wasn't angry because Yin Meng didn't call her Lord Sect Master and only called her Sect Leader Zhang. Instead, she was extremely polite. She cupped her hands and said, "How can this Zhang be qualified? It's only because of some Yin Zhe that I can become the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect. When it comes to talent and governance, how can I compare to Vice Sect Leader Yin? As for the cultivation of demonic arts, don't even mention it. My heavenly demon 13 sect still has to rely on vice sect leader Een, this kind of person with outstanding talent. Especially vice sect leader Een, who is the first vice sect leader of heavenly demon sect. All of the sect's affairs, no matter how big or small, rely on vice sect leader Yin's participation. The capable do more work, it doesn't matter. Een Meng sat down unceremoniously, and Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This sect leader has just fallen. If vice sect leader Een doesn't mind, please drink a few cups, how about it?" Ha, thank you sect leader Zhang. To be able to make sect leader Zhang personally pour wine, this heavenly demon sect, this old man is the first. He laughed sinisterly and made a grabbing motion with his hand. 5 wisps of faint black mist flew out from his fingertips, grabbing the spirit wine from the wine cups. He opened his mouth, and the scarlet liquid fell into his mouth. Phew! After the wine entered his stomach, Een Meng let out a long breath and praised, "Sure enough, it's Taiching sect's famous sweet bamboo liquid. It really lives up to its reputation. If vice sect leader Een likes it, you can drink a few more cups." Zhang Qingxiao reached out and personally raised the wine cup, poured wine for Een Meng, and said, "This sect leader only has this little hobby. I didn't expect vice sect leader Een to like it too. Who wouldn't like such a good wine?" Een Meng rolled his eyes at Zhang Qingxiao and said, "However, if you want to drink such good wine often, there must be a price." Yes, Zhang Qingxiao pretended not to know what Een Meng said, and raised his thumb and said, "It turns out that vice sect leader Een is also an expert in this field. This sect leader came here to drink the sweet bamboo liquid because this spirit wine is brewed from the pure earth attribute sweet bamboo fruit. It can only be drunk in a place with extremely rich earth attribute spirit chi of heaven and earth to taste its best taste." Oh. Obviously, Een Meng didn't know this story, but he also raised his eyebrows and said, "So sect leader Zhang also knows about it." This sect leader just found out. Zhang Qingxiao smiled wholeheartedly, and it seemed that he didn't change his attitude because of Een Meng's attitude. Een Meng poured a few more cups, and Zhang Qingxiao also accompanied at the same time. After a long while, he asked tentatively, "By the way, vice sect leader Een came here from afar. What's the matter?" "It's not a big matter. He just wanted to ask about the establishment of the heavenly demon sect." Een Meng seemed to be asking a junior. "Oh, this matter is a big matter of my heavenly demon sect." Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, "Although my heavenly demon sect has been established long ago, and even has some influence on the Dawn Rain continent, it's not completely open yet. Under the planning of the various vice sect leaders, especially vice sect leader Een, our sect leader has already made arrangements according to the previous discussion. All the preparations have been completed, and it can be said that everything is ready except for the east wind." Good. When the nascent soul cultivators from the 3 cultivation countries go to the Sky Patrol City, my heavenly demon sect will be established when they don't care. When the battle between the Tao cultivators is over, my heavenly demon sect will also have a firm foothold. What can the dozens of Tao sects do to my heavenly demon sect?" Een Meng said proudly. Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a trace of hesitation, and there was a trace of fear as he said in a low voice, "Actually, vice sect leader Een, this sect leader feels that the current situation of my heavenly demon sect is already very good. The number of disciples is slowly increasing, and the influence of the 13 demon sects is also gradually expanding. There's no need for us to establish a sect right away. It won't be too late to establish a sect after our strength is consolidated, and when we can completely resist the Tao sect, right? If those nascent soul cultivators send their disciples to annihilate us, this sect leader is afraid that the good situation from before will be gone forever." "Humph, what do you know?" Een Meng sneered, "This is the best time for my heavenly demon sect to establish a sect. The Dao sect has placed their focus on the sword cultivators, and they don't have the strength to take care of my demon sect. The sword Dao battle? You don't have to worry. As the saying goes, to kill 1,000 enemies, you lose 800 of your own men. When those Dao sect cultivators extricate themselves from the sword Dao battle, their strength will be almost depleted. How will they have the energy to attack my demon sect? Once my demon sect stands out in the Dawn Rain mainland, the number of disciples joining my demon sect will be 100 or 1,000 times more than before. The 13 demon sects will soon become an existence comparable to the 13 cultivation sects. When that time comes, even if the Dao sects have the strength to annihilate us, will they still dare to do so? Will they still dare to start a Daoist demon war? Yes, this sect leader is not very proficient in these things. Zhang Qingxiao smiled awkwardly and said, even thinking about it gives me a headache. The demons of the demon realm are not good at these things. Yes, this old man knows this. That's why I really lowered myself to help you. Yin Meng nodded and pointed to the west, saying mysteriously, this old man received some fragmentary information. Over there, the people who are coming, I'm afraid they'll be coming soon. We have to establish the 13 demon sects before they come and let them see that we have a great situation here. They're coming so soon? Zhang Qingxiao was extremely delighted but also a little panicked. Sect leader Zhang, don't be afraid. Yin Meng seemed to have seen through Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts and said with a smile, you've established the 13 demon sects. With such a great contribution, no matter who comes, won't they want you to be the sect leader? Besides, even if it's me, I'm now the deputy sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. I'll definitely put in a good word for sect leader Zhang. Thank you, deputy sect leader Yin. Zhang Qingxiao even bowed and thanked him. Everything depends on deputy sect leader Yin. If the people from that side come, you must properly introduce them to this sect leader. That's natural. Yin Meng stood up and said, this is also an important matter for this old man to come here today. You just have to do well in establishing the sect. No matter how badly you do other things, nothing will happen. Yes, this sect leader understands. Zhang Qingxiao was still respectful. Which sword cultivator's little lady? Yin Meng looked around and said with a smile, why don't you call her out for this old man to see? This sect leader is already a little tired of looking at her. She wanted to go sightseeing, so this sect leader sent a few disciples to follow her. I'm afraid she's already in Meng Kingdom. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. Oh. So sect leader Zhang is already tired of her. Yin Meng's eyes showed a trace of a smile, and he looked Zhang Qingxiao up and down and said, this old man thinks that the little lady is not bad. This sect leader knows, Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically, wait for this sect leader's arrangements in the future. Thank you sect leader Zhang. Yin Meng laughed loudly, stood up, and cupped his hands, saying, this old man still has a lot of things to do in Tiangang sect, so I won't accompany sect leader Zhang. Goodbye. Chapter 2576. I'll send Vice Sect Leader Yin off. Zhang Qingxiao respectfully opened the bright scenic bell's light screen and said with a smile. No need. Yin Meng waved his hand and said, with such yellow dust, I still have to use my invisibility technique. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up. That's right. Then I'll send Vice Sect Leader off with my eyes. Zhang Qingxiao suddenly understood and slapped his own forehead with a smile. Zhang Qingxiao waited for Yin Meng to turn into a wisp of smoke and fly away in a seemingly slow but swift manner. She then closed the light screen of the bright scenic bell. The corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile as a trace of viciousness surfaced in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a bright red flame flashed. Not only were the jade cups and wine bottles used by Yin Meng turned into dust, even the jade table and silk blanket were turned into dust. Zhang Qingshao took out another silk blanket and wine bottle and sat down again. Yin Meng, that old bastard, bullied me too much. Zhang Qingshao swore inwardly, but then he laughed again. It was a very carefree laugh. Isn't this what I want? In this world, people without strength can only be looked down upon by others. They can only be humiliated by others and feel unreconciled. But am I that kind of person? Didn't you see that my junior brother could casually kill a middle-stage golden core cultivator? He even used the face of a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to fool around in the Imperial Thunder sect. Since he dared to kill Marshal Kun, he naturally dared to kill Qian Mo naturally. Damn it, that Tu Hong wouldn't be here to kill, right? Xiaohua killed so many famous cultivators, but he still calmly stayed among the cultivators and no one suspected him. Wasn't he just relying on his cultivation to cover up? I can easily kill Yin Meng, but what about the people behind him? That bullshit Vice Alliance leader Luo, and those devil sect people who are coming, and there seems to be a lot more. How can I kill them all at once? Forget it, a real man knows when to yield and when not. I still let Yin Meng look down on me. So what? Zhang Qingshao reached out and picked up a cup of sweet bamboo liquor and laughed. Aren't you all still being played by me in the palm of my hand? Other than me and senior sister, who else knows that Xiaohua is my junior brother? Other than Zhang Zhihao, even Vice Alliance leader Luo himself, doesn't know that it's just my clone. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Zhang Qingshao laughed heartily for a moment, and then his expression calmed down again. Even though it was extremely rare for him to reveal his inner thoughts like this, if Yin Meng hadn't mentioned Zhang Yutong just now, how could he have had such an opportunity? The yellow dust outside the light barrier was still the same. Even when night fell, not only did it show no signs of stopping, it even began to wreak havoc, dyeing the horizon yellow. Originally, one could still see the desolation of blood, but now, it had turned into an earthy yellow color, giving off a very filthy feeling. Forget it. Zhang Qingshao waved her hand and stood up. She sighed. In the bleak dusk, the sunset always makes people nostalgic. Unfortunately, it's Yutong's favorite. When she was here, even the heavens took care of her. Today, I came here to watch the sunset and wanted to feel it. Who knew that not only would Yin Meng disturb me, even the heavens wouldn't give me face. Just as Zhang Qingshao stood up, a scarlet communication talisman landed in front of him. Zhang Qingshao impatiently reached out and took the communication talisman. After looking at it for a moment, his expression turned serious. He raised his head and pondered for a moment. Then, with a tap of his hand, the communication talisman flew away. Then, Zhang Qingshao stood there straight and looked to the west with his hands clasped behind his back. In that earthy yellow area, half a hazy setting sun slowly set. Disciple greets sect master. A similarly faint black fog drifted over from the yellow dust. When it landed on the ground, the black fog didn't hesitate to kneel on the ground, revealing a humble figure. In his hand was a pitch-black magic slip, and he held it above his head with both hands. This humble one has a jade slip for Lord. This humble one didn't dare to delay and specially sent it over. Oh. Zhang Qingshao was slightly taken aback. With a wave of his hand, the magic slip fell into his hand. However, he didn't care about it. He glanced at it briefly and threw it on the jade table beside him. Then, he looked at the disciple kneeling on the ground and snorted coldly. He asked, how is the situation with the establishment of my demonic 13 sects? Why aren't you properly taking care of things in the country of Xi? Why did you come to the country of Lian for an insignificant jade slip? Yes, sect master understands. That disciple lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it. He carefully said, the three aristocratic families in the country of Xi, Huai Xian's Fan family and Fan Qiu's Zhao family have long been under our control. Now, we only need to change their recruitment. As for Jie Rant's Zhao family, we have already arranged disciples nearby. As long as Sect Master gives the order, this humble one's disciples can quickly control Jie Rant's Zhao family. These three families are in the shape of the character. They can be the foundation of our demonic 13 sects in the country of Xi. Good. You all have contributed greatly to the establishment of the demonic 13 sects. Zhang Qingshao nodded. What about the country of Meng? This. According to Sect Master's arrangement, the foundation of the three aristocratic families, Qian City's Ming family, Mo City's Qi family, and Yi City's Qian family, will be the foundation of our demonic 13 sects in the country of Meng. However, other than the Yi City's Qian family, which currently has a 90% chance, the other two families only have a 50% chance. After all, there are other cultivation sects nearby these two families. This humble one is afraid that our demonic 13 sects will make a move. They may not just stand by and watch. You don't have to worry about this. Zhang Qingshao waved his hand. If they know what's good for them, then let's forget about it. If they dare to make a move, then we'll just eliminate them all. Yes, this humble one understands. That disciple said again. The establishment of sects in the country of Lian is much faster than the other two countries. The Qianping Ridges Huang family, Demonic Caves Chang family, and Fanyi Mountains Wang family are all under Sect Master's control. They can change their sects at any time. This humble one really admires them. Ha ha ha, Yi Yin, when did you learn to flatter this Sect Master? Zhang Qingshao laughed out loud. These three families in the country of Lian were originally the secret hands of our demonic 13 sects. They were cultivated decades ago. If this Sect Master couldn't control them now, how could he dare to establish the demonic 13 sects? This humble one admires Sect Master for this. The disciple named Yi Yin said respectfully. The demonic 13 sects were established by Sect Master single-handedly. Moreover, it started decades ago. It's only now that you've revealed your ferocious side. If it were this humble one, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold back 20 years ago. Do you think I didn't want to establish a sect earlier? Zhang Qingshao laughed and scolded. In the past, my strength wasn't enough. Now that I have the 13 deputy sect masters, I have the courage to speak. If it weren't for you, I would still be holding back. I wouldn't dare. We all relied on Sect Master's talent. Yi Yin said hurriedly. If it weren't for Sect Master, how could we have today's status and achievements? How could we have a firm foothold in front of the Dao sect cultivators? Moreover, we have to rely on Sect Master to stand up to them in the future. We really can't do anything. Haha, Zhang Qingshao enjoyed it in her heart, and the corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile. Ever since this humble one entered the demonic 13 sects, I've treated the demonic 13 sects as my home. It's a place where this humble one can shelter from the wind and rain in the future. Yi Yin still didn't dare to look up as he said humbly, moreover, Sect Master's great talent and bold vision has left this humble one in awe. To be honest, this humble one has considered the future development of the demonic 13 sects, but this humble one really didn't expect that Sect Master would establish a sect in the three cultivation countries at once. This way, our demonic 13 sects will become a colossus. This humble one's thoughts are really insignificant compared to Sect Master's. I'm afraid you don't understand, right? Zhang Qingshao said with a smile. Sect Master is really godly. Yi Yin raised his head at this moment. His fair and clear face revealed a shrewd look, and his eyes flashed with admiration. No one would associate him with a demonic cultivator. This humble one has never dared to ask, afraid that it would disturb Sect Master's train of thought. Now that everything is ready, please enlighten me, sect master. We were talking about forbearance just now. Yi Yin, you're really forbearing. Speak, you're the second deputy sect master of the demonic 13 sects. This sect has nothing to hide from you. Zhang Qingxiao said with a nod. Actually, there's nothing too suspicious. This humble one just feels that although our demonic 13 sects have a lot of people, the cultivation of our disciples is still shallow and can't be compared to those cultivation sects. Even if we establish a sect, it's best to find a slightly remote place that's easy to defend and hard to attack. We don't even want to be discovered by them. Yi Yin smiled apologetically. Moreover, Sect Master has established 3 bases in each of the 3 cultivation countries at once. Isn't this just dividing the power of our demonic 13 sects? Each base will only have 30% of our power. Moreover, the development of the 3 demonic 13 sects will definitely be different. Which demonic 13 sect is the real demonic 13 sect? Ha ha ha, Zhang Qingxiao laughed. He knew in his heart that Yi Yin might not be ignorant. However, he still asked this question. On one hand, it was to express his respect for him, which showed that he was really humble. On the other hand, it was also to express his unswerving loyalty to the demonic 13 sect and his concern for its development. In the face of Zhang Qingxiao's laughter, Yi Yin's expression was normal, as if he was really asking for advice. Yi Yin, didn't you say so yourself? The cultivation of our demonic 13 sects disciples is generally shallow and the newly recruited disciples are all useless. It's not suitable for us to go against the cultivation sects directly. In that case, 100,000 people and 30,000 people are all the same in the eyes of the cultivation sects. Since that's the case, why don't we divide the 100,000 people into 3 groups? We can directly divert the attention of the Dao sect's cultivators. Moreover, in this way, our demonic 13 sect, which originally had 1 base, will now have 3 bases. Won't our reputation be even greater? Moreover, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Our demonic 13 sect has 3 bases all of a sudden. How would they know which one is the real demonic 13 sect? Although the 3 cultivation countries are all Dao sects, they are not one country or sect. If they want to deal with our demonic 13 sect, they will definitely have to join forces. There will also be dirty tricks involved. Isn't this a good thing for our demonic 13 sect? Chapter 2577. Yi Yin nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes. They thought that Lord Sect Master set up a maze, but who would know that these 3 places are the true foundations of our heavenly demon sect? As for the development between the 3 foundations that you mentioned, there's even less to worry about. Zhang Qingxiao continued, fiendish cultivators like us emphasize on bloodshed. Whoever develops better, our sect will invest more in that person. The 13 sects of heavenly demon sect. Perhaps in the end, there's only one sect that can stand tall in the Dawn Rain continent. Or perhaps it can develop into 30 sects. All these will depend on you, Yi Yin. Yes, I understand. I'll definitely sacrifice my life for the development of our heavenly demon sect. Yi Yin bowed in admiration. Yi Yin, remember, heavenly demon sect is our heavenly demon sect. Your development is the development of our heavenly demon sect, and your improvement is the improvement of our heavenly demon sect. Your heavenly Brahman sect is also a part of my heavenly demon sect. Supporting the heavenly Brahman sect is the greatest support for my sect. If your Tianfan sect develops well in the future, you can even establish your own sect and be the master of your own sect. Zhang Qingxiao said earnestly. Yi Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism when he heard that, but he concealed it immediately and knelt on the ground. I only need to follow Lord Sect Master's footsteps. I don't dare to think too much. Ha ha ha, up to you. Whatever you think, our sect will support it. Zhang Qingshao nodded and took out a storage bag. She handed it to Yi Yin and said, "This is the reward from Tiangang sect. You can deal with it as you see fit." "Thank you, Lord Sect Master." Yi Yin took the storage bag, scanned it with his divine telekinesis, and immediately bowed in joy. After Yi Yin left, Zhang Qingshao couldn't wait to reach out and pick up the fiendish bamboo slip again. She pointed her finger, and a blood-colored mist shot into the fiendish bamboo slip. The blood-colored brilliance on the fiendish bamboo slip flickered like a ball of blood. It was only after a while that the fiendish bamboo slip was slightly white. What's going on? Zhang Qingshao immersed his divine sense into the magic bamboo slip that had its restriction lifted. He couldn't help but be shocked. That Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra was given to junior sister by Xiaofan. I have also carefully looked at it. It is a Buddhist sect's cultivation method. There is nothing strange about it. That's why I was relieved to have someone send it over. How could this Jiang Luer lose consciousness after cultivating? Motherfucker, I'm in a terrible fix. Zhang Qingshao slapped his forehead and was about to get up in annoyance. However, after he put away the jade table, he smiled bitterly. When it comes to junior sister, my heart is in a mess. I'm a devil cultivator, not a Buddhist. What's the use of me going there? The one who tied the bell should untie it. If they wanted to find Jiang Luer's illness, Xiaofan had to go. But this guy was in the sword tomb. If I don't go, who can find him? Forget it, I'll tell junior martial sister first. Anyway, it's useless for me to go. Zhang Qingshao was also helpless. He wrote something in the magic bamboo slip and then pointed his hand. The blood-red mist appeared again. When it's time to ask Xiaofan for help, we'll go together. When the mist on the message talisman disappeared, Zhang Qingshao put away the bright scenic bell. His body was suffused with a faint brilliance, blocking the yellow soil outside his body. His figure flashed slightly and disappeared. That figure was like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace. It was many times more brilliant than Yin Meng. Zhang Qingshao was thinking about going to the sword tomb to find Xiaofan. However, even if he really went to the sword tomb, it might not be easy to find Xiaofan at this time. Because Xiaofan had already gone deep into the sword tomb following the instructions of the magic bamboo slip. At the periphery of the sword tomb, there was an endless stretch of purple jasmine flowers. Even for a male cultivator like Xiaofan, when he looked at it, his eyes were filled with gorgeous purple. He couldn't help but be intoxicated. Not to mention women like Formula Sword Guyu, they also saw the purple that spread between heaven and earth as the most beautiful scene in the sword tomb. However, the sword tomb, which was known as one of the 10 most dangerous places in the country of Xi, had shed its gorgeous outer layer and revealed its sinister side in front of Xiaofan. As Xiaofan went deeper, the purple jasmine flowers gradually became sparse. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of blood-red vegetation. This vegetation had already existed when the purple jasmine flowers were still flourishing. However, it was stuck to the ground and was covered by the purple. Now that the pure purple had become thinner, this blood-red color was revealed. Moreover, the weather inside the sword tomb was different from the outside. Gradually, the dark clouds above Xiaohua's head became thicker and the wind became more bitingly cold. If the winter's cold wind was said to be as cold as a knife to the people of the secular world, then the cold wind inside the sword tomb was really like a knife. Not to mention the bone-piercing cold, the wind blades that often rolled up in the wind also slightly stirred up the light protecting Xiaohua's body. Sometimes, the light even faintly flickered, forcing Xiaohua to constantly urge his magic power. The strangest thing was, from time to time, a few bean-sized raindrops would also drip down. Under this kind of cold weather, these raindrops didn't condense. Instead, each raindrop contained an extremely strong force and was even somewhat sharp. Every time it hit Xiaohua's body, it was like a small flying sword attacking him. Damn it, that Yutong is really determined to kill me. The more Xiao Hua flew in, the more alarmed he became. This strange phenomenon in the sword tomb must be caused by the remnant sword intent. Those hundreds of thousands, millions of battle spirits would also add fuel to the fire. Under this kind of extreme situation, this young master was only an early Foundation establishment cultivator at that time. How could he resist? I'm afraid that before I reached this place, would have already been buried under the purple jasmine flowers. But, Yutong, he was only a 10th layer qi refining brat at that time. Why did he come here? Or, what is the Huanhua sect doing here? Xiao Hua muttered again. Didn't Zhong Haoran say it? These 2 years, we met many cultivation families, but, we didn't see many Huanhua sect disciples. Then why did Yun Guichong and the others suddenly come here? Didn't they participate in the war? Huanhua sect, this young master sincerely wanted to enter the Huanhua sect that day, but not only was this Yutong's senior meddling, he was also threatened in the main hall. Since this young master came here today, I want to see what kind of tricks you were playing that day. Xiao Hua originally resented Yutong's insidiousness, but when he thought about how dangerous this place was, and how Yutong was only 100% qi refining cultivator at that time, and now he was only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. He might not even be able to reach the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Back then, he needed someone to protect him when he went to this sword tomb, so he definitely wouldn't go deep into this place. Thus, his thoughts of looking for Yutong faded. A huge sound of water splashing could be heard in the air. The raindrops that were just drizzling a moment ago suddenly became bigger, sprinkling down like a torrential downpour. The protective brilliance around Xiao Hua's body flickered. It's a bit strange. Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his magic power to maintain the protective brilliance. While he raised his head to look at the already pitch-black night sky, he couldn't see the slightest bit of starlight. He thought very strangely, this sword tomb's rainstorm, doesn't it have thunder? It seems that ever since this young master entered the sword tomb, I haven't heard the sound of thunder. Thinking this, Xiao Hua pricked up his ears. Sure enough, his ears were filled with the sound of raindrops falling. There wasn't the slightest bit of sonorous thunder. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. Xiao Hua laughed inwardly. Today, my horizons have been broadened again. After flying for a while, the entire sword tomb was pitch black. The rainwater that was like the Milky Way hanging upside down was like the flying sword of a swordsman, attacking Xiao Hua from top to bottom all the time. Xiao Hua gradually felt impatient. As a result, Xiao Hua took out the jade slip again. His divine sense was just about to enter it to check when suddenly, Xiao Hua felt that within a few dozen feet to his left, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly transformed, and a burst of intense sword qi was born from all around. Who? Xiao Hua coldly shouted, his Buddhist sense sweeping over, but he saw that the surroundings were empty. There wasn't any swordsman's figure. Moreover, at this time, the space near Xiao Hua's left had a faint feeling of sharpness and gravity. His Buddhist sense was unconsciously obstructed, and was firmly suppressed by that gravity, unable to go very far. Seeing that his Buddhist sense was suppressed, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. His figure suddenly stopped in midair, his eyes vigilantly sweeping all around. Wang wang, a burst of sword cries rose from the distance, like a swarm of bees, becoming increasingly louder. Not good. It's a remnant sword array. Xiao Hua felt a swift and fierce sword intent approaching, and a layer of goosebumps unconsciously appeared on his arms. A kind of vigilance also appeared in his heart, and he immediately understood. As a result, his figure hastily flashed to the side. Xiao Hua's ethereal steps was already very mysterious, and at this time, with the addition of the wind evasion, his entire body was like a wisp of smoke, floating without a trace of smoke. In the blink of an eye, he had moved more than one zhang. The instant he dodged, 5 sword lights simultaneously rushed out from a pentagonal area around Xiaohua. Those sword lights were of different colors, and they flew straight into the air, stabbing towards the place where Xiaohua was previously standing. Moreover, those sword lights trembled slightly, and along with this strange trembling fluctuation, those sword lights rapidly expanded. By the time they stabbed in front of Xiaohua, it had already become a 5-colored sword screen, flatly covering an area of more than 10 zhang. Although Xiaohua had dodged more than 1 zhang, that place was still where the sword lights were attacking. What kind of sword array is this? Xiaohua's heart trembled, and without hesitation, he waved his hand and took out the wishful steel staff. He waved it casually, protecting his body without a drop of water leaking out. Keng keng keng. Like raindrops hitting a boulder, the sound was unceasing. The sword lights were all blocked by the wishful steel staff. Every time the sword light fell on the wishful steel staff, the weight in Xiaohua's hand increased by a little. Not long after, the weight of the wishful steel staff was quite considerable. Isn't the wishful steel staff not known to be in the 5 elements? Xiaohua was a little depressed. How come the influence of the sword array is reduced in this sword array? It seems that the demonic tool is not in the 5 elements. When the wishful steel staff was added to the demonic tool during the refining process, although the weight increased, it was contaminated with the 5 elements. The gains did not make up for the losses. Chapter 2578. However, just as Xiaohua was thinking about how to break this sword formation, the 5-colored sword curtain was suddenly cut off. The entire night sky was only left with the sound of dripping rain. The buzzing sound of the sword had completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. Xiaohua let out a long sigh. He held the wishful staff in his hand and stood hesitantly in the air. The sword formation had appeared and disappeared suddenly. Moreover, the power of the sword formation was very fierce. It seemed to be more mysterious than the 7-star sword formation that he could set up. If this sword formation had not suddenly disappeared, he was afraid that he would have to spend more effort to break it. Since he had just entered the center of the sword tomb and encountered such a powerful sword formation, then, there were probably more broken sword formations inside. The sword formations must be even more powerful. Was it necessary for him to continue moving forward? At this moment, the distant sword tomb stretched out. Suddenly, a strong silver-white brilliance flashed. It was very obvious in this pitch-black darkness. This silver brilliance was like a flying dragon, but also like a fierce tiger. It circled in the distance and rushed into the sky. It rapidly fell down, and when the distance disappeared into the night, a roaring sound like a dragon and a leaping tiger passed into Xiaohua's ears. This hissing sound was like a stone that had been thrown into the lake. With a splash, the stone disappeared, but the ripples on the surface of the lake continued to ripple. They slowly rippled across the entire surface of the lake, and didn't calm down for a long time. The hissing sound quickly disappeared. However, following that, wang wang wang, sorrowful sword cries were attracted by the hissing sound. One after another, they appeared in the distance and rushed towards the surroundings of the sword tomb as if they were spreading. The area where Xiaohua was at was naturally affected as well. Low and high sword cries rose and fell one after another. Even the area where the sword formation was located at the 5 stars also let out a dull hiss at the same time. Rumble. Within the Buddhist flames, Punisher Dream and Mountain Splitter were actually attracted by the sword hum as well. Within the Buddhist flames, they were itching to give it a try. Even the 7 sword orbs that hadn't been nurtured before seemed to be jumping about. Xiaohua's primordial spirit, which was in the Dream Executioner's primordial spirit, suddenly jumped. Sorrow, longing, competitiveness, and unyielding emotions filled his primordial spirit. He even had the impulse to charge into the sword cry. Xiao Hua's heart stirred. His flying sword had been nurtured for a long time, but it hadn't produced sword intent for a long time. Now that his primordial spirit had such a perception, wasn't it the best opportunity? Almost without thinking, Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter flew out. Wang, wang, two lively sword cries rushed into the night sky, echoing with the other sword cries. At the same time, a feeling of carefreeness, freedom, and responsibility filled Xiao Hua's heart. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua immediately tossed that trace of hesitation to the back of his mind. The Tao of the flying sword is precisely about moving forward courageously, becoming stronger when faced with danger. If one is overcautious and hesitant, how can one become a supreme flying sword? This young master has known about this path for a long time. However, whenever I encounter danger, I feel a bit fearful. I have to think about how to avoid it. How can I become a flying sword? Forget it, forget it, forget it. No matter how powerful this sword tomb is, this young master still has to take a look. Otherwise, how can I face Senior Li Xiubai? Wang, Xiao Hua's heroic spirit soared to the sky. The two flying swords were also happy. As the flying swords vibrated, the sword cry was also loud and clear. Unexpectedly, it provoked the nearby countless flying swords to cry out. Xiao Hua was rather stunned. He originally thought that since he had just touched the central edge of the sword tomb, there wouldn't be many broken flying swords. However, he didn't expect that, he had already been trapped in countless flying swords. When he thought of the countless flying swords inside the sword tomb, Xiao Hua's astonishment completely disappeared. He was even somewhat secretly delighted. It must be known that these flying swords were the remnants of tens of thousands of years old. Xiao Hua absolutely wouldn't believe that they hadn't turned into swords. However, just as Xiao Hua's greed was born, this greed was dispelled by the indescribable reverence from the flying swords. The two flying swords hovered in the air above the sword catacomb as if they had returned to a different home. The countless sword wills nearby were the companions and seniors of the flying swords. These flying swords were broken here and laid to rest here. This was the place where they had fought bravely in the past. Just like the countless brave swordsmen and cultivators, no matter what they had fought for, they had fulfilled their duties and done what they should have done. Their corpses were laid to rest here. This place should be respected by all living beings, not destroyed and harassed. Great! Understanding this, Xiao Hua's mind was immediately filled with compassion. He had long since abandoned the idea of taking the broken swords out of the ground. His slightly opened left hand also quietly closed. Xiao Hua even slightly bowed, as if he was saluting the countless flying swords, revering their solemn and stirring moments before they were broken. The sword tomb has always existed. These flying swords have never been taken away by sword cultivators. Perhaps this is the meaning. This is the mausoleum of the broken swords. The best thing to do is to not disturb them and let them rest peacefully. Xiao Hua suddenly understood the meaning of the sword tomb. Inside the flying swords, his entire primordial spirit was surrounded by a warm feeling. It was as if only at this moment did the primordial spirit he planted inside the flying swords was recognized by the flying swords. A layer of hazy yet clear veil blocked in front of his primordial spirit. It was as if as long as he could see what was behind the veil, the sword intent that Xiao Hua longed for would be born. Unfortunately, it was as if he was missing an opportunity. This veil still existed. Let's go. Xiao Hua smiled and looked into the distance. The sound of the swords was still gradually fading. Perhaps the answer is there. With two whooshes, the Dream Executor and Mountain Splitter landed at Xiao Hua's feet. Xiao Hua didn't use any other flying techniques. He urged the flying swords to fly. In the dark night, the two red and green flying swords weren't very conspicuous. However, they flew towards the center of the sword tomb with a clear heart that pursued the path of the sword. However, In the time it took for Xiaohua to smoke half a cigarette, he heard a light tearing sound, as if silk had been torn apart. The raindrops that had been splashing around Xiaohua suddenly decreased in size, and when Xiaohua's body became sluggish, the raindrops actually disappeared without a trace. This is bad. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I just encountered a broken sword array. Now, I'm afraid it's a Dao sect array. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua's figure flashed and retreated backwards, a kacha-kacha sound rang out from several li to the left of Xiaohua. In mid-air, an earth-shattering restrictive force was suddenly born. It was as if a palm that was several li in size had suddenly curled up. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his hand, the seal of turning the sea flew out. An earth-yellow brilliance enveloped Xiaohua. Only then was the restrictive force barely lifted. This restrictive force seems to be comparable to a talisman from a nascent soul's hand. Xiaohua pondered in midair. Moreover, the restrictive force of a nascent soul's hand condenses from all directions towards the center. This array is completely born in the entire space. It's as if there's a tiny nascent soul's hand in every inch of space. I don't know how many years this array has been here. Even now, it's still so powerful. An ordinary bright swordsman definitely wouldn't be able to easily escape from this array. Such a powerful array. If only I had an array diagram. Xiaohua thought this array was the same as the sword array from before. He thought he could escape after waiting a little longer. However, as the array's strength increased, the brilliance of the seal of turning the sea also gradually dimmed. The array didn't seem to have any signs of stopping. Damn it, Xiaohua cursed. He urged his magic and pointed at the seal of turning the sea. Rise. The seal of turning the sea let out a huge rumbling sound. It seemed to be rapidly expanding. However, as Xiaohua poured his magic power in, the surroundings of the seal of turning the sea didn't swirl up a hurricane. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that Xiaohua expected also didn't suck in. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has actually been confined. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Helpless, he could only urge his magic power again. The true essence in his body surged, but the coiling dragon above the seal of turning the sea gradually came alive again. Roar! The coiling dragon circled around the seal, opened its mouth, and held the seal in its mouth. Then, like a flying dragon in the sky, the coiling dragon soared high into the sky. The seal also emitted an extremely powerful restrictive force and rushed towards the array. Rumble! An earth-shaking rumble rang out. The seal of ocean overturning seal collided with the sealing power of the formation, causing the space several kilometers in front of Xiaohua to tremble. Xiaohua's figure also swayed twice amidst the tremors. The enormous force pressed him down by more than 10 feet. Roar! The coiling dragon of the seal of turning the sea let out a mournful cry. As Xiaohua's magic power was slightly exhausted, the dragon's body flashed and was about to land on the seal of turning the sea. Rise! Although Xiaohua was shocked that the array covered such a large area, he was even more delighted by the might of his seal of turning the sea. He roared again and urged his magic power. The coiling dragon once again charged towards the array, full of vigor. Buzz! A loud sound was heard. The brilliance of the seal of turning the sea slightly paused in midair. It was like a jade pillar holding up the sky that was collapsing. This young master wants to see, even without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, whether or not the true essence in this young master's meridians can break through this so-called array. Xiaohua coldly snorted. The trace of primordial spirit in his meridians urged the dragonization art. Boundless true essence surged, and his magic power instantly rushed into the seal of turning the sea. Wang! The seal of ocean overturning seal suddenly expanded, and threads of jade began to condense in the surroundings. As the seal of ocean overturning seal flashed, the coiling dragon also gradually grew longer. Then, the entire seal of ocean overturning seal seemed to be supported by a giant. It was both slow and indestructible as it charged into the array. Bang! The clear sound of water rang out. The array was broken by the seal of turning the sea. All of the restrictive force suddenly disappeared, and the rainwater once again poured down from above. Damn it, this is too anticlimactic. Xiao Hua was obviously caught unprepared. The seal of turning the sea whistled and soared into the sky. The earthen yellow brilliance illuminated an area of several tens of zhang. Within this abandoned array, the ground was also covered in scarlet-red vegetation. Now that it was washed by the rain, the brilliance was transparent. However, that scarlet-red color was demonic. Since the message talisman had already been sent out, it would be best if someone came. Even if no one came, he would continue to move forward. However, Xiaohua thought for a moment, and his figure slowly changed. It was the image of the so-called Feng from that day. It had already been more than 10 years. Fortunately, Xiaohua's muddle-headed memories could actually still change. Moreover, Xiaohua's own cultivation had also been suppressed to the early stage of foundation establishment. The Taoist robe on Xiaohua's body naturally changed into an ordinary one. Then, he took out an ordinary disc-shaped magic tool. The misty green brilliance merely blocked Xiaohua's body. This was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. After several hours, he saw that the east was already shining, and no one was coming to look for him. Seeing that the pouring rain did not have the slightest sign of stopping, Xiaohua, who was quietly cultivating, opened his eyes. He pointed his finger, and the bronze plate fell into his hand. Xiaohua was about to transform again. At this moment, the Quan-shaped stone in front of him suddenly emitted a faint silver light. Oh! Xiaohua hastily stood still. He flew slightly away from the stone and coldly looked at it. The silver light once again covered the entire stone. However, this time, the stone had transformed into an oval shape, and a broken mirror was revealed from the oval. What a brilliant message talisman technique! Seeing this, Xiaohua immediately thought, if this technique was used in a battle between Dao cultivators, why would the disciple on duty personally send the message? Even a lot of battle reports would be lost because of this. Emotions gradually appeared on the broken mirror. An old man whose face could not be seen clearly revealed his astonished face. When he saw Xiaohua, he immediately scolded, "How many times did this old man say it? Wuxia Zigui was no longer in use before the new year, why are you still running there?" Xiaohua's eyes turned. He hastily bowed and said, "All right, teacher brother knows that this disciple did not receive the notice. This disciple only followed the jade slip that junior brother you gave me and headed to this place." "Humph," the old man coldly snorted, "whether or not you received the notice has nothing to do with this old man. You go and find your junior brother Yu to settle the score. The route of Wuxia Zigui is now covered with broken sword formations and spell formations. There are also many spatial cracks. Do you want this old man to send someone to pick you up? If you want to die, don't drag this old man down." "Oh? It's now covered?" Xiaohua understood. He was shocked. Could it be that the broken sword formations and spell formations can also change? "Senior brother!" Xiaohua hastily shouted, "This disciple came here with great difficulty. How do you want this disciple to return?" Just now, this disciple was lucky to escape from the sword formation. If not for these raindrops, this disciple would have already died in the sword formation. "Where's your junior brother Yu? Which one is he? Why didn't he bring you here?" the old man coldly asked. He did not answer Xiaohua's question. "Junior brother Yu. Naturally it's junior brother Yu Tong." Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said probingly, he has some matters to attend to and let this disciple go first. I'm afraid that he will come later. This disciple. Could it be that this disciple came too late? At this moment, the silver mirror faintly flickered. The brilliance was somewhat dim. Oh, Yu Dong. When the old man heard this, he seemed to be deep in thought. Soon after, he smiled and said, "Not late, not late. It's never late. You." Immediately after, on the mirror, the old man's figure flickered extremely. His voice was also unclear, "Senior brother." Xiao Hua was somewhat anxious. Just as he was about to shout, the old man appeared again. "This old man will pass." It was these 3 words that caused the mirror to vanish. However, the silver oval was still visible, but the silver light was also gradually fading away. What does this old man want to pass on? Xiao Hua waited until this so-called Wuxia Zigui had been abolished. When the silver light faded away, this place would no longer have anything special. He wanted to find Yutong to vent his anger. Even the idea of finding trouble with Huanhua Pai would also fall through. That's right, Yudong. This old man seemed to have mistaken Yutong for Yudong, and he hesitated for a moment. Could it be that there are many people with the surname Yu in the Huanhua sect? Is Yudong Yutong's senior brother? Moreover, the sword formations and formations within the sword catacomb can actually change. This is even more unexpected. If it weren't for the old man from the Huanhua sect, I would still be courting death with this useless jade slip in the sword catacomb. But then again, what is the Huanhua sect doing in the sword tomb? Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly as he quickly thought about what he had just seen. Clearly, the Huanhua sect has some tricks up their sleeves in this sword tomb. Moreover, this arrangement had already started long before the sword Dao battle. This has nothing to do with the sword Dao battle. Fairy Hongxia is already a disciple in the late stage of foundation establishment, and seems to be very favored by the sect leader of the Huanhua sect. This young master has never heard her talk about the arrangement of the Huanhua sect in the sword tomb. This place must be very secretive. If this young master discovered this secret, would he offend the sect leader of the Huanhua sect? Then, this young master and Fairy Hongxia's dual cultivation will be a problem? What are you thinking? This young master is now Feng Ying. Could it be that the Huanhua sect leader is also in the sword tomb? Xiao Hua immediately laughed sinisterly. That guy Yun Jiaying is also here. This young master will go and take a look first. As Xiao Hua thought about it, the oval slowly shrank, and the silver color was about to completely disappear. Presumably, when the silver color disappeared, the oval would turn back into an ordinary stone. At this moment, like the jade slip that Xiao Hua sent out, another silver light flashed like a meteor and disappeared into the oval. It was the same jade slip that Xiao Hua sent out earlier. It seems that even the heavens want me to go. Xiao Hua reached out with a smile and took out the jade slip. He immersed his divine sense into it, and indeed, it recorded the location of the other Zigui. Xiao Hua flew up and looked at it carefully. After identifying the direction, he opened his left hand and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. His figure slowly flew, and according to the guidance of the jade slip, he flew towards the northwest direction. After Xiao Hua flew away, the silver color of the first Jia Zigui completely disappeared, and it returned to its previous stone shape. At this time, the stone seemed to have been eroded over the years. Not only were there many small holes on the surface like a honeycomb, after being washed by the rain, the stone gradually turned into powder. It seemed that the inside was also decayed. As the rain flowed, the clear water covered the ground of the sword tomb. All the dust seeped into the ground and gradually disappeared. Not to mention Xiao Hua coming here again, even if the jade slip that he spoke of came again, there would not be any trace of it. Rumble, with a series of loud noises, Xiaohua used the seal of ocean overturning seal to shatter the numerous sword intents that were as powerful as mountains and rivers. His figure was like a flood dragon as he soared through the sky. Damn it, this is too powerful. Xiaohua's figure had just left the sword formation when he cried out in astonishment. It's no wonder you went to Wuxia Zigui. That place was already abandoned before the end of the year. If you had arrived a few days later, even if you had the jade slip in your hand, you wouldn't have been able to find this place. However, you actually being able to come here from Wuxia Zigui greatly exceeded this old man's expectations. Yes, this disciple heard what that senior brother said earlier, and I've been pondering in my heart. However, senior brother, this disciple flew here just like that. Although I encountered some sword formations, they were all broken. Although this disciple was scared out of his wits, they weren't really able to injure this disciple. Is there something wrong? Xiaohua took the initiative to strike first, and hurriedly asked, do you want to examine this disciple's command token? Since it was recommended by Yudong, then it's no big deal. The cultivator smiled, then tossed the jade slip to Xiaohua and said, there's no need to examine it. This jade slip is even more useful than a command token. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua's hand that was pretending to reach into his bosom stopped, and he took the jade slip with a flip of his hand. He nodded and said, it seems that senior brother Yudong also said the same thing at that time. The rinsing flower sex command token can only verify one's identity. Can it also raise your realm? The cultivator sneered. You were able to obtain this minor stone command token, that's your luck in this lifetime. Minor stone command token? Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded, and he thought to himself, isn't this just a summoning talisman? When did it become a minor stone command token? Minor stone, is it these stones? While thinking, Xiaohua's gaze swept over the pile of stones. At this time, the pile of stones no longer had the silver brilliance, and they were still the same stones as before. That cultivator clearly saw Xiaohua's gaze, and seemed to see through Xiaohua's thoughts. He pointed with his hand and said, look at these stones, they're just stubborn stones, but in my hands, I can minor stone command token them into gold. You can be considered lucky to actually be acquainted with Yudong. In the future, you'll be a golden stone. When your cultivation is successful, you'll have to thank Yudong. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he bowed and said, this disciple will definitely remember senior brother Yu's kindness in my heart. Alright, follow this old man. The cultivator spoke for a long time, but he didn't mention his own name, nor did he say whether or not he was a disciple of the Huanhua sect. With a wave of his hand, he took the lead and flew towards the place where he came from. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, and he also roused his spirit. Using the speed of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he slowly chased after that cultivator. Sure enough, after flying for a while with the cultivator, Xiaohua understood why the cultivator didn't encounter sword formations and magic formations, and why he frequently encountered them. That cultivator's flight path wasn't a straight line at all. Sometimes it was curved, sometimes it was bent, and sometimes it was even slanted. It seemed that in this cultivator's eyes, this sword tomb was a maze, and he came and went very freely. At first, Xiaohua was still thinking about memorizing the route, but after flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua gave up like before. It was because that cultivator's flight path was extremely irregular, and there wasn't anything nearby that could be used as a reference, so Xiaohua really didn't know how to memorize it. He flew straight for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, and during this time, he didn't encounter any magic formations or sword formations. He didn't even come across a single spatial crack, causing Xiaohua to be endlessly envious. When he thought about how he came here from Jiazigui, he couldn't help but blush with shame in his heart. About 10 feet in front of him, there was another pile of stones, and it wasn't any different from before. If it was the same as before, Xiaohua would have definitely flown over, but this old man stopped in midair and didn't move forward. Xiaohua knew that something was wrong, so he cautiously followed behind him, quietly observing the situation. Sure enough, the old man clapped his hand and took out a silvery white triangular object. He slightly activated his magic power, and that object suddenly trembled and flew above the pile of stones. As the object trembled, a trembling, intermittent silver light flowed out from the pile of rocks and slowly, almost with some difficulty, submerged the entire pile of rocks. The moment the entire pile of rocks completely turned silver, the area around the pile of rocks in a radius of 10 feet, which was right in front of the old man, boiled like boiling water. The entire space was filled with silver bubbles. These bubbles contained a great amount of power, and the direction of each bubble was different. Xiaohua looked at this unforeseen event with some shock. He knew that if an ordinary cultivator suddenly barged in, just by relying on this strange change, the cultivator's body would be torn to shreds. The boiling water continued for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn before it slowly receded. Once the space became clear again, the old man once again pointed with his hand. The trirhombus-shaped object from before rose slightly. Following which, it transformed into a spear-like brilliance that pierced into a spot a few feet to the left of the rock. Puchi. Xiaohua clearly heard what seemed to be the sound of silk being torn apart. The space was pierced by the spear of light, and an unfathomably deep hole several feet in size appeared on the ground. Damn it, I have to become a spirit-seeking mouse again. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that the secret of the Huanhua sect was hidden under the ground of the sword tomb, so he couldn't help but complain. Of course, Xiaohua knew how to escape through the earth, so the secret of the Huanhua sect being hidden underground was extremely beneficial to him. However, when he thought about how every time he encountered a problem, he had to solve it underground, so Xiaohua felt a bit bored. Junior Marshal Brother Phone, please. The old man didn't move. He turned around and raised his hand, indicating for Xiaohua to enter the cave first. All right. Xiaohua knew that the old man was still worried about him, so he didn't hesitate and responded in a low voice. His figure flew to the entrance of the cave, and he released a bit of his Buddhist sense before flying into the cave. When Xiaohua's figure entered the cave, the old man looked left and right. His divine sense also swept the area twice before he felt relieved and landed inside the cave. Just as Xiaohua's figure landed inside the cave, a very strange suction force appeared from inside the cave. It was as if the suction force had grown a hand, and it pulled him into the depths of the cave. Xiaohua muttered to himself, but he didn't reject this force. His eyes were filled with silver light, as if this deep cave was formed by the silver brilliance. Xiaohua released his divine sense slightly, and within that silver brilliance, there was actually a sharp point, causing Xiaohua's divine sense to feel a slight pain. Without a doubt, this place is filled with gold attribute heaven and earth spirit chi. This deep cave is also formed by gold attribute heaven and earth spirit chi. Xiaohua thought to himself, and the magic power in his body slightly condensed to deal with any possible accidents. Sure enough, when Xiaohua landed about 10 zhang down, the pulling force actually increased, and the direction also changed, as if it wanted to clench a fist. Following that, the surrounding silver light became even more intense, and that kind of sharp cutting force penetrated through the brilliance, directly piercing into Xiaohua's skin. Naturally, Xiaohua's protective golden light was about to be activated. Chapter 2581. Io, could it be that you're testing this young master's cultivation? Xiaohua slightly wrinkled his brows and forcefully restrained his magic power. While he was at it, he took out a yellow protective talisman that he hadn't used for a long time and placed it on his body with his magic power. As soon as the yellow talisman was activated, its brilliance flickered. It seemed that the brilliance in the passage was extremely powerful and was constantly attacking the protective talisman. Junior Marshal Brother Feng, don't worry. The old man's voice floated over Xiaohua's head. This is the special feature of the restriction here. As long as you don't pay attention to it, it won't harm you. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua respectfully said. This disciple only instinctively wants to protect himself. As he spoke, Xiaohua slapped his hand and the yellow protective talisman fell off. Without the yellow protective talisman's brilliance, the brilliance in the passage was still piercing. However, as the old man said, it didn't seem to be able to penetrate his skin. Just as Xiaohua was about to send a voice transmission to the old man, he heard a slight rumbling sound. The passage around Zhang to his left suddenly began to shake. The silver light that previously wrapped around Xiaohua also began to shrink. Before Xiaohua could show any surprise, bubbles that were 3 times bigger than Xiaohua's body appeared within the silver brilliance. Pop, 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 these bubbles burst one after another. Xiaohua felt his entire body become light, as if he was floating in the air but also falling down. Everything in front of him became blurry and the silver brilliance violently shook. The feeling of floating in the air only lasted for a few seconds before a heavy pressure fell on Xiaohua's shoulder. Teleport. Xiaohua was very familiar with this feeling. He immediately understood that there was actually a short-distance teleportation formation in this passage. The silver brilliance had just been replaced by a gray-white brilliance when Xiaohua felt his body become light again. His figure appeared in a small triangular room. Xiaohua slightly focused his eyes and looked around. He saw that this small room was only a few qi in size and could only accommodate 3 to 5 people. The surrounding walls were the same as the passage from before. They were all silver-white. However, this silver-white luster was floating on the walls and wasn't dazzling. And now, there were already 2 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators standing in this small room. These 2 cultivators were both middle-aged, each holding a flying sword in their hands. The flying swords were overflowing with sword light, and at this moment, they were pressing against Xiaohua's ribs. Who are you? Where is your stone tablet? The 2 of them didn't wait for Xiaohua to come back to his senses as they asked coldly. Disciple is Feng Ying, sent over by senior brother Yudong. Xiaohua's expression was slightly flustered as he hurriedly replied. Your stone medallion. The 2 of them didn't seem to slack off and continued to ask. In this disciple's embrace. Xiaohua cautiously pointed at his own chest and said in a low voice, this disciple will give it to the 2 senior brothers. Yes. A cold snort came from his nose, and the 2 flying swords moved forward a bit, fearing that Xiaohua would do something strange. When Xiaohua took out the jade slip, a cultivator took it and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression changed greatly as he berated, this is senior martial brother Yubing's stone touch token, when did it become Yudong's? Who the hell are you? When Xiaohua heard this, his brows furrowed. Previously, he used the jade slip from over 10 years ago to deceive the so-called Yubing, and then he used half-truths to deceive the confused old man just now. He originally thought that he had passed, but he didn't expect that after being transported to this place, he would be exposed by someone. Unconsciously, he became even more suspicious. This inspection is so strict, what secret does this Huanhua sect have? This stone tablet gold really can increase the cultivation of Huanhua sect disciples? Thinking of this, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Disciple is naturally Feng Ying's. Disciple heard from junior martial brother Yudong that this place can increase disciples' cultivation, so disciple came here according to his jade slip. Just now, in the sword tomb, when junior martial brother Yudong sent out the jade slip, it didn't come back. This jade slip was. Senior martial brother Yubing sent it to disciple again. This situation, disciple already clearly explained it to a senior martial brother dressed in a confused robe. If the two senior martial brothers don't believe me, feel free to ask that senior martial brother. Xiaohua actually had Feng Yi's keepsake in his space, but that was also Feng Yi's, not Feng Ying's. Seeing the two cultivators so strict, Xiaohua didn't dare to rashly take it out. Hearing Xiaohua's reply, the two were clearly somewhat hesitant. They glanced at each other, and one of the cultivators coldly said, "Take out your keepsake and take a look." This. Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. His eyes slightly narrowed, and he immediately released his Buddhist sense. Who would have thought that the four walls of the small room were ice-cold, just like ice? His Buddhist sense simply couldn't penetrate, and he couldn't see what was outside the small room. He also couldn't determine whether or not the two people he killed wouldn't be discovered by bystanders. "Quickly take it out!" The other cultivator loudly shouted, and the flying sword in his hand once again extended towards Xiaohua's ribs, already touching Xiaohua's Taoist robe. "Here!" Xiaohua clapped his hand, and Feng Yi's keepsake was taken out. However, Xiaohua was still somewhat hesitant, and unhappily handed it over. "You take a look." The cultivator who used the flying sword to threaten Xiaohua's waist ordered the other person. That person extended his hand, and was about to take the keepsake from Xiaohua's hand. With a "hoo" sound, a small door about the height of a person opened behind the cultivator, and a somewhat hoarse voice sounded, "Feng Ying." The person who came was the old man dressed in camouflage, but at this moment, the old man had already removed the camouflage and revealed his true appearance. Of course, when he saw the situation inside the small room, his face became somewhat unsightly. "Oh. I was wondering why this junior martial brother Feng didn't come out for a long time. So it was the two junior martial brothers who were making things difficult for him." The old man coldly snorted and said, "This Feng Ying was sent by Yu Dong, and at the same time, senior martial brother Yu Bing also let him go. Why are you guys interrogating him like this? Do you think this old man's interrogation wasn't detailed enough? You want to find clues from Feng Ying's body? Senior martial brother Yu Ping." The face of the cultivator who originally wanted the keepsake also became somewhat unsightly. He retracted his hand, and cupped his hands. "This is the duty of us two brothers, please forgive us senior martial brother." "Your duty is naturally yours," Yu Ping coldly said, "but this old man brought him in. If there was a problem, how could this old man not know? According to this old man's knowledge, in these past few years, Yu Dong didn't send many talents here, and he was already scolded by the sect master. Today, he sent junior martial brother Feng Ying here with great difficulty, and he's even a disciple of the cleansing flower sect. You guys are interrogating him like this. Are you dissatisfied with this old man, or with senior martial brother Yu Bing?" "Senior martial brother Yu Ping." The other disciple glanced at Xiaohua, wanting to say something, but hesitated, and also put away the flying sword in his hand. "What? You have nothing to say?" Yu Ping was unwilling to let go. This old man recommended a few disciples 2 years ago, and when they just arrived here, they were made difficult by you guys. They couldn't stand it, and gave up such a good opportunity to turn stone into gold, turned around and left. Did you guys receive Yu Hua's instructions, and insist on opposing senior martial brother Yu Bing? Senior martial brother. The two people's faces were unsightly, and they transmitted in a low voice, "We already said just now, this is our duty. Turning stone into gold is an extremely secretive matter, and it's of great importance. Cultivators who aren't closely related to our Yu family absolutely can't participate, and any cultivators with the slightest trace of abnormality can't enter." Senior martial brother speaking so much in front of outsiders, aren't you afraid of being punished by Lord Sect Master? Punished? Humph, haven't we been punished enough? Hearing the word punished, the old man became even more furious, but he didn't forget the middle-aged cultivator's reminder, and transmitted in a voice transmission, "Yu Dong's mouth is clumsy, and he hasn't recommended any cultivators here for 2 years. If he still can't complete the task this year, you naturally understand his situation. This disciple is an early foundation establishment disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect, and his cultivation seems to be pretty good. Yudong must have spent a lot of effort. Just now, he took the initiative to take out his token for this old man to examine, but this old man didn't look carefully. So what if there's something wrong with him? My Yu family's turning stone into gold plan has been going on for more than 10 years, and there hasn't been any problems. What kind of big waves can this little early foundation establishment cultivator cause? Besides, isn't the token in his hand the Cleansing Flower sect? This old man has seen it more than once or twice, can't you see it too? Speaking up to here, the two middle-aged cultivators' gazes involuntarily fell on the token in Xiaohua's hand. Seeing the three suddenly transmitting their voices, Xiaohua's heart jumped, and seeing the three of them looking at the token in his hand, Xiaohua inwardly cried out in alarm. Presumably, senior martial brother Yubing also saw through Yudong's situation, so he took the initiative to give his stone marking token to Feng Ying. Yuping shifted his gaze away from the token in Xiaohua's hand, and transmitted his voice again. This old man will say it here, you can check it as you wish. The matter of Yubing and Yuhua isn't something you and I should get involved in. Previously, you all drove away the disciple this old man chose, and this old man will slowly find an opportunity to settle accounts with you all in the future. This disciple, if you still want to send him back, then do it as soon as possible. Saying this, Yuping no longer spoke, and turned to leave the room. Senior martial brother Yuping. The cultivator on the left said with a smile, this disciple's token is not bad, it's indeed a disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect, how can this one not let him pass? As for what senior martial brother said just now, it's actually false. This token naturally belongs to the Cleansing Flower sect, but this person may not be a disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect. This old man has never guaranteed that he is a disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect. If you don't check it carefully and something happens, don't drag this old man into it. Yuping said with a cold smile, completely ungrateful. Senior martial brother Yubing already let him in, what could possibly happen? The other cultivator also hurriedly said with a smile, senior martial brother Yubing is also a senior martial brother that we all respect, we definitely don't have the intentions that senior martial brother said just now. Oh. Xiaohua's suspended heart relaxed again. From a bystander's point of view, he could already see that some people seem to have found a gap in the struggle between them, an opportunity where others wouldn't check the token in his hand. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.